It's the Mixed Martial Arts Hour with
The Mixed Martial Arts Hour is back in your life on this Wednesday, May 3rd, 2023. Hello again, everyone. I sure hope you're doing well. I feel like I sound like Steve Urkel when I said it that time. I closed my eyes. It was very Family Matters-esque. Does anyone know
when
who
you
Steve...
paused, it was a little alarming.
It was?
Yeah.
Because the microphone has been so shit?
That's a really great way to start the show off, man. You want to take it again from the top?
Do you remember Steve Urkel?
Yeah.
Family Matters?
Did I do that?
When days go by. Friday nights was tremendous. Step by Step. Remember that?
That was a good one, too, yeah.
Tremendous. It was about
TGIF.
How many of the people back there do you think know what we're talking about?
All of them. They're all like Googling their favorite TGIF shows.
Connor, too? No. Connor's more of
a fan of dinosaurs, apparently.
Connor was more of a Fuller House guy.
He says, I'm not the Connor.
What? Oh, he's GC? Sorry. More of a Fuller House guy than a Full House guy? Would that be accurate?
Full House more than Step by Step.
Full House?
Yeah, exactly. Seriously, you don't know what Full House is, do you?
Wow.
Nah. Fuller House, yeah, and a great none.
No. Boy Meets World.
Boys are tremendous.
Girl Meets World, even better.
Which Wonder Years did you like better? The one
with Marilyn Manson.
There's only the one right now on ABC, right?
That's right. I don't even think it's on anymore. Anyway, tremendous show lined up for all of you. It's the last stop before UFC 288. We're hopping on the PATH train, and we're headed to Newark, The Rock.
Where you can't take
beautiful reference there.
How about that? We're
PATH train and everything.
PATH train to Newark, baby.
How I got to work this morning.
Next
Heaven
stop.
forbid you need an Uber, though.
Next stop. Newark, The Rock, home of
A bunch of teams.
The New Jersey Devils.
There's only one team, really. I mean, I guess you could say Seton Hall as well.
The round 2 New Jersey Devils.
Wow.
Too. Shout out. Big win on Monday against the New York Rangers, our former favorite club here on the MMA Hour. Shout out to the New York Knickerbockers. Massive win yesterday. Game 2, the gutsiest of wins, in my opinion. And we look forward to Game 3, but we're not here to talk about all of that. As always, we are presented by our good friends over at DraftKings Sportsbook, who you may have dropped maybe a dime or two on the Knickerbockers. Perhaps you may want to partake in some action for UFC 288. And what a weekend, by the way, in combat sports. Friday, one fight night on Amazon Prime, the biggest fight card, in my opinion, in one championship history. Demetrius Johnson, potential last fight. I feel like deep down it's not, but it's a nice little promotional tool. Trilogy fight against Adriano Moraes. The likes of Roberto Soldic and some other great grapplers and fighters on that card. That's on Amazon Prime in America, first time Colorado. Tremendous. Saturday, you're also getting Canelo against John Ryder in Guadalajara. Did I say that correctly, Andy? Guadalajara?
Yeah, you got it, Guadalajara.
It's not bad.
Look at you.
Thank
Why are
you.
you shaking your head no?
I'll take it.
You guys have to know that.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And then Saturday night, UFC 288. There might be one or two other things that I'm missing out on. I usually do. In the midst of all the other great stuff going on. So there's a lot to like. And back into the show, we'll give you our picks for this weekend. Also, GC's picks as well. Stay tuned for that. Prior to that, we're going to be joined by Joe Pyfer in studio. He has a documentary that's coming out. In fact, there's a screening tomorrow in New Jersey, closed off to the public, but myself and GC have seen the documentary. This guy has had some kind of life. I mean, this is movie stuff. Really incredible. And he's going to come in studio to talk about his life, his documentary, his recent success in the UFC, all that and more. Stay tuned. Joe Pyfer. We're going to beat Joe Pyfer in studio. Play a little darts. Got a new dartboard as well, courtesy of our friends at Madison Square Garden. How about that? Home of the North American Championships on June 2nd and June 3rd. Our good friends over at MSG, the Mecca, of course. You know, we don't get front row courtside tickets to the Knicks. We get dartboards. Okay, I just want to let you know. And you know what? Wouldn't want it any other way. Just for the record. Prior to that, we're going to be joined by Brian Kelleher. Pride of Long Island was supposed to fight this past weekend. seemed like he kind of temporarily retired. Going to get the story from Boom Kelleher, longtime friend of the program, see where he stands as far as his career is concerned. By the way, I forgot to mention, after the Joe Pyfer interview, because we kept changing the times here, so I was going in the original order. Captain Eric Albarracin, head coach for Henry Cejudo, who you may have heard is returning to action this Saturday against Aljamain Sterling for the bantamweight title. 3-year layoff, all that and more, almost exactly to the day. He's going to join us to talk about Henry, and also he's got, Patricia Pitbull coming down to 135 next month, and has many other fighters, and has worked with the likes of John Jones recently as well. So Captain Eric, the always colorful and entertaining Captain Eric, will join us at around 4:15 to talk about all that and more. We even have New York Rick on the scene in Newark, along with Corporate Alex, to give us a lowdown of Media Day, which is underway as we speak. And we'll answer your questions. We like to shoot on Wednesdays. You know how we like to do. But first, speaking of Newark, speaking of Media Day, our first guest has to get to Media Day, so let's not keep him waiting. He's got a big fight coming up on Saturday against Matt Frevola, sort of on enemy territory. Frevola from New York. He's on fire, 3 wins in a row. A lot of people thought that he was one of the most improved fighters of 2022. Certainly can make a case with those 3 fantastic performances against the likes of Terrence McKinney, Rafael Alves, and of course, Bobby Green. He's the one and only, one of the best-looking individuals in the UFC. Drew Dober, kind enough to join us for a few minutes here. Hello. I mean, look at that. I mean, how could you argue against that statement? Hello, Drew. Looking fantastic as always.
Thank you. I mean, for your show, I had to find good lighting, and I had a dress to impress just for you.
I appreciate that. Forget about all the other media. This is the one that matters the most. So thank you so much for saying that. By the way, as a result of the recent news that Bryce Mitchell is out of his fight, there's been a push to have your fight go on the pay-per-view main card. Are you on the pay-per-view main card, or are you on the prelims?
I mean, as of now, we're still the prelim main event. Matt and I are the ones to draw the attention into the fights and make sure people buy that pay-per-view.
Do you care which spot you're on, which slot you're in?
Honestly, I don't care. I get paid the same unless I'm on a main event. And so ideally I'd love to be a main event, but definitely not this time around. So since I get paid the same, I love getting my job done early so I can enjoy the rest of the fights like everyone else.
I love this mentality, by the way, because the prelim, especially the feature prelim spot, will likely be seen by more people than the pay-per-view. That's just the way it is, right? Cable TV versus pay-per-view. And to your point, you get paid the same. So I never understand why people, other than the main event or if you're fighting for the belt, I never understand why anyone actually cares about this. Is it just a status ego thing?
Yeah, I think it's just a prestige thing. I think people just want to feel important to be on the main card, which is great. You definitely feel important. But honestly, I think more people watch the prelims on ESPN Plus anyways. And I know my broke friends enjoy not paying for the pay-per-view. And so for me, it's a win-win.
Yeah, I agree with that. By the way, tremendous 2022 for you in any respects, and this is not a knock, but I'm just wondering, as far as name is concerned, were you hoping for a bigger name than Matt Frevola after the year that you had last year?
Yes, I'm always hoping for bigger names, again, no disrespect to Matt, but staying active was more important. I probably could have I could have talked more trash on Twitter. I could have done other things to get a name. But for me, staying active is more important. It's not about who you fight, it's how you fight. And getting on this May card on the pay-per-view against another, opponent that's willing to trade with me, I think that's more important. And then ideally after this, we'll get a bigger name.
So you say you want to stay active, although it is the first week of May. I know you fought in December, but were you hoping to fight in March? What took so long?
Yeah, I was hoping to fight in April.
Okay.
And we dusted out my Twitter. I was blowing some smoke. We were trying to get a top 10, top 15 guy to agree in April. And these guys are playing hard to get. I got to a point where I was just telling the UFC that, anybody, I don't really care at this point. Let's get anybody for April. And the next best was May.
Okay.
So trust me, guys. I'm trying to stay healthy, trying to rehab the body after fights, but trying to stay as active as possible because, man, this life is short lived.
Yes, and who was at the top of that wish list? If you had it your way, who would you have gotten in May or in April? I should say.
Yeah, I wanted. I mean, ideally, I wanted Michael Chandler. Like that would have been fun, but he's doing his Connor shindig, and then we were talking about Jalen Turner or that Renato Miocano.
Yeah.
Oh, and then man, RDA and I were talking, but RDA doesn't want to cut to 55, and it doesn't make sense for me to move up to 70 and this and that, all the politics. So those three guys pretty much, RDA, Renata, and then Jalen Turner, were trying to make something happen. It didn't work out, so we just took next best.
There was like some talk on Twitter, but I didn't think it was ever true, and I'd love to get your thoughts. Was there ever any talk of you and Patty?
I mean, the talking was all on my end. Like, I wanted to fight him. That'd be fun, especially like an O2 arena in front of a London crowd. Like, absolutely. But I don't think, I mean, that's a hard no from Patty, and definitely a hard no from the guys protecting him too.
Okay. So you pitched it and you were kind of shut down?
Yeah, pretty much. I think it was like one of those internet fantasies where I think everyone, including myself, would love the idea of me fighting Patty. But yeah. He's going to call the shots, and that's a no.
Okay. Do you think an impressive win like you had, all three of them were impressive last year, does that get you in the conversation with some of those big names that you want? Like if you get that impressive win on Saturday, are you now in the spot that you want to be in?
Yeah, I think it definitely leaned me closer into a bigger, better fights. But this lightweight division, man, that top 5 is a little clogged up. I think everyone's either playing hard to get or they're busy or they have other things. So yeah, I think after this fight, we'll sit down, we'll talk, and we'll figure out who's available, who wants to do it. Because I'm not trying to just sit around and wait for the best options.
Do you think too many guys are squatting on their spot?
Islam doesn't want to fight till October. The whole Charles Oliveira and Beneil thing is being postponed to further notice. We don't know what Dustin Poirier is doing. I feel like there's guys in the rankings that haven't fought in a while. Like things are getting kind of stale in this top 10 lightweight division, but I'm not one of those guys. So I'm not going to be stale in the top 10. I'm going to try to stay active in the 15.
Okay. By the way, a couple of years ago, my good friend and colleague Shaheen Al-Shadi wrote a great profile on you for The Athletic about your love of baking. And I'm just curious, I mean, like you have an incredible physique and it doesn't look like you partake in the sweets very much. Are you still doing the baking thing? And I apologize for asking you this 2 days before you have to weigh in, but I had not talked to you about this. So is this still a thing that you do?
So my story is, I went to culinary school and then I worked as a baker for 2 years. And that was kind of like my thing, trying to get into fighting. Obviously passed that down and then had us to get away from it because of fighting. But now all that quality I have is now just a stay-at-home dad status. Like now I'm like smoking, barbecuing, cooking, baking, all that stuff at home, especially after fights.
Okay, so like what will you bake for yourself after a fight to to celebrate, so to speak, to kind of let loose? It doesn't seem like you let loose as far as the food is concerned, but like what would be like a nice cheat meal for you that you can bake?
Oh man, I mean, frying up some donuts is like my favorite thing.
Wow.
So I could get some passions in there. My wife loves my creme brulee.
You make creme brulee?
Oh yeah.
From scratch?
Yep, from the torch, with the torch and everything.
Oh my gosh. What's your specialty? What's like the thing that you're known for?
Barbecuing.
Okay, so not necessarily the sweets, it's the meat.
Yep. Sweets just complement the meat.
Okay. And what kind of meat? Like what are we talking about?
I mean, I'm super stoked to get some beef ribs going as soon as I get back to Colorado.
Okay. Are you one of those guys that would be offended if I asked for my steak well done? That's how I like it. A lot of people are very bourgeois about this, but you don't strike me as that kind. What is that face? You don't like that?
I mean, I personally don't agree with it, but man, meat is meat. So whatever you like.
Would you be offended?
I don't think I would get offended. I think vegetarians offend me, and so well done steak, like that's not as bad.
Why do vegetarians offend you?
Because meat needs to be eaten. Man, we're carnivores.
Okay. Are you like one of those hardcore like all meat diet guys? Like
No, I mean, I wouldn't say like I'm like designated to like a carnivore diet, but I come from Nebraska. I was born and raised on like this Omaha steaks.
Yeah.
So it's caveman's in my blood.
And the 2 years after culinary school, where were you working?
So it was just like a local bakery.
Okay.
Just,
what were you doing?
it was pretty much the baker's hours. So I clock in at like midnight or 1 a.m, which was perfect. So you train in the evening. I'll even watch the UFC fights, going to work, and I was baking cookies, frying up donuts, decorating. So yeah, I was the UFC fighter at the time, just an MMA fighter, just decorating donuts and serving
Wow.
them at a local bakery.
And was that tempting? Like, that's my thing. I feel like it would be very tempting. You try a little bit here, a little bit there, but you're trying to be a fighter as well. How hard was it?
I chewed a lot of gum. I went through a packet a day or a packet a shift, really.
Oh.
Really, the problem is, in your 20s, self-control is kind of non-existent. So after fights, yeah, I would eat whatever I baked, and we put on some hefty weight. And that was one of the things we had to learn later on in my years of like not doing the patty diet after fights.
The patty diet. Nice shot. All right. So also, this is a big one for you. Correct me if I'm wrong. Next month, you're expecting a child?
Yes.
How are we feeling? This is big. I mean, this is your first, right?
This is our first.
Wow.
So the excitement and the nervousness and the acceptance of, I have no idea what's going to happen. We just got to deal with it when it happens, which beautifully, being an MMA fighter has taught me there's zero prediction. There's only reaction. So that's how I'm treating parenting. It's something's going to come out and we're going to have the feelings and we got to make do in the moment.
But now you're fighting for more than just you and your wife, right? Like there's a little more pressure, right?
Yeah, I wouldn't say pressure. It's an extra added motivation. Before the scenario, we acknowledged how I felt. But now, since we have a baby on the line and we got to feed more than just my mouth, like it doesn't matter how fatigued, tired, hungry. It doesn't matter anymore. It's you got to get the job done regardless of how you feel. And I feel like that's what dads and men should do. And so it's just an extra motivation in camp, and it's going to showcase in a fight too.
This will be the last time you fight. Some might say you're already a father, but you know what I mean? Like without your child in this world, that's a pretty incredible thing, right?
Right. I mean, I think the moments that are incredible haven't happened yet.
Yeah.
So it's so fun to think about now, but I have no idea what life's going to be like after June, and I'm super stoked.
Official prediction?
Yeah.
No, what is your official prediction for the fight? How does it go?
Oh, this fight? Yeah, someone's going to sleep. I've seen Matt Frevola fight, but he loves coming in and engaging, and he's chaotic. I feel like I'm a more polished fighter, but we're both throwing hands, and I feel like statistically, I find the chin better.
Very fun fight. Can't wait for it. Thanks for doing this. Thanks for squeezing us in, Drew. Really appreciate it. Good luck to you. Good luck the rest of the day, and good luck on Saturday.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you always.
All right, there he is. Drew Dober, the man. Big fight. One of the more fun fights on this 288 card, joining us from Newark. That is a fun one. And I saw some people saying, because Bryce Mitchell, since we last spoke, he's out of his fight against Movsar Evloev, which is a bummer. No doubt about it. That was a good fight on this card. I was curious to see who would win. Evloev is tremendous. And a big one for Bryce. People saying that Drew and Matt. But honestly, the featured prelim spot in many respects is more important for the UFC and the network than the fifth or fourth fight on a pay-per-view, because that's the one that they hope will entice people, if you are on the fence, to buy the pay-per-view. You have to realize, and they will never, maybe never is the wrong word to use, but they will more likely than not, if I'm saying that correctly. Anyway, back to never. They will never change the feature prelim spot. You know why? Because all the ads have already said Frevola, Dober, ESPN Plus. Now you got to make new ads. Mess of a situation. I'm sure there's always, an exception to the rule, but more often than not, they're not changing that. And so right now, the pay-per-view card is Aljamain Sterling, Henry Cejudo for the bantamweight title, Bilal Muhammad versus Gilbert Burns, 5-round co-main event. We suspect number one contender fight after, Leon and Colby do the thing. And you never know. What if someone gets injured? What if Colby gets injured? This guy is definitely, the winner of this fight is definitely fighting for the belt. Just Andrade Yan Xiaonan, Movsar Evloev against Diego Lopez, who's making his UFC debut on just a few days' notice. Kron Gracie versus Charles Jourdain is a really fun fight that I don't feel like enough people are talking about. We haven't seen Kron Gracie since October of 2019, since he lost his first pro fight to Cub Swanson. Remember, he had a great debut against Alex Caceres, won that fight via first-round submission, and then followed that up with a fight against Cub and lost, and lost via decision. We haven't seen him since. It's been almost 4 years, 3.5 years. And then it's Dober and Frevola, and they're on ESPN. They're the ESPN/ESPN Plus feature prelim fight. Also on that portion of the evening, Kennedy and Nzechukwu, Devin Clark, Chaos Williams, Rolando Bedoya, Marina Rodriguez against our old pal, Virna Jandiroba. All right, great stuff there from Drew Dober. Still to come, by the way. Joe Pyfer in studio. We're going to talk all about his documentary, Road to the UFC, I believe it's called, right? Is it Road to the UFC? Yes.
Road to the UFC, Joe Pyfer.
Joe Pyfer. You watched it, right? 2 thumbs up?
2 thumbs up.
2 massive
three
thumbs up.
Oh, yeah, I really enjoyed it. Very emotional, very inspiring.
I watched it as well. We're going to talk all about it. By the way, who is the favorite in the Dober-Frevola fight?
Dober. Like
big time?
200.
Minus 200.
Yeah, I wouldn't say big time, but yeah, he's a sizable favorite.
I think that's appropriate, right? I feel like that's
Yeah, I kind of feel like it's going to go how he said. Like they're going to go in there, they're going to throw, and like Dober's chin is incredibly tough to crack.
All right, so we'll talk more about that. As always on Wednesdays, we like to shoot, and this particular week's edition of On the Nose is presented by our good friends over at Squarespace. Sorry, it's something in my throat. The all-in-one yeah, it's just something, The all-in-one platform for growing your business online. Please go to squarespace.com, and at the checkout, use the code MMA Hour. You get 10% off. If you go to squarespace.com/MMA Hour, it's all there for you. Making your own blog, travel diary, food diary, website, newsletter, whatever it is, squarespace.com. They're great people. We love having them on board. And they are presenting this edition of On the Nose to all of you. Time now for everyone's favorite segment of the week. It is time.
It's time for a good old-fashioned Q&A, MMA fans.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, the moment has arrived to hear from the man himself, Ariel Helwani. Live from the Vox Studios in beautiful New York City.
I'm not, I was called out recently about, giving away free plugs.
Get out of your seats and on your feet,
I don't want to.
Because here he is,
Yes.
Ariel Helwani.
Paulo Costa, he was very upset. Remember that whole incident?
Yeah.
So,
You should have asked him. His secret juice looks a little more suspect now.
Why?
It had like seeds in it.
Yes, we talked about that. Remember? I said it looked different. The composition of it all looked different. I agree.
More like soup.
Also, it feels like if the secret juice is going to change every time we see it, is it truly secret juice?
Yeah, I think
now
so.
It's just whatever you whipped up in the blender. Do you guys believe, yay or nay, that one day he will in fact sell something entitled secret juice to the public?
I think so.
You do?
100%. Yeah, 100%.
It's really hard to sell
It
drinks.
may even be a prime flavor.
Can you imagine a collab?
Yeah, it was like prime
Secret X
juice.
secret juice?
Yeah, now we're talking.
In fact, Andy, can you handle the 1s and 2s? I'm going to go market this real quick.
The 1s and 2s. Look at you. A real DJ out there.
Let's move on to the questions.
On Monday, we always like to congregate and just kind of let our hair down after the show. Honestly, if I'm being 1,000% truthful with everyone, probably my favorite part of the day. Like when the show is done. No, it's true. I like camaraderie. I like to talk to everyone. I like, we're trying to build a family here, culture. Okay, Frank. And it's very appropriate that you would laugh at this because all of a sudden everyone's like, "Where's Frank? Where's Frank? Where's Frank?" Text Frank. Hey, Frank, you still around? Says, I had to go. That's it. No goodbye. No, sorry, guys, I'm in a rush. No, hey, don't mean to, dine and dash. Nothing. Thought that was a little bit weird. GC, I didn't tell you this. I had to call Frank to see, if everything was okay. He assured me everything was okay. It was a little too Irish goodbye for me. And, I love the Irish. This was a little too Irish goodbye.
There's a fish market in my neighborhood. Closes at a certain time every day.
What time?
6:30.
This has never come up before, so why on this particular day?
So because I usually miss it, and then today, or excuse me, on Monday, I come into the control room. You and Rick leave the room.
Yeah, I had to go to the bathroom.
With my bag over my shoulder, and I'm like, I think I'm gonna go get some shrimp.
Well, I'm not allowed to go to the bathroom.
I mean, you can do what you want, but
I mean, it's a long show. It's like 4.5 hours of sitting here.
I think it's because you don't eat shellfish that you don't appreciate.
See,
I can't tell if you're being serious about the fish market or not. This is the first time I've heard of the fish market too.
Also, can I just take a step back real quick? I've known you for a year and a half. The fact that you just said I don't eat shellfish when like I think we've actually had shrimp together is a little bit upsetting. Did I really what?
Did you really eat it?
I mean, no. I guess. I mean, yes, of course I ate it. So anyway, you went to what was it? The Tsukiji fish market.
So here's the real rub.
Oh, here we go. You didn't make it. You walked right by it?
Yeah, I decided by the time I got there, I'm like, I'm not really in the mood.
So you actually dipped early,
and
I will
early.
Make sure
I'm gonna knock on the bathroom next time and be like, "Hey, Ariel, I'm gonna grab some shrimp."
By the way, all you had to do was look that my computer was still here, my bag was still here, my jacket was still here.
Doesn't mean anything to me. Look, I have separation anxiety.
Did you not feel? GC actually felt. GC was the one that texted you.
Yeah, like a true man. He just was like, "Hey, man, is everything cool?"
Yeah,
you know?
It's. Dare I say it's very weird behavior to just like be in the bunker with people for 4 or 5 hours and then leave and not say goodbye.
I mean, a heavy Irish goodbye. Yeah, I mean,
that's very weird
walking
behavior.
Around here frantically, and I was just like, "Did Frank just leave? Did he dip?"
That's like borderline HR behavior. Like to me, like it's reportable. No, we're here together. There's only 5 of us here. One guy just leaves with no goodbye, no nothing.
I mean, I edit the show every night. Anyway,
I know you go into your separate studio to edit the show, and then
let's not get into that.
The amount of times where I walk over there and you're just gone, the chair's just empty, and I'm like, oh, I guess Frank left.
I missed you guys.
Yeah,
just to see you, like see y'all on Wednesday.
Look, if you had a pocket full of shrimp, I would have stayed.
That's it. That's the key to your heart, shrimp.
Yeah. I mean, you really didn't care about the shrimp because you walked right past the market when you got there.
That's the weirdest part about the recounting of this story. He uses the market as an excuse for why he left early and then admits he never actually went to the market.
Listen, the phone call was brought up prior to the show, so I was already aware of it.
My phone call to him?
Yeah, the fish market was never.
Wait, what did he say?
He's like, yeah, Ariel actually had to call me afterward because he was so worried about where I was.
Well, we joke around a lot on the show, and I always feel like it's...
He didn't throw out a fish market, though. He wasn't
Ariel,
like,
if I have an issue, I'm going to bring
I know,
it
but this one felt... Even your response back, you remember what the response was? It was very passive-aggressive.
I had to head out, something like that.
No,
Can you imagine the ration of shit I would have got of like, hey, I took off because I need to get to this fish market.
Oh, my God. Actually, I would have respected it more.
All right.
Wait a second.
Do you know that disappointment you feel where you try to go get your salmon box and they're like, oh, we're out of salmon?
Yeah.
I don't like to feel like that either. So sometimes I just covertly...
Oh, this is it. Frankie, you out? Connor to Frank, 5:13 p.m. Frank's response, yeah, I had to take off. What? That is weird, bro.
See ya, man.
Come on.
See ya. Thanks for coming. Not even an I'll see you on Wednesday.
No, I had to take off. And to me, that's like family emergency, root canal, right?
Root canal.
I don't know. Maybe you had the runs. Who knows?
Man. So what if I'm trying to save face by just saying I had to
We're
take
all
off?
friends,
We're all friends. We need to know each other's
you
backgrounds.
you tell us when you have a fever every 3 days.
Look, the message is received. I will not leave here without making sure I make eye contact with
I like a proper goodbye. I like a hey guys, that was a great day. Let's do better next time, right?
But then the last thing I'll say on this matter before you answer the first question is you have dipped out without saying goodbye. Not even a knock on the audio suite door to be like,
1,000% one of the biggest lies you've ever told.
I'm gonna document this now.
Is that true? GC, have I ever left without saying goodbye?
Not that I can remember.
Now,
I've come in the control room and like,
trying
hey,
to
where's the
rack
big
my
man?
brain.
And they're like, oh,
is
he had
it
to
possible?
go.
Oh, that's
Where's
such
the big man?
Where's the first of all, he never called me the big man. Second of all, you have never asked for me and people were like, oh, he's had to go. I do the same thing every time, by the way. I go here, I go upstairs to get a snack and then I leave. I'm very easy to find. And if I ever had to leave and didn't say goodbye to you in your little bunker, it's because I walked by the bunker and like I was like out of sight, out of mind. But you know where I am.
All right, then.
Okay, now I'm all fired up. So let's see who's the first question asker. Emilio. Hey, guys, just a quick suggestion. How about a Parlay Boys darts game? There's been a lot of talk, but I think now's the time to put the skills to the test. Maybe you can even do a knockout tournament and winner takes all. I'll leave the stakes up to you guys. I'm sure you'll find something perfect to award the winner. And yes, we can change the camera to hide the not-so-babyface mysterious Frank. Whoa. heel turn Frank. By the way, thank you so much for that that hot tag. We do have a new darts board, and we're going to showcase it with Joe Pyfer, which I mentioned earlier. We even have new darts, actual darts, which are high quality. We have the Winmau, I think the company is called. This is all courtesy of Larry Torres and our good friends over at Madison Square Garden. Thank you so much to them, and PDC as well. And it looks like we're going to get Bully Boy, Michael Smith, #1 in the world, the defending champ, in studio before that big North American clash at the Mecca, home of the 23 NBA champ New York Knicks. So this is all very exciting. I don't know how we can pull off the Parlay Boys darts game, if only because how do we not show Frank? I guess we have to just show creates a lot of production challenges. But we do like to shoot around before and after, which is fun. By the way, speaking of Parlay Boys, commiserations to Juliana Pena, who gave us that name. She anointed us the Parlay Boys. We found out late last night that she is not fighting Amanda Nunes on June 10th in Vancouver. It's not going to be Irene Aldana for the women's bantamweight title. She apparently injured her rib. I reached out to her, no word back, but wish her the best, of course. To me, the big part of the story is, and credit to GC for bringing this up, what becomes of Raquel Pennington versus Irene Aldana. Any word on that yet, GC? Any update? You were the first one to draw attention to this.
I mean, some people are claiming Holly Holm stepping up. Holly Holm versus Raquel Pennington 3. Don't mind the idea of that, but I mean, we need a main event spot for that big May 20th card. Yeah.
That is
a good one. It's a big one to finish off May.
Oh yeah. Oh, is that the last one?
Yeah, because there's none Memorial Day weekend.
That's right. May 20th, big day in combat sports. Katie Taylor, Chantel Cameron, Devin Haney, Vasily Lomachenko. So we'll find out.
Card.
What's that?
Apex card as well.
Yeah. How do we feel about the switch though? Like if you're someone from Vancouver or Canada or anywhere in the Pacific Northwest and you bought tickets, are you okay with that switch? And I haven't confirmed this, so take it for what it is, but there were some reports online that Wonder Boy and Michelle Pereira is off too. So how do we feel about what's going on?
I mean, that hurts. The Wonder Boy and Michelle Pereira. I mean, you're still getting the title fight with Amanda Nunes, and I like the fresh opponent for her in Irene Aldana. Another chance for a new Mexican champion as well. So I don't mind it, but yeah, losing Wonder Boy Pereira hurts that card.
I hate that it's at Juliana's expense, but it does sort of feel like the division got clogged up a little bit there, like where they fought each other 3 straight times. Feels fresh. In Juliana's defense and favor, she does a great job of selling those fights.
Sure.
She cut some great promos when she was on with us a couple of weeks ago. Aldana and Nunes, not so much. But I think what Aldana has going in her favor going into this fight is there's just this whole Mexican MMA takeover theme, right?
Yeah, if she wins, that'll just be insane.
But even that's going to be the talk going into the fight, right? Could
Yeah.
she be the next one? Yair, Alexa, Brandon.
Because then they'll hold the men's and women's flyweight, the women's bantamweight, and the interim
men's featherweight. Yeah, and with a chance to become the unified champ in July, the
Correct.
following month. So there's a real thing going on. So
yeah, I like it.
Yeah. Will Starr, Ariel, Will from ATL here, shouts to GC. Do you think PFL sees the value in bringing in Jake Paul and Francis Ngannou and then using MVP Promotions to offer Ngannou a platform to box on? I could see them signing Francis and working with Jake, who they already have a deal with, Nikisa to get him a big boxing fight, as well as to meet those demands. If PFL could pull this off, they would really be showing they're serious about making a play to be the for sure #2 brand in North America. What do you think? Am I just stating the obvious? So, this is... what drama this Francis Ngannou story has become. On Monday, I said that he was very close to signing a deal. That is very true. I did not say who that promotion was, but by, I guess, process of elimination, people boiled it down to PFL and Bellator. My good friend Chael Sonnen yesterday saying PFL. And, I do know that Bellator was not as active in these negotiations. So I'm not saying confirming or denying anything, but let me address this particular question, and perhaps there'll be more Francis stuff that we can talk about as well. As of right this moment, my understanding is any talk that Francis is having with an MMA promotion is to just do MMA only. And so there hasn't been any sort of movement on a Francis MVP collabo. Now, do things change? Very possibly. If he does in fact sign with PFL, could things change then? Very possibly. But as of right this moment, they're kind of two separate operations. The MMA side, the boxing side, and there's not a lot of cross-pollination there, if you get what I'm saying. That could change. But what you lay out here makes a ton of sense, an absolute ton of sense. Because here's what's very important. And if I can, just kind of take a step back here, there's a few things to say. First of all, this rush, I think what is happening here now with Francis Ngannou is a fascinating look into how people feel about themselves and how people feel about others. And what I mean about that, by that is, very few people in life have the guts and courage to take the road less traveled. If there was anyone in the world of MMA that was going to be comfortable taking that road less traveled, it's the guy who grew up with nothing, who worked in sand dunes, who was homeless, who had to swim in the ocean and escape and be locked up and live in a garage. It was this guy. It was Francis Ngannou. I don't know if a lot of people can wrap their head around that. And so to them, they're like, you walked away from the UFC? You walked away from this? You walked away from that? You walked away from, what are you doing? And there's this rush to say, you fumbled the bag, you messed up. When in reality, all they're doing is projecting their own feelings and own insecurities on this guy who is daring to take the road less traveled. That's what's happening here. And so I don't know if I've ever seen this kind of story play out like this, where people are rushing to say someone failed, someone lost, someone screwed up before the story has even played out. If at the end of all of this, we find out that he's making considerably less and his career has gone down the toilet, we could put that verdict out. And by the way, I'll be the first to sit here and say that. But the story hasn't even played out yet. We don't know how much he's making. We don't know who he's fighting. We don't know where he's fighting, how he's fighting, on what platform. We don't know anything. All we know are a few promoters have come out and said, we're out of the running. Now, they have said that. We never really got his side of the story where he's telling us, I took them out of the running, right? What about that? And what I love about the Chatri thing, and I had a nice chat with Chatri after the show on Monday, and I think we've always been very fair to one and to him in particular. And let's be honest, there is a thing online to try and, often discredit the things that he says. There's this narrative online, especially on Twitter, where a lot of people, the hardcore MMA fans, feel like he embellishes. I'm not breaking any news here. He knows very well about all of this. The viewership numbers, the social media numbers, the Nielsen, all this stuff. And it seems like every time there's something one related, especially from a successful standpoint, there's a rush to discredit whatever he is saying, calling it BS, poking holes in their financials. We've had him on to talk about these things, but I've never sat here and called BS on X, Y, and Z. I think we've only tried to shine a positive light and talk about, we bring up the issues with the rehydration and the weigh-ins being private and the money lost and all that stuff, but I think it's all been very fair. On Twitter, quite the opposite. And yet, when Chatri goes out and plants all these things that he's removing himself from the Francis Ngannou sweepstakes, all of a sudden, he has become, to the same people who discredit every single one championship-related item, this bastion of truth and honesty and, rock solid, whatever he says is gold. How did this change? All of a sudden now, he says it and we're not going to verify. All of a sudden now, we're not going to get the other side of the story. All of a sudden, when he says we couldn't come to terms on non-financial matters and I don't want to take it any further out of respect for Francis, and then the next day doubles down and says Francis wanted to be a part of the board of directors and I offered him $20 million. I thought, by the way, we weren't going to get too personal. We're going to run with that? I asked Francis about the board of directors thing, and he's calling BS. Now, is there a world where both of them are bending the truth? Absolutely. I guess we'll never know. It's a he said, she said thing. But I just find it fascinating, given this rush to say you failed, you gambled and lost, you fumbled the bag, as the kids like to say, that we're just going to run with every promoter trying to, for whatever reason, save face in this sweepstakes and not, at the end of the day, whenever he decides to go with any promotion, appear as though they lost out by beating him to the punch and announcing the news the way they want it to be announced, which, by the way, as we talked about with New York Rick, you're in your right to do. That's the game. That's PR 101. We're just running with that. It's whack, in my opinion. It's gross. It's disgusting. And I see other people saying, like, Ariel ruined Francis's career. Guys, if you think that I'm a part of any of these meetings, I mean, I know this is just a troll job, but you're all out of your fucking minds. By the way, I think I could do a fantastic job managing and navigating someone's career from a business standpoint. I feel like I know the game quite well at this point, and I know who's BSing and who's not. If you think I'm involved in any of that, you're out of your mind. Go back to the interview with Francis in January when he was on to talk about all this. I asked him repeatedly, don't you think you should have a manager? Don't you think you should have representation? You need that to navigate the waters. Very important. And perhaps that is why in May he doesn't have a deal just yet. I don't know. Hopefully we'll find out when we talk to him. I ain't that guy. I still believe he wanted certain things. Go out there and try to get them. Of course, when you're dealing with the UFC, the pettiest of all petty, they're going to slam the door because they feel slighted about it. Why can't he go out there and fight a Dillian White or a Deontay Wilder or Tyson Fury and then revisit the John Jones fight? It's still going to be the biggest fight come 2024, but they're going to slam the door, at least for now, again, to save face and say, we won, he's not welcome back. I don't envy the position that he's in, and he's the only one that I don't envy. It's not that I don't envy this guy, that guy, anyone. Anyone's going to be very lucky to get him once it happens. And I can assure you, whenever it happens, there's going to be people who say, oh, you fucked up this and that. I can assure you the people who sign him are going to be very happy. Now, he's in a very unique spot now. He had the people, it seemed like, on his side come January when all this happened. Now the public has said, all right, we've had enough. We're not waiting anymore. Diaz has signed his fight. This guy has done his thing. Your number's up. You got to do something. And so I suspect that there's going to be a rush to make some kind of announcement, at least one of the announcements, right? I think he wanted to do boxing first, then MMA. But if he's close to MMA, maybe he does that first, just to show people that he knows what's what. The big question to me is the boxing component. We always knew that there were only X, Y, and Z players in MMA. What's he going to do boxing? If he's going to do a deal like Terrence Crawford and go on something called BLK Prime or whatever that is, that's not good. That is not good. If you're going to do a deal with Showtime, with DAZN, with ESPN, with the major players right now in the world of boxing, with a major promoter to show the world that you are serious about this and it's not just a money grab or it's not just a one-off or it's not just a circus thing, that's good. That's what I would suggest. If Francis called me right now and said, Ariel, you represent me, of course I would say no, that's unethical. But if we take off the journalism hat for a second, I'm like, who are we talking to? We're talking to Eddie Hearn. We're talking to Top Rank. We're talking to De La Hoya. We're talking to Mayweather. We're talking to Dimitri Salita. We're talking to Lou DiBella. We're talking to all these guys. We're talking to Nikisa and MVP. We're talking to all these guys. And then we're going to find out who's who and what's what. But they know the boxing game. I don't. Certainly not without a manager. So yes, there are things that you could say. There are critiques that can be made. Absolutely. In this process. But to say this is an L or a W right now is reckless and just not fair. And I don't know why there is a rush. And I don't know why there are people who are rooting for him or any fighter. If you're an MMA fan and you're rooting for fighters to fail, especially the good guys who have represented the sport and who have overcome a lot, I question your fandom. I question what you really care about. I question who you really care about. And so it seems like there's a lot of that negativity and shit out there. And it seems like there's a lot of promoters out there that want to, look out for their best interests, and that's fine. At the end of the day, you have to look out for number one. And Francis has kept his mouth shut for the most part. We're going to find out sooner or later. The ones who are claiming victory or loss at this point are way too premature. You're like the former president saying stop the count when he was up after 12 hours or 6 hours, whatever it was. That's what you're doing. And you look like clowns. All of you. So take a breath. Let's find out. I'll sit here in this chair. If once we see the deal, I'm like, man, you gave up a lot and you walked away from a lot. And for this, I'll be the first to say it. Ariel ruined. Ariel gave Francis bad. You think Francis calling me up? You think I'm a part of these meetings? Fucking clown. By the way, I appreciate it. It's a massive compliment. I'm just a guy who sits here in front of a microphone and tells you my opinion on things, and has no agenda when it comes to any of this shit. Has nothing to do. Listen, the UFC deal was a great deal, but if they were, excluding other opportunities, and trust me, I know what it's like to feel kind of shackled, then who the fuck are we to complain about that? It's all very selfish. Just because you really wanted to see John Jones and Francis Ngannou, and he ruined that for you, he ruined that opportunity for you, you're all so mad about that, fuck out of here. This guy, of all people, he can do whatever the hell he wants. Everything. By the way, even if he signs for $1 more than his UFC deal, he's still a winner. This guy was floating in the middle of the freaking sea and captured and put in a jail for weeks in, I believe, Spain, because he was trying to escape poverty in Africa. Even if he signs for $670,000, whatever his deal was with the UFC, $660, that's a victory. Clowns, all of you. Sergio, Ariel, do you know what Francis is fighting for, or is it off the record? Is it royalties? Fighters should get paid for their fights being rewatched on Fight Pass, in my opinion. How do you feel about the media, mostly Dana's shills, trying to blame you for ruining Francis's career? Oh, wow, I wish I read this like 10 minutes ago. By supporting his right to test. I don't give a fuck. I'll tell you what, it's a laughable thing, and there is a part, I always see I see Izzy talking about the bots and all that. And I never really believed it, but now I'm starting to believe that it's an actual real thing. Like, to put this narrative that I ruined Francis's career, like I was a part of those discussions. Are you guys all out of your fucking minds? Could you imagine me sitting there with Hunter Campbell and Dana White and be like, nope, Francis needs this and that? What are you talking about, you psychopaths? No, absolutely not. But I will always support any fighter who goes out there and tries to get whatever he wants out of this short window. If he has a dream to box, even if it's a dream to box in Africa against some guy that we've never heard of, God bless. Live your life. Ruined his career. What the fuck are you talking about? I saw this thing where someone said that Francis was trying to control. Do we get into all this? It's just amazing to me that everyone's running with this. I'm telling you guys, have I ever sat here and lied to you? I have never done that. What is being put out there right now about Francis is a lot. And by the way, shout out to Eric Nixick, his coach, for even dispelling some of those lies. One of the things, this guy's asked me about one of the things that he is asking for, I could tell you this, is he wants a guarantee from whomever he is fighting for, promoter-wise, that his opponent cannot make under a certain amount. He wants his opponent to make at least a minimum. He wants a guarantee that his opponent cannot be underpaid, in other words. Do you understand what I'm saying? So if Francis Ngannou signs on to fight Ante Delelli and they want to pay Ante like $30,000, he's not down with that. He wants his opponent to make a certain amount as well. What that number is, I don't know. But he wants a guarantee that they cannot go under that number. They could go above the number if that person is worth it, whatever his deal is. But you can't underpay the opponent. Who else is fighting for these things? Tell me who. Tell me. And we're going to shit on that guy. That's what we're going to shit on. That's why this whole thing is messed up. God forbid anyone actually tries to get the fighters what they are owed, to bring them together, to have a collective voice. God forbid that actually happens one day. That person is in for a real treat. Hello. Is there any world where Conor finishes out the 2 fights left on his UFC contract and BKFC can somehow manage to raise enough capital to pay an ungodly amount for Nate Conor 3 in bare knuckle? After that fever dream with Conor in the ring holding the belt the other night, nothing is beyond possibility. And I'm in agreement, but who the hell knows? I could see a world where Jake Paul beats Nathan Diaz, and all of a sudden Jake Paul versus Conor is a real thing. Someone once told me, I remember being on a radio show, and the great Stephen Brunt was on. It was in Toronto, the Fan 590 in Toronto. And we were talking about Mayweather McGregor, and this is before it was a real thing. This is like months before it was a real thing. And I was a little bit, hesitant to accept it and believe it. And he said one thing and he's much older than I am, and he's maybe my favorite sports journalist of all time. And he said, one thing that I always learned when dealing with fighters and fighting and promoters and all that stuff is follow the money. If there's money to be had, especially an insane amount of money, crazy things are possible. And that's why I'm not closing the door on Francis going back to the UFC. If he wins his next fight and John Jones beats Stipe Miocic and God knows what else happens. And I'm not closing the door on this, or I'm not closing the door on that. Follow the money. I've always remembered that, and tends to be true. Ariel via third round TKO. That's the name of this guy. Hello to my favorite journalist and the rest of the crew. With Sterling Cejudo coming up, I had the thought that these are arguably the two best grapplers in UFC bantamweight history, which led me to start thinking about which fighters are the best all time at particular disciplines categories. I'd love to hear you and the crew's picks for the best UFC fighter of all time in the following categories, respectively. This could spark a fun debate. Striking, like who's the greatest striker of all time in UFC history? Anderson Silva. Anderson is up there. I mean, people will hate this one, but like prime Connor, the precision was unbelievable. Izzy up there as well. Wrestling. I mean, he wasn't a collegiate wrestler per se, but GSP's takedowns were insane. Khabib, obviously, in that conversation. Brock, very raw. Randy Couture, Mark Coleman. BJJ, I mean, you could go as far back as Royce Gracie, or you could go Damian Maia. I'm trying to think of people who like blended it all together as opposed to who were just great at one discipline. Cardio. I mean, Diaz brothers are up there, obviously. Clay Guida. Who had better cardio than that guy? Guy freaking goes 5 rounds and starts doing push-ups afterwards. Defense, meaning they don't get hit. I mean, Anderson in his prime, when he was... The Chael fight, UFC 117, was so shocking because we had never seen him get hit like that before. Chin. Crazy chin. Lots of them. Robbie Lawler. I mean, he got knocked out early in his career. Nick was up there. Crazy chin.
Holloway.
Fucking Holloway. Yeah, it's a good one. It's always hard to do these like retrospective ones. Fight IQ. I put Volkanovski up there. That's for sure. Holloway's up there to a degree as well. John Jones up there. GSP, obviously. Khabib. DJ's cardio also was sick. Yeah. You disagree? Want to add to any of those, GC?
I mean, I know he's much more recent, but Merab's cardio is
Oh, yeah.
insane.
No, that's a great one.
If he holds that up throughout his career, he'll go down as one of the cardio machines.
Yeah, that is a great one. I like that one. Whoops. Okay. Nasal waxing. What the hell is that? Like getting the hair out of your nose?
I think that's exactly what that is.
When we think of crossover athletes in sports, I think Michael Jordan, Bo Jackson, Brock Lesnar are all thought of more highly than Henry Cejudo. The man captured Olympic gold and followed that up by changing sports to MMA and being one of the 4 humans to ever be a champ in 2 weight classes simultaneously. It could be argued that he is the greatest combat sports athlete ever, yet barely cracks top 10 in the minds of most MMA fans. Yeah. You know, WWE has been calling Brock Lesnar the greatest combat athlete of all time, but like he never won an Olympic gold. He was never even in the Olympics. And then, won the one belt, but really, it didn't really earn it per se. He was 2-1 when he got the title shot against the much smaller Randy Couture. And then obviously didn't win another. Career got cut short because of the diverticulitis. But yeah, it's a great case. Legendary career. I mean, how many people have won Olympic gold and had success in MMA? How many people have won any kind of Olympic medal and had success in MMA? It's not a long list. Is it 10? So yeah, no, he is definitely up there, and it's great to have him back. And I'm very curious to see. I was talking to someone about the fight yesterday. I was like, man, 3 years off. They're like, wasn't that same amount of time that John Jones was out? And I was like, yeah, you're right. And I feel like Henry stayed in better shape. I know he got a little bigger and all that, but was still around and coaching and things like that. So I'm very curious to see how he looks. Very curious. It's better with him around. The division is better. It's more interesting. And he's a great fighter. Don't be fooled by the YouTube cringe, whatever stuff. He is as high level as it gets. Eli Shiffy, what's up, Ariel and crew? As a New Yorker myself, I've always had some Aljamain Sterling bias and felt like he was both underappreciated and underrated. I currently believe Dom Cruz to be the bantamweight GOAT, but I think with a win on Saturday, Aljo really starts to close the distance and perhaps even takes that title. Takes the title, but I mean, he could be in a conversation. Why does it always have to be the GOAT on the line? Can we decide when it's over? I was wondering what your guys' take on the bantamweight GOAT debate. Right now, for me, it's still Cruz. I'm sorry. If Cejudo wins, where does that put him all time? I mean, obviously he's in a conversation. He's in a conversation for one of the best all time. Specifically, bantamweight, I just don't think he's had enough of a run. I mean, it's just a couple of fights, so you got to have more longevity there. And I know for a massive portion of Cruz's run, he was injured, but to me, he put that division on the map. And him coming back after the layoff to beat TJ Dillashaw was just insane. The injuries and coming back from all that, and even him still being around and fighting and relevant is insane. So not quite. Great fight, big stakes, love everything about it. I think we can leave the GOAT stuff on the sidelines. GC has too much merch. Typo. Letter T-O-O.
Too many exclamation points.
That too. Hey, AJ and crew. Wow, the rare AJ. I appreciate it. Love to see someone other than the UFC get a meaningful win like BKFC did this weekend. Bellator in Dublin every year. Doesn't count. Why not? Anyway, are there any historic moments in non-UFC promotions that catapulted an organization as much as Saturday did for BKFC? Mad props to Feldman for literally betting his house. As an entrepreneur myself, that man has some serious cojones. I've noticed like a big love for Feldman and the crew. Like, they have to a degree what Bellator has never been able to accomplish, and that is be sort of the darling of the online world. Strikeforce was that. It never crossed over to Bellator. I suspect part of that was Bjorn's, doing. And Coker never was able to kind of regain that Strikeforce magic with Bellator. I don't know if PFL has it, if I'm being honest, but it feels like BK has it. And there's something to be said. You come on, you talk about your mortgage and all that. Like, people want to get behind something like that. So they're doing something. Much love to you and the crew. Every day is infinitely better when you guys are on. Thank you for all that you guys do. Really appreciate that. Strikeforce had some massive wins. The start of the heavyweight Grand Prix was great in New Jersey. Coincidentally, at that point, like, they were weeks away from being sold. We didn't know that. They had some big nights. Elite XC had some big wins too on CBS back in the day, and we felt like maybe that could get them to another level. Obviously, Pride back in the day. The first Affliction show was fun. The main event ended in explosive fashion with Fyodor submitting Tim Sylvia in a matter of seconds. So there have been moments like this. The question is, can you capitalize on them? Can you keep the momentum going? Can you build on it? And honestly, even Bellator, like when AJ McKee beat Patricio, it felt like that was going to be a moment. He sat out for a little bit too long. So there have definitely been moments. The question is, can you build on it? We'll find out. Cool. Good day, Ariel and crew. My question for you and the crew, with Mitchell being out of his fight against Evloev, Diego Lopez has replaced Mitchell on 5 days' notice. Do these late replacement fights make you more interested whenever the A side falls out? Mitchell being the A side, in my opinion, looking at social media followers and name value. Late replacement fights are a surefire way in my eyes to become a fan favorite and a fan out of a fighter you may have zero knowledge about. Excellent example being last week with Marcus McGee. Yes, absolute great example. Love the show and the crew and the overall vibe. Thank you so much. It's a great story. People can get behind. It's something that's not talked about enough. we make this whole big thing about like the USADA testing pool, 6 months, this and that. What about the dudes that get the fights on 5 days' notice? Why don't they have to go through 6 months? What's the difference? You know what I mean? Like if I just signed up today to fight in the, like Marcus McGee signed on 3 days' notice, 4 days' notice, whatever it was, he wasn't in the pool before. Doesn't that seem weird? I think so.
I guess it's just an exception.
Yeah.
For extenuating circumstances.
I'm going to need help with this one from, but otherwise I agree. Everyone loves Cinderella. Everyone loves like a guy kind of coming out of nowhere and changing their life. So yeah, it's fun. I think most people would say like, oh, I want the original matchup. I want Bryce, but it's fun when it happens here and there. Not all the time. El Peruanos. Peruanos. Did I get that right, Andy?
You had it the first time.
Peruanos.
Yeah, you got it.
What was it again? Someone from Peru?
Yep.
Respect.
Like people from.
Right,
Yep.
right. Ariel, I found Chatri's interview refreshing last week. Oh, that's funny. I thought we had a. He was promoting constantly, spoke highly of his fighters, and hinted at future plans to keep folks interested. Thank you. How'd you rate him as a promoter compared to some of the others you have interacted with over the years? I enjoy. Look, I love promoters. I love talking to them. I love trying to see like where that's why I love a good Eddie Hearn interview. I love a great Scott Coker interview, Chatri, Feldman, Bjorn. Like I've had them all on, right? But promoters are promoters. Just look at their title. They promote. And what are they promoting? Their brands and themselves and their fighters and their organizations. That's their agenda. It's literally their title. They are there to promote. So just remember that. Remember that when you take their words for gospel. I enjoyed that conversation very much. I got a nice text afterwards from their PR guy saying he enjoyed it and appreciated all the positive comments and all that stuff. That's what I'm trying to explain to you guys. Like, there's no agenda. We're keeping it real, and I got to keep it real on the back end too. It's a big week for one. And there's a part of me that wishes that there wasn't, for their sake, a UFC pay-per-view on Saturday, because it feels like if they could have owned the weekend, it would have been huge. Saturday, just basically what happened to BK last week. Nevertheless, on Friday, it's massive. This company based in Asia, successful in Asia, coming over to the U.S. Remember when Pride came over a couple times? Like those were big deals. Diaz, Takanori Gomi. It's one of the greatest finishes ever. It was really cool. This is very important for them. They need to have success, especially when you have a deal with Amazon Prime. You need to have success in America. Very, very important. So this is a huge, huge deal. And I wish them nothing but the best. Connor from Canada, what are your thoughts on Usman calling out Khamzat? I remember post his second loss to Leon, you guys, Rick in particular, were advocating for him to take on big money fights, but it seems he's going to go a much harder route to try to regain his place on the throne. Can I be honest with you guys? I love the idea of Usman versus Khamzat. Love it. Go big. Why not? Respect to him for asking for it. As long as Leon is the champ, I don't know. I feel like it's going to be hard to get another crack. I know he said it wasn't definitive and all this stuff. Like, to me, up 2-1, how many more times? You beat Khamzat, though. You might force their hand. Would love to get some clarity on the Khamzat situation. I know we had him on a few weeks ago, and I feel like we still don't really know where he's going. Is he going to 85? Who's he fighting at 85? 170? Just forget the stakes. Forget the rankings. Forget what's at stake, like all that stuff. Just the fight, Khamzat versus Leon, Khamzat versus Usman is an insane fight. It's an incredible fight. Khamzat versus Usman is just a tremendous fight. Love everything about it. So yeah, I would be down. Would you like to see that, GC?
Yeah, love that. Want Khamzat to get a title shot, but if he's not going to, I love that.
So would you not like it because if Usman wins, then it's pretty much like Holloway and Allen, and now all of a sudden you're killing off the guy who was that close with the guy who's probably not getting another crack?
Yeah, now to clarify, this is happening at 170 in your eyes?
Mm-hmm. Sorry, just have to get some water.
Yeah, I mean, if he beats Kamaru Usman at 170, then you have to give him a title shot, in my opinion. But then, like, it feels like the race for the title is getting so clogged at 170 now. Because now I think at the presser, Gilbert Burns says that he was told it's a title eliminator on Saturday.
Oh, he said that?
Yeah.
That was earlier today?
Yeah, I believe I read that.
All right.
So, yeah, I don't know. I kind of like the idea of Hamzat just fighting at 185. Costa Hamzat. He wins that, he gets a title shot at some point.
Yeah.
Both the divisions are kind of clogged for him. But
They are clogged.
I would love.
Five
to
a
see
little
him
bit clogged too. I mean, I guess we'll get some clarity in June if they fight.
Yeah.
Thomas, what's up, Ariel? Almost a week ago, there was a rumor of PFL buying Europe. Did I just say Europe? PFL buying Bellator. I think this would be great for the state of MMA outside of the UFC. Is there any word on the validity of this statement? Thank you for your hard work, Viva Hiawani. No, that is not true. I don't know where that came from. They kicked they kicked the tires, I guess you can, is that it? Kick the tires on that? I told you a long time ago that they were on the market, and that remains true. And I think something is going to happen. And I've heard that there's two major players, and I don't feel comfortable saying who those two major players are, but it would be a very interesting story if one of them, and I'm not trying to put, like, this is not me reporting per se, this is me doing a show, and it's very different, and I'm sure it's going to get cut up and blah, blah, blah. And someone's going to call me because they saw the 15-second clip from Jedi, Hi Jedi, and it's just the way it is. And I love it. It's great. No beef whatsoever. But I'm just telling you, they kicked the tires or cans? Well, what is it? Is it tires or cans?
Can down the road.
No. Kick the can down the road means you're like pushing something off. Kicking the tires means that they were trying it out.
Yeah, so I was right the first time, right? Tires. They kicked the tires. Kicking the can, you're 100%. You're like delaying. Anyway, that was preliminary, and there's nothing to it. It would be kind of wild, but there's nothing to it at the moment. The two players that I heard are not the PFL. And honestly, like, I'm very interested to see what Bellator is, where they are, January 1st, 2024. This is one of the stories now to watch for the next 7 months. Massive story. But no validity as of right now. There was months ago. Very brief prelim, but it was something. Now it's nothing. The Scottish GC. Hi, Ariel and the team. One for everyone to give their opinion on. After another of Eddie Hearn's sports had its world final on Monday, the snooker. Did you guys watch the snooker final?
Couldn't make time for it.
Busy.
Had to go get some shellfish.
Fish market. What's the hardest thing to do? A 147 in snooker? Now, this is why I love Moderator Lewis. And by the way, Moderator Lewis celebrating a year of moderating next week. How about that? It's been a year,
so
guys.
awesome.
What's happening?
He's
Time is-
literally on fire.
Time is flying, though. A year? Anyway, he lets me. Do you know what a 147 in snooker is?
I mean, obviously I do, but if you could explain to the audience.
Okay,
I think
yeah.
that'd be helpful.
I appreciate that. It's known as a maximum break, according to Moderator Lewis. In a single turn, a player has to pot 15 red balls, followed by black each time for 120 points. Then the final colored balls with a finish on a black ball for 147. All right. Sounds insane. Anyway, he's asking 147 in snooker or snooker. A nine darter, pitch a perfect game, a hole in one, and that's it. This guy says it's the 147 by a mile. Oh, Lewis added another, a 300 game in bowling. That's not bad. 12 strikes in a row. What do you guys say?
All right, I think the 300 game is at the bottom.
Yeah.
I've gone pretty deep in a couple bowling games, like 7 frames, all strikes.
Wow. Look at you.
Hole in one, I would go next.
You're going from the bottom up.
I'm going from the bottom up right now.
Okay.
Hole in one next. Now, all these are incredibly difficult. Getting a hole in one is like near impossible, but like it can happen to anyone on any day. Like you can just swing the club and get lucky. And then obviously professionals do it hundreds of times over the year, like combined between all professionals, obviously not themselves. Man, then it gets tricky. A 9 darter, that is like unbelievably difficult. Getting a 180 itself is difficult. Like, we went to the professional darts guys, and none of them even came close to getting a 9-darter.
I mean, some of the Canadians did.
Yeah.
No. To a 9-darter, that's 180 after 180 after 180, like, and then closing the game out. What were the other options?
Okay, so I actually agree with you. I agree. I'll put the 300 game at the bottom. I'll then go. I actually feel like I got it. I'll then go hole in one. We've seen
Which
like
is still incredibly difficult.
Yes,
I'm not
all of these are
discounting the hole in
difficult, but
one.
we've
Yes.
seen regular Joes get this, right?
Yeah.
Basketball players, all that.
It can happen by chance. That's the biggest thing about a hole in one.
Why so quick to put the 300 on the bottom, though?
Something has to go on the bottom. They're all tough. Okay, listen. Then I'm going to go 9-darter. Then I'm going to go the 147 in snooker because to me, that's I don't even understand. It's so complicated. I don't even understand. So that makes it hard. And then perhaps to the surprise of some, I'm going to go with the perfect game. And I'll tell you why the perfect game I feel like is the toughest of them all. Because it's you versus someone else. Here, it's literally... Here, you've got to beat someone to get... And not just someone, 27 people, right? Or 9 times 3. You know what I mean? So I just feel like that's the toughest thing. You've got to literally beat a person 27 times to get to that.
Also, how many times do you get a chance at a perfect game in your life? Where snooker, I mean, you could just sit and play snooker all day and see if you can potentially pull it off.
Yeah.
I mean, what has there been? 23 perfect games in the history of the MLB? And there's thousands of games every single season?
Interesting that you went with the MLB.
Nice. You're big on the does.
No, but it can't be
The does?
No, it can't be. It's just
Right.
MLB. It can't be the
Yeah.
Major League Baseball. How many perfect games?
It just sounds weird, Like there's been 23 games in it.
By the way, how did you know
maybe
that
the
off the
18
top of your head?
Is
You're
that
right. It is 23.
Listen, I used to be in the sports back in the day.
Is really the last perfect game Felix Hernandez in 2012? That can't be.
Nah. I don't think that's right.
Okay. So maybe it's not 23. How many perfect games? 23. Yeah, I don't know.
I like perfect game being one.
Yeah. It's
I'll
just
go
tough.
snooker too, just because I'm snooker's like a relative of pool, billiards, similar.
By the way, according to this MLB article, the last perfect game was Felix Hernandez against the Rays in August of 2012.
11 years.
Is that possible? I guess so. Matt Cain also, June of 2012. What happened in 2012? 3 perfect games in 2012?
Yeah, it feels like we just get on these weird little runs with them. Snooker though, that's like a cousin of pool.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Billiards.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm terrible at pool, so I'll go with that as 2.
All right.
9-darter 3. But I mean, I'm talking 1A through E there. Because they're all incredible.
Oh, they're all incredibly tough. Frank, you're putting 300 at the top of the list?
It's funny you mentioned that. My wife just messaged me. A 300 game is easier than a hole in one? ? I think she's a little offended.
First of
by
all,
this.
shout out your wife for watching
She
live.
comes from a
Frank.
family of like professional
Yeah. I know that this is true. And how many 300 games has her family?
Yeah, but you have
thrown?
to learn the pattern of the oil. Like, it's not like you can just, I've practiced the same every time. Like, you have to adapt. What you were saying about the hole in one is kind of like, the conditions are right. They're just going to land itself. Just saying.
See, that's why I didn't want to get into this, because now we're like crediting all these things by putting them at the bottom. Like they're both incredibly
We're
difficult.
literally losing subscribers right now. I could see.
No,
it.
this
Oh my
is
God,
great.
the numbers dropping. The
By
numbers dropping.
the way, had I known your wife was watching live, I feel like we would have been.
Yeah, she loves it when you just dunk on me. She's
300
actually like,
games?
hey, can you stop by the fish market tonight? I'm like, but sweetheart, you know what time it closes? It's like, no, please, just some shrimp.
How many 300 games has there been in her family, Frank?
Honestly, don't know. I have to ask her, but
I mean, there's some guys
she'll
out there with like
hopefully text
dozens
back.
and dozens.
Who?
I'm gonna cut this and send it to my brother.
MVB or something? What's the guy's name?
I mean, the only professional bowler I acknowledge is Pete Weber.
PVW? What did he call himself? He used to say,
Exactly.
you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, who do you think you are? I am.
Yeah, I know, but what was his thing? It was like 3 letters.
I don't know. I just know him as Pete Weber.
All right, fine. Noah, what's going on, Ariel and Co? My girlfriend surprised me with tickets to UFC 288 for my birthday, and I'll be making my MMA event debut on Saturday. Couldn't be more stoked, but I need some advice to get the best experience at the event. If you were planning the perfect outing from before the card all the way through the main event, what would you do? What should we eat before? Mexican for Cinco de Mayo or Italian for Jersey? Looking for specific theme input from GC. What should we expect when we get to the event? Can't wait to hear all your thoughts from 10,000 feet up on my way to Newark at 6 a.m. on Saturday. By the way, dicey to be flying in Saturday morning, 6 a.m. It's going to be a long night for you, my friend. I mean, that show is going to end at like 1 a.m., but respect.
They'll get a disco nap in.
A disco nap? What is that?
I've never heard of that before.
Is that like what people used to do before the disco? They'd get a nice little cat nap in?
So, like, you know how I work at a club?
Yeah.
I think you sleep before you go out.
They call it disco nap.
Disco nap, yeah.
I kind of like that. It's sort of like in New Jersey, they sell something called disco fries.
Do they do this at Wawa?
No, like diners, because that's what people would go eat on their way home from the disco. Now, disco fries, for those I may not know, is just like a shittier version of poutine. It's like gravy, cheap, but it's just not the same. I think they put mozzarella, or as they say in some parts of New Jersey, mozzarella. But the original poutine from Quebec is the best. Anyway, Newark, not exactly the most exotic of locales. What would you? I feel like.
Yeah, I'm having a hard time with the theme myself. Like, I really, I can't decide.
Jersey Mike's.
Yeah, we're definitely gonna get some Jersey Mike's. I mean, that's a no-brainer. That's
okay, but here's the thing: is Jersey Mike's like legit? Like, I feel like someone
Jersey
in the name, dude.
Yeah.
It's in the name.
I feel like someone from Jersey is gonna roll their eyes listening to this. You need to go to like a local.
I'm from Jersey.
He's now the.
You need to go to like a local Italian sub guy and get like a little prosciutto, a little provolone, a little mozzarella.
Yes,
You know what I mean?
Everything you just said, and the local New Jersey Italian guy
is Jersey
Mike. Jersey Mike. To be clear, there. I mean, it's an absolute no-brainer.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, it's the Garden State. There's not much else to it. We got.
Have you ever seen the movie Garden State?
No, I haven't.
Great
Wow.
movie. Did you see his new one?
I guess I need to watch
Zach
it.
Braff movie.
No, I didn't even know he
Just
had a
came
new one.
out. Yeah.
Oh, Zach Braff. Shout out. Scrubs.
By the way, Garden State, like, there's a chance that my wife and I don't get married if not for Garden State.
Oh, really?
Wow.
My wife and I went to go see
2004,
2004 Garden State. We had no one as far as friends in New York. We go to the movies, we see it. It's very sort of about life and love and all that, and that was
Great
it.
movie.
And
Great
then
soundtrack.
have I told you this story before? Is that why you're saying this? At our wedding, our first dance was to New Slang
Nice.
from Garden State. Yellow
teeth.
No.
Did you know Zach Braff is friends with the lead singer of the Shins? And that's how he got the rights to those songs.
What
And
a
I'm like,
song.
it helped both of them because the movie was better for it.
What a movie. Would you highly recommend it?
I would if you like the whole manic pixie dream girl type movie.
Oh, I love it. I don't even
Like
know what that
Elizabeth
is,
Town.
to be honest.
Specific
Whatever that is, it's fantastic.
You ever seen Elizabeth
I
Town?
actually do love the Manic Pixie
Yes.
movies.
Who are the Manic Pixie Girls? Sounds like a cool
Manic
band.
Pixie Dream Girl. Like 500
But
Days
it's
of
a
Summer.
great band name, the Manic Pixie
I
Girls.
can't believe you just now heard this term.
I'm down with this. I mean, I have to watch it
You
as
got-
a,
by the way,
as a
feels-
New Jerseyan now.
Feels like now that you're in Jersey, you gotta watch it. But
Yeah, I
feels
agree.
like maybe a Friday night, pre-288 film
Yeah.
to really get in the mood.
We're actually going to stop in the middle of the watch party to go play field hockey up on the roof of 85 Broad.
I love it.
Was that a spoiler?
Yeah. From
Jeez.
Clerks, when they... Okay. Another Jersey film.
Yeah, I'm having a hard time with the theme here.
It just gave a great idea.
By the way, shout out to Super Sadiq Youssef. He has his own Substack.
Shout out.
I mean, I see him like he writes like a whole long thing. This guy's amazing. Actually checked in with him yesterday. Back getting better, but not quite 100%. Wish him the best, obviously. My only piece of advice to Noah is get there from the beginning. Take it all in. There's usually like a little like fan experience thing outside in the parking lot. Prudential Center is good for that because there's a big parking lot right, outside of it. Just enjoy it. Have fun. Don't worry about all the other stuff. The meat and potatoes in the arena, and you're going to have a great time. For a live experience, there's few things better, especially the first one. Actually, how about this, guys? My first UFC pay-per-view that I ever went to, UFC 78, where? The Prudential Center. How about that? This was back in 2007. I just launched jerrypark.com. I bought 2 tickets in hopes that I could convince someone to go with me all the way in the rafters. Couldn't find anyone to go with me, including my girlfriend / fiance at the time. Convinced my former boss to go with me, Jay Peterson. We went together from New York to Newark, sat in the upper deck, watched Rashad Evans fight Michael Bisping in the main event, Houston Alexander on the card, Joe Lozon on the card, UFC 78. How about that, guys? Am I getting old or what? What is this?
Yeah.
288. Jeez.
288. So that was 210 UFCs ago.
Well, way more than that.
Yeah,
Pay-per-views.
And pay-per-views ago.
Numbered events. There's been a couple of free, numbered. Yeah, it's a long time ago. What, 16 years ago? Jesus. SP Link. Hi, Ariel. I'm curious as your thought of when is it too much when it comes to influencer boxing. The Creator Clash series, I feel like toes the line. Sure, they get real boxing training, but some of the fights really just aren't fun to watch and devolve to arm flailing. The category of too much, in my opinion, is what's happening on the KSI undercard, where you have two YouTubers boxing named Boogie2988 and Wings of Redemption, both of whom are 400 pounds. How entertaining is that? And at what point is too much? What is the future of influencer boxing? I don't feel like the shelf life has much left in it, unless there are big MMA names that step over to fight influencers. By the way, Boogie2988 has 4.06 million subscribers. This is courtesy of Mr. Moderator Lewis. Wings007, who's this Wings of Redemption guy, has 30,000 subscribers, which is a little bit surprising. Listen, different strokes for different folks. Not all of it is my cup of tea. They're trying to do things a little bit differently. They're going the WWE route. At the highest level, KSI, Logan Paul, Jake Paul, etc., Salt Poppy, I think it's fine. It's entertaining. And at the lowest level, it's, super duper amateur, debutante level stuff. And I think it just comes down to your expectations. What are you expecting to see? I think if you temper your expectations, you won't be disappointed. But yeah, is there ultimately where it gets uncomfortable is if you put one of these guys in there against an actual pro. That would not be good. If it's two dudes who have never fought before, more often than not, it's just going to be a sloppy, arms flailing fest. Don't hate it. Obviously, would rather watch, Canelo John Ryder this weekend. Mr. Mystery Balls. Dear Lord knows. GC, Andy, and New York Rick are commentating on a UFC Apex card. Who does play-by-play? Who gives the post-fight interview? Who accuses the others of not doing their research? Frank is obviously the ring announcer. His voice and presentation perfect for getting the Apex crowd amped up. Could we get a demo of a main event announcement? Cheers. Wow, what a question. So I guess the broadcast team is GC, Andy, and New York Rick. Who's play-by-play? I think GC is play-by-play. He's going to come with the research. He's going to come with the facts. He's going to take us from point A to point B.
Andy certainly does the accusations.
What accusations?
I love that for me.
Oh, the accusations, yes. Andy will do the accusations, and I think Andy will be more of the Joe Rogan third man in the booth, right? Like, commenting on stories and whatnot, people's backgrounds and all that. New York Rick is going to come in with the hot takes, but is also going to give you some, X's and O's. So I feel like that's a very good team. Frank as ring announcer is really interesting. Oh, by the way, who's doing the post-fight interviews? Andy, how do you feel about that? Are you comfortable in that
Just
role?
throw everything to her.
I thought it was going to just be Joe by default.
Well, Joe does the post-fight interviews. That's why I'm asking. So kind of have to do them, Sorry.
Joe Rogan.
Yeah, Joe Rogan.
Oh, wrong Joe.
Yes.
I could look the look on her face. You definitely confused her.
Oh, sorry about that. Yeah, it's interesting that they didn't mention Crypto Joe, Sloppy Joe, and Corporate Alex, but them's
Can
the
we break the
breaks.
fourth wall for a second?
Sure.
So Andy will be joining us on the watch party on Saturday.
Okay.
It's her first UFC event.
Oh wow.
Yeah, so she's gonna watch a fight and
you've never actually watched a UFC card?
Not a whole thing, no.
Wow,
I've
you're
seen,
in for a real treat.
Bits and pieces.
Oh, you're in for
From
a treat.
being here.
Yeah.
Not really.
Oh, this is great. This is wonderful.
And the last thing that you want to, she told me,
Yes.
she said that these fighters don't scare her.
Good.
I just
I
thought
did say that.
it was unprovoked.
Yeah,
She
no.
was just like, you know what? These fighters don't scare me. I'm like, okay, good to know.
They want a demo of the main event announcement. So let's say Aljamain Sterling beats Henry Cejudo on Saturday. How are you announcing that, Frank? Because you're the ring announcer.
Aljo Sterling. Oh, wait, what was the outcome again? I missed it. No, I guess that would be. Why do you have that confused look on your face?
That is that's how you're announcing it?
Because that's how Buffer does it. He like Aljo Sterling.
That's the announcement?
No.
Yeah.
There's the nickname in the middle.
Oh,
Aljo Sterling.
By the way,
I've never heard
you're
Bruce say
announcing
that.
him as Aljo?
yeah.
That is horrible.
Okay,
Ladies
well,
and
I'm glad-
gentlemen, the referee calls a stop to the action at 3 minutes and 13 seconds of the fourth round, declaring your winner via technical knockout. And still,
Yeah, but I would do it different.
I was vibing right there. I'm not gonna lie. I was
Yeah,
really
you definitely
vibing.
went to another place there.
Yeah, I was.
But
really
the idea
vi-
is like we're
not imitating.
yeah, I mean that's
Okay, so
weird.
go ahead, do it.
Ariel wants your job, Frank.
Apparently.
Go
yeah.
ahead, do it. I want to hear it.
They're like, wow, what a stoppage. Aljo, come here, bud. How are you feeling? Is there any monster in that can? No? Okay. A little
Oh,
awkward.
Is this a post-fight interview?
I don't even understand what's going on right now.
Okay, all
just
right.
skipped
I thought you were making the announcement, dude.
Look, I'd probably be confused at what's going on.
Okay, keep going. That's how you're
Like,
announcing
hey,
it?
man, can I have a hug? What a champ.
Imagine they say, okay, let's send it over to Mysterious Frank for the
Where's he
winner's
at?
announcement.
Oh, there's a fish market down the street.
Hey, man, congrats. Aljo Sterling is the winner. Round of applause,
Right,
everyone.
exactly.
You just-
This is-
and the face
Frank-
is pixelated.
Frank walks in and typically, in the morning, and he walks straight to my desk and he's just like, "Hey, how's it going, man?" I'm like, "Yeah, good. What's up, dude?" And he like knuckle bumps me. I'm just like, "What's going on?" He's just like, "That's all I got. That's all I got." And then he walks off. I'm just like,
There you go.
"All right, man."
Well,
Thanks.
see you later. Big gulp, huh?
Yeah, and then I would be like, I'll see you at the next fight, Aljo.
Yeah.
Peace.
Peace out, everyone. Drive safe. Marco, hey, Ariel, who's the best play-by-play right now in the NBA? Mike Breen or Kevin Harlan? Have a great week. Mike Breen. Mike Breen, and to me, number 2 and a close second is Ian Eagle. I love Ian Eagle. Yesterday, calling the Knicks game, he's just so good. I know New York Rick feels very strongly about this one. He feels like Ian is the best. To me, it's Mike Breen. And I might be biased because Knicks, also, he was incredibly kind to me when I was at ESPN, but really, I think he's tremendous. I mean, an impassioned, emotional Mike Breen saying, bang! I mean, there's very few things as great as that, especially when it's at MSG and the Knicks are rolling, but Ian Eagle will be number 2 for me. Yeah, I know you didn't ask about Ian, but yeah, Breen Harlan, I put Breen above. Harlan, legend, absolute legend, but Tip, hey team, I haven't watched an episode since the DJ episode. Geez. I have a 36-hour road trip coming up after graduation to SF. Okay, so he's going to SF after graduation. So I'm saving them in order to binge. My girlfriend may kill me. Yeah, I would feel very sorry for her girlfriend if she has to listen to us for 36 hours. Also, kind of a weird move because I feel like the shows are somewhat time sensitive, right? You can't listen to a show that happened before 288, after 288. It wouldn't make much sense. But
Sure,
maybe,
you can. They're
maybe
evergreen.
there's an appeal. Yeah. My question is this: what active fighter do you think is the best YouTube channel? I personally just found Michelle Pereira. Oh no, Alex Pereira's after the loss, and the amount of backstage footage she showed was very unique. So who are your top 3? Roll Tide. Lewis did the math, by the way, and our guy has saved 11 hours and 46 minutes of show to enjoy across his 36-hour trip. Shout out, respect. I kind of feel like Izzy's is the best right now. Would you not say? Now, does Connor's count? Because the Mac is much more than just the Conor McGregor account. I don't know if Connor's counts, right? Their YouTube page is great, but it's not just centered around Conor stuff. Would you say Izzy's is the best, GC? Freestyle Bender just got 1 million subs.
I was about to say, I think he just passed 1 million. I mean, he's constantly pumping out content.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good. I mean, Aljo's is pretty good. He talked about it.
Aljo's is
pretty
good. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I mean, anyone who keeps the production value high, I think it's cool to get that insight. Arnold Allen.
Arnold, yes. That's a great shout.
If we're talking like, I mean, Adesanya, over 1 million subscribers. And like the stuff he does put out is great. Volkanovski's got a good one, Cooking with Volk, shout out. I like that a lot of these guys have.
Volks is great.
Yeah, I like the more fighters that have these, the better in my opinion. I like being able to get that inside window into their lives.
Oh, the Volk shout is great. I like the Volk shout a lot. There was another one that I wanted to say.
Sadiq Yusuf.
Sadiq Yusuf, that was the one.
Another
Anyone who's
good
trying to do something different, like Sadiq's is obviously not like a vlog type of thing, but there's a lot of content out there. If you're trying to do something different, respect.
Love it.
George, don't rush St. Pierre. Lord Ariel, another social etiquette question for you this week. I arrive at my office at 9 a.m., but most people get here at 8:30, so I have to park far away from the front door. When I go for lunch, I see several open spaces, and I often shift to move closer to the prime parking spots at the front. As we have no assigned parking, I feel this is fair, but some of my friends think this is out of bounds. What do you and the boys and girl think?
Absolutely in their right to do that.
Yeah?
Yeah, for sure. It's an empty parking spot.
Lost your seat.
Yeah,
That's it.
I agree.
If they really cared, they would bring their lunch to work.
So I get what he's saying. Like, some people would be annoyed because he comes in at 9 and they come in at 8:30, but it's like snooze, you lose, right? Like, the whole deck gets reshuffled when you guys go out for lunch.
Right. And he's not saying like, oh, I'm running late and they're all early.
Right.
It could be that his shift doesn't start until 9 and it just happens to be that, yeah, no. He shouldn't even think twice about it.
Yeah, I agree. Luis, hi, Ariel. David Sampson, oh, God, mentioned on the Dan Le Batard show with Stu Gatz on Monday that being a Knicks fan has brought him zero joy since they haven't won a championship since he started going to games in 1975. He also thinks it is pathetic that his number one moment as a sports fan was the Knicks Game 7 victory over the Pacers when they finally made it to the finals. What do you think about this opinion as a fellow Knicks fan? And what is your favorite Knicks moment? Yeah, this is a ridiculous opinion, but to be honest, everything that guy says and stands for is ridiculous. There have been great moments. Just because they haven't won a championship, it doesn't mean they haven't given us great moments. And if we want to talk about post-75, right, because 73 won't count in this discussion, neither will 70 when they won their 2 championships, getting the number 1 pick, drafting Patrick Ewing, Ewing's first game against the Sixers. Times were obviously lean, but there were some great moments in the 80s, the Trent Tucker game, etc. But then come 91, we're starting to become a player. 92, we go 7 games with the Bulls, a very underrated kind of like ragtag underdog team takes the Bulls to 7 games, the defending champs. That was tremendous. 93, great run, conference finals, I should say, up 2-0, ends in heartbreak. But like, we're talking about moments, right? So you're still on cloud 9, up 2-0 against the Bulls in the conference finals. 94, we make it all the way to the finals, beating the Bulls in the second round, beating the Pacers in the conference finals, going up 3-2 against the Rockets. Again, it all ends in heartbreak, but you can't deny the fact that there were great moments, feelings, excitement leading up to all of that. 95, down 3-1 to the Pacers, Ewing hits a big shot to send them back to Game 6. And then eventually they lose in 7, finger roll. That was heartbreaking. By the way, one of my most underrated favorite moments ever, Game 6, 94, Eastern Conference Finals, down 3-2 to the Pacers after Reggie goes for 25 in the fourth quarter in Game 5. Total heartbreak. On the road, Friday night, I'm in 6th grade, and I remember sitting in class and praying to God and saying that if he can listen to me, if he can give the Knicks this victory tonight, I will never be a bad boy ever again. I remember that. And guess what? They won, and I was never a bad boy ever again. And then it ended up winning on a Sunday afternoon. Starks goes up off the backboard. Ewing slams it home. I mean, one of the great moments of all time. 96 lean years. 97 was a nice run, which ended in heartbreak because of the brawl between the Knicks and the Heat. Charlie Ward gets power bombed, and somehow, we ended up losing out in that regard. 98, we're the 7th seed and we beat the Heat in the first round. Tremendous. 99. Allen Houston's shot wasn't a great moment. What are you talking about, David Sampson? Yeah, Jabron. Allen Houston shot. The 99 Knicks, the 8th seed, going all the way to the finals, sweeping the Hawks, beating the number 1 Pacers, or number 2 Pacers, excuse me. Beating the number 2 Pacers. They had home court, beating them in 6, going to the finals against San Antonio. What about Game 7, 2000 against the Heat? Patrick Ewing's last great moment as a Knick. What about Linsanity? What about the Carmelo trade? What about the 2013 team? So this is nonsense. What are you talking about? Yes. Have there been a lot of bad moments over the last 20 years? Absolutely. Have they been somewhat of a laughing stock? Absolutely. But we've had great moments. And we will continue to have great moments. Oh my God, this last question is like 4 paragraphs long.
A novel, I think.
Chatty Matty says, and by the way, thank you so much to Squarespace. I'll tell you more about them in a moment for their support of this segment. Chatty Matty. Okay, here we go. As a longtime listener, it was an honor for me to make a small contribution to the show last week with the idea of Apex Mania. Oh yeah, Chatty was the guy who did that. Shout out. I really appreciated how you and the crew embraced the concept, and I look forward to receiving my invitation to the Apex Mania watch party a couple years down the road. My first instinct was to pull a Costanza and walk away on a high note, but I have another idea that I wanted to get your thoughts on. Oh my gosh, this is well worth the Megillah. All right. With Dana's hectic schedule and the risk of oversaturation or saturation with regard to his weekly content, I think the time is right to consider making some sweeping changes. Since Contender Series is vital to filling out the UFC's roster, I think the clear move is to consolidate his other 3 shows into one and name it Dana White Looking for a Food Fight. The concept would be familiar, as Dana would travel the country seeking out undiscovered talent. The fighters would be tasked with preparing specialty food items, which they would then take turns slapping each other with. Imagine watching a slow motion replay of one competitor knocking another one out with a Fruity Pebble crusted rack of lamb, or dare I say a Cheeto pancake. To keep the food tasting portion of Fuck It Friday alive, Dana would settle any fight that goes to a decision by sampling both competitors' food items and declaring one the winner. I have no doubt that the Nevada State Athletic Commission would quickly sanction this event, absolutely, and many aspiring chefs and or fighters would have an outlet for their talents. It would save Dana a lot of time, significantly cut production costs, and the ratings would likely be off the charts. Do you think this is a viable idea? So here's the thing. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take, right? Who said that? It's been attributed to a lot of greats. Gretzky, Jordan, Michael Scott, right? Chatty Matty hit a grand slam last week. This, I would say, was like a weak dribbler to first base. He took a shot and he missed. I respect the panache. I respect the confidence. But there's a lot of Dana White on this show. It's convoluted. I can't even recite the concept because it's so convoluted. It doesn't even hold a candle to Apex Mania. And quite frankly, I feel like not only myself, the crew, and the rest of the audience
I know where this is going.
are now dumber as a result of having to listen to this asinine idea. Do you understand what I'm saying?
No would have been enough. It literally, I did get to the last part, and I'm like, this is a yes or no question.
Yeah, this is...
It's a 8-paragraph yes or no question.
A simple no would have sufficed, but all right. Dun, 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 dun. By the way, did I ever tell you that I say, peace, I'm out of here?
Yeah, probably once a month.
Okay. All right, fine. Excuse me for living.
Where did you get it from?
Stop it. That does it for the questions. We got them all in one sitting. How about that, guys?
I owe Joe $2.
You didn't think?
I did not think.
Wow. It was actually kind of nice to like take a step back, breathe a little bit, chill out. That was great. Thank you to moderator Lewis, as always. Hope we enriched your lives with information and insight. And thank you to our good friends over at Squarespace, as always, for the support. I mean, what is better than Squarespace? We are so happy to have them on board. And we want to let you know that this episode is sponsored by Squarespace. Squarespace is I mean, I want to get the wording right here. The all-in-one platform for growing your business online. So with Squarespace, you can build a beautiful website, engage with your audience, and sell anything: personal blog, a members-only newsletter, store, like anything you want. All in one. All in one is the key here. And the functionality, the tools, all of it top-notch, tremendous. After building your website, you can take advantage of the Squarespace Video Studio app to create stunning videos, manage email campaigns, and gain insights into your audience with powerful analytics. You can head to squarespace.com/MMA Hour for a free trial. And when you're ready to launch, use offer code MMA Hour to save 10% off your first purchase of a website or domain. Go check it out. Go to squarespace.com right now /MMA Hour and just peruse. Perhaps you'll be inspired. Perhaps you'll be motivated. Perhaps you'll see something there and a light will go off in your head and you'll say, you know what? This is tremendous. When I started jerrypark.com in October of 2007, I wish I had a Squarespace around. I wish I had a website like this, an outlet like this to get off, the ground with, and to use, tools like video and studio and audio and email campaigns and all this stuff. I used to have to go on message boards and post my links everywhere. Now you can just blast them out. Squarespace.com. Thank you so much to them. Appreciate them very much. And as always, support who supports us, all right? Also, I want to give a shout out to our good friends over at DraftKings Sportsbook while I have a minute here. As you know, UFC 288 is coming up in a matter of days. It's a big one. First pay-per-view in the great state of New Jersey, almost a decade. Wow, first show since 2019. And we all know it's Aljamain Sterling versus Henry Cejudo for the bantamweight title. Massive fight. Cejudo's first fight since 2020, May of 2020. And what about Bilal Muhammad versus Gilbert Burns? The battle of dominance MMA. Dominance versus dominance. What's better than that? This is what you need to do. Place your bets on DraftKings Sportsbook, the official sports betting partner of the UFC. New customers can make a $5 bet and score $150 in bonus bets instantly. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now. Use code TheMMAHour and bet $5 on any UFC 288 bet. You can get $150 in bonus bets instantly. That's code TheMMAHour. And by the way, if you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER in Massachusetts. Call 800-327-5050 or visit gamblinghelplinema.org. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. In Kansas, call 1-800-522-4700. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resorts in Kansas, 21 and older in most eligible states, but age varies by jurisdiction. Eligibility restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details and state-specific responsible gambling resources. Bonus bets expire 7 days after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/MMA terms. Please support our good friends over at DraftKings. What a day Saturday is. Also, Knicks Game 3 against the Heat. Like I said, Canelo. I mean, we're going to have multiple screens up all day. Right? It's a big deal.
Yeah.
Yeah. You feel good about that?
Great.
You guys doing watch party on Saturday?
Yeah, I believe so. Let me check the calendar. Yep.
All right.
Locked and loaded.
Locked and loaded.
Locked and loaded. Should be a great one.
Get some Wawa.
Are you guys going to do that? Do they have Wawa in New York?
Wawa. They have Wawa in New Jersey, but they also, not just Jersey, they also have it in Pennsylvania.
I could stop on the way in.
That's true. Yeah.
Oh, Connor, you live in Jersey.
What's the thing to get there?
I mean, you're like saying it's just like, oh, let's get McDonald's because they have them in New Jersey. I mean, Wawa's are everywhere. Come on.
What's the thing to get there?
Jersey Mike's.
No, at Wawa.
The sandwiches.
Coffee.
Is it the coffee? That's
Coffee's
it?
so good.
We
It's
literally
so good.
talked about the sandwiches earlier. I don't
At Wawa? At a
Yeah.
gas station?
Yes, 100%.
What's so good about the coffee?
It's just there's so many options and they're so good.
And
I
it
used to go
complements the
before my
sandwich really
internships.
good.
Yeah, right?
Yeah. Can't have the coffee.
Is it like
sandwich.
flavored coffee or is it?
Yeah, they have a tons of like different options. They'll do like the iced coffee, but also like the slushies.
Ooh.
Yeah, you haven't been to a Wawa?
No. Now, is it like
really need you to
coffee
go.
slushy or is it like fruity slushy?
I think they have smoothies too.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right. Who knew?
Yeah. Just check it out.
I will check it out. Thank you very much. All right, let's get to our next guest. It's been, I think, a very stressful week for him, so I appreciate him coming on. He was supposed to fight last weekend in Las Vegas. Unfortunately, the fight didn't come to fruition. And it seems, at least as of last we checked in on him via social media, that his career was kind of up in the air. So let's get more information and insight from old friend Brian Boom Kelleher. Are you there, Brian? Oh, we dropped. All right. That was it. What happened? Okay. All right. We'll reconnect with Brian. That's a first, right? Just as I'm about to do the, all right, happened on Monday as well. We'll connect with Brian in a moment. But yes, he was supposed to fight on Saturday of last week. He was supposed to fight Journey Newson at the Apex. And then we found out that just a few days before the fight that he wasn't going to be able to fight. And it seems as though he was leaning towards retirement. Wanted to get some insight because a lot of it was a little bit unclear. He was ultimately replaced by Marcus McGee, and it ended up being one of the better stories of the night because Marcus, who took the fight on just 3 days' notice, a catchweight fight, ended up submitting Journey Newson via the rear naked choke submission in the second round. And it was just a great moment, but it was somewhat at the expense of Brian. So let's go to the Zoom machine now and say hello to Brian Boom Kelleher, our old friend. Hello, Brian. How are you?
What's going on? How's everything?
Everything's going well. Good to talk to you again, my man. I'm sorry under these circumstances. Can you describe like what I feel like it kind of happened around this time last week that word started to get out that your fight was in jeopardy? What has the last week been like for you?
It's kind of been shitty, you know. I was actually in Vegas when this happened, so I had already gotten there, and I was, dialed in. I was kind of, eating my meals, getting ready to cut weight, and that's when my phone rang. It was my manager, and he had told me he had some bad news, and he was on three-way line with Hunter Campbell, so I knew something was up because that's never happened before, and I was just kind of nervous, like what's going on. I really didn't have an idea what was going on, and that's when they broke the news to me.
And what was the news?
So essentially, I've been having like neck issues for quite some time. It would come and go. I kind of just chalked it up to that's the fight game. I would get stingers here and there in training, and it wasn't until like 3 weeks before my fight I had like a really stiff neck. And I decided to get an MRI, and I wanted to get the best doctors to look at my neck. So I kind of reached out to my manager, the UFC. They set me up with hospital special surgeries. We looked over my images and everything, and they saw some things going on in my neck, and I thought, I have to fight, for money reasons, and just this is the last fight on my deal. So I was like, there's no way I'm pulling out of this fight. So I kind of left it be and kept training, just worked around the injury. And I felt good, honestly, coming into fight week. My neck really wasn't hurting or anything like that. It was just I knew there was some things going on that needed to be addressed after the fight. So I don't know why it took this long, but I got to Vegas. And when they called me, Hunter Campbell was on the phone. Nice guy. Never met him. But
Well done.
But he was like, hey man, we looked at your images, and essentially they just expressed concern for my neck, and they were like, we can't let you go in there, with what we see. And I was just like in shock. I was like, what can I really say? Like they're telling me, your fight's off. Like we can't let you go in there. It's too risky. Like you have to address this, and we'll deal with it after.
Wow. And so what exactly is the issue with the neck? Like what are they seeing? What are they telling you?
So, I mean, there's multiple things going on. There's like some disc herniations and some nerve compression, stuff like that. And I've had issues, but I just never thought it was something serious. Essentially I got to get a procedure done in order to move forward if I want to continue fighting. It's one of those things that's heartbreaking because I don't really feel in pain or anything like that. I do have slight symptoms here and there. I'll get like tingling in the hands and whatnot. but only if I really irritated or if I whiplash my neck, I'll feel like kind of burning down my arm, like, and I'll feel it. But otherwise, like right now talking to you, I feel like 100%. And I did fight week too. I felt ready to go in there.
And of the procedure that you'd have to have in order to continue, how serious is that? Like, how risky is that procedure? What does it entail?
I don't think the procedure itself is that risky. I've actually spoke to, a couple of UFC fighters that, have had this procedure done and they got back in there and were successful winning fights and performing, doing well. And the surgeon that I saw is like the best in the country at a hospital of special surgeries. And he expressed a lot of confidence in doing this procedure and getting me back in there. He told me that it would take about 3 months to be back training full time, essentially 3 to 4 months. And then of course it would take some time to prepare for another fight. But I look at it as, you know what, let me get this last fight in, let me get this victory, re-sign a deal and go from there and do this procedure. And you don't fight for 3 months anyways after a fight usually. So I figured it would all work out and I was being optimistic, but it seemed like the UFC looked at it as like too much of a risk.
Okay. So when did you get official word that you were out of the fight?
So I got official word. It was actually Wednesday morning. They called me. I was getting ready to do interviews and like start working out, cut some weight.
Okay. And did you stay in Vegas for the fight?
No, I ended up going home. I caught like the next flight out of there. I didn't really want to be there or stay there or like have to deal with any of that. So I kind of just asked for when would the next flight be to get back home.
How difficult was that flight? Like you go all the way there, you're thinking you're going to battle, and now you're leaving on the Wednesday or whatever, a few days before, and you don't get that release, right? You don't get that moment, that thing that you had been building towards.
Oh yeah, it was like devastating. It took a while to really sink in because I was just in shock that happened. I didn't expect it. I figure honestly, a lot of fighters have stuff like this going on. They just never get the MRI. So in retrospect, I'm like, I kind of wish I didn't get it. But then you think, something could have happened to me, could have been a blessing, whatnot. So I wasn't overthinking it too much, but it just hurt because I was coming off, 2 losses. I didn't perform well in those fights, and I just wanted to get that redemption. You go in there and you want that glory, that feeling of victory, like that, it brings you back to life essentially. And I was waiting for that feeling, and I felt like this was a great matchup for me to go in and display my skills and leave it all on the line. My back was against the fence, like last fight on my deal. So I was motivated going in there.
Is this one of those things that you can go to someone else and they'll give you another opinion and you can maybe avoid surgery, or if you want to continue fighting, you'll have to get the surgery no matter what?
So it's looking, I did get a second opinion, and that doctor essentially told me that the first surgeon that I saw was the best in the country, and he gave me the same exact scenario. It wasn't like, oh, like I see something better. It was kind of straight, to the point. They were both on the same page. So it looks like if I want to continue fighting in MMA, at least with the wrestling involved and all that stuff with the neck, like I probably should get the procedure done. As far as like symptoms and how I feel, like currently, I wouldn't really want to do surgery. It's not something I'm really in favor of, but if I had to continue fighting, I probably will, because to me, I know like I'm 36, it's old in the fighting game essentially, but I feel really good. I feel young. I haven't had a lot of injuries in the sport. So I feel like I had at least 3-4 years left in me, which is what makes it even more heartbreaking.
And so I think it was on Saturday, but it could have been on Friday. Correct me if I'm wrong with the days. It seemed like you were leaning towards retirement, or at least pausing your career for a little bit. Is that an accurate assessment of how you are feeling right now?
Yeah, I feel like at that moment I was a little bit emotional. I feel like I had to kind of figure out like what decision I want to make, because I think it is one of those things where like it's either I do the procedure and I can continue fighting, or like I don't do it and it's looking like it's unlikely that I can keep fighting with what's going on, So especially as far as the UFC goes, I mean, the UFC is like my home and where I want to be and where I want to end my career. And I wanted to do it on my terms, So I'm trying to be optimistic. The surgeon's very optimistic. And I think if I get the procedure done, like, at least I'm hoping they give me like a farewell fight, you know, at least I can go out on my own terms and get that last fight in. But I guess the future, we'll have to see in the future.
Okay, so you are leaning towards fighting again. You're leaning towards getting this procedure done and not going out like this.
Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, as far as the way the surgeon made things feel, as far as the other people I spoke to that have gotten this procedure done and fought after, you know, it seems like it's something that is, you know, very possible. And I think I'm an athlete. I'm a healthy guy. I feel good. I think I'll heal up pretty well. And it's really not like a terrible recovery. You know, it's one of those things like, you kind of can walk out of there the next day after this procedure and you can do cardio and you can do bag work and light workouts and stuff like that until about, you know, 3 months is where you can start to wrestle and do jiu-jitsu again if everything goes smooth. I figured that's not too bad when it comes to fighting. We take breaks anyways in between fights. I figured it was going to work out where I could fight this fight and kind of deal with it then.
Did you feel like you were fighting for your UFC career with this fight? Did you feel like if you didn't win, it was going to be hard to re-sign?
Oh, yeah. I mean, coming off the losses and then, you know, this fight, you know, being the last fight on the deal, like I was, essentially fighting for my life, like my career, which is what motivated me more than anything. You know, I was like, I wanted to go in there and just honestly let everything go. You know, there's been fights where the mental game has been a struggle. I didn't pull the trigger for whatever reason. And in this fight, you know, I spoke to a sports psychologist, did everything I could mentally, physically going into this fight to be the best Brian I could be. And I was ready to do that and let it all go. And I was motivated. So it's kind of a weird feeling to like come home from that and not have like nothing happen, you know?
Yeah. Was this your first time talking to a sports psychologist?
I had spoke to one in the past and it was very short-lived. I kind of just stubborn about it. You know, you think you can just do things on your own and kind of just meditate and get through things. And I've always been, you know, pretty mentally strong, but I feel like it was a good thing for me to do, just a different wrinkle in my game to add to just kind of make sure that everything was aligned, you know, going into this last fight.
Did you feel like it helped?
Oh yeah. I mean, I'm one of those guys. I vent, like I'll tell you everything I'm feeling. I don't really hide things. So I think like I'm pretty good at, you know, speaking about how I feel to my loved ones, my family, everybody. So I think it just kind of added to that. It was someone to talk to outside that I could really, you know, open up to, that can kind of give me tools to utilize to bring myself back to the moment, be present. And when it comes down to it, I really felt like it was performance based. Once I get in the cage, like I needed those tools to make sure like my mind stays sharp when I get in there, because I've lost fights because of that.
So, I mean, you've been in the UFC now for about 6 years. Were you one of those guys who was like, if I'm not going to fight in the UFC at this point, I don't want to go back to the regional scene? Were you thinking that you were like legit fighting for your career, or were you open to the idea of working your way back up or finding other avenues, other promotions, etc.?
I was going to play it by ear. You know, like I said, I still feel really good physically. I feel like I have more left in me. So had I become a free agent and the UFC decided to release me even off of a win or a good performance, I was still going to, you know, express my options and see what was out there. And I'm willing to do other things. But in my heart, like I want to stay with the UFC and finish my career in the UFC, because that's kind of, you know, that's where I've been my whole career as of now.
Mm-hmm. By the way, are we still doing the rapping?
I've taken a little hiatus with that. I feel like I should get back to that, you know?
Yeah, what happened? Why the hiatus?
Now's the time. I got some time on my hands to write some bars. I mean, I don't know. I go in and out of it. You know, it's like one of those things, like a hobby kind of thing. So I feel like, you know, at my age, I'm not going to like pursue, you know, trying to become like a full-time rapper. But it is something that's like therapeutic that I enjoy. I should probably do more of it.
This would be a good time. Maybe it will help you get some emotion out.
Yeah, there's definitely some things to rap about for sure right now.
Have you ever been in a battle rap?
No. I was going to try to stir the pot with Thug Nasty for a little bit, but
that's right. That would have been
we
great.
Never got that going.
I know. Who ultimately is at fault for that? Is it like, do you feel like he didn't come to the table?
I don't know. I feel like because we're both kind of cordial. I've seen him at fights. We talk and stuff or whatnot, and he's a good guy, nice guy, and we got along. And I don't think he wanted to really do that. He was talking like he wanted money in order to do something like that.
Yeah.
But I was just like, yeah, it's fun. Even if we didn't do that, we should like get on a track together and make a song.
That'd be great. Honestly, like, just try to like I would say just throw out like a bait diss, say like the earth is round, and that would get him fired up.
Yeah.
And then, and then maybe he'll respond, you get something going,
Yeah, I bet if I get a little bit political, we can.
Or that, I didn't want to go there necessarily, but yeah, that's a good angle as well. You're a homeless cat? I didn't know that.
What's that?
Are you a homeless cat? PF Chang's?
What do you mean? PF Chang's, what?
Okay, I don't know if you're keeping your cards close to your vest. I respect it if you are. I mean, you said nice guy, never met him, so I figured homeless cat, PF Chang's.
No, I'm not opposed to PF Chang's though.
Okay, a little orange chicken.
Yeah.
Okay.
A little white rice, orange chicken, extra sauce.
Yeah, for sure. Walk you to your truck.
Yeah.
By the way, are you going to the fight this weekend? It's in sort of your backyard. I mean, it's Newark, not that far from Long Island. You going?
Yeah, I'm gonna go. They just emailed me with the tickets and stuff. It's not too far. It's like an hour and a half drive. So me and my wife are gonna go there and check out the fights. It's gonna be some good fights. Watch Aljo try to defend his title.
Yeah, I mean, obviously that's your weight class, and Aljo's a Long Island guy. What's the boom breakdown for this? Who are you leaning towards?
Of course, I'm going to stick to Long Island, but I do think Aljo has more ways to win. I feel like his expertise on the ground, with his back takes, it's like you can't slip up against him with 5 rounds. Like you make one mistake in a scramble, and he gets your back, and like you're in trouble. You're going to be stuck there for a while. So I do lean towards Aljo, but I do think the fight will go long. Like it will go towards the later rounds, if not the distance. And I do think Cejudo is going to be his toughest fight to date, just based off of like his wrestling, his game planning. He's a very cerebral fighter. So, I think he'll be smart, but I think Aljo will be throwing a lot more volume out there, and that might be what sways the judges.
I can't wait for it. The chess match. Like, will they stay standing? Will they go to the ground? Who gets the better of who on the ground with Aljo's jiu-jitsu and Henry's wrestling? I mean, I think it's going to be fantastic. By the way, on Monday, we continued our debate, best weight class in MMA, and in the UFC in particular. I say 35. New York Rick says 55. Aljo, of course, said 35, naturally. I would imagine you would say 35 as well?
Yeah, it's one of those things hard to tell, you go down the list, I guess like the level of talent at 35 right now, like even right outside the top 15 is like all guys that could potentially challenge eventually for the title. It's like you see how deep the talent goes. So I would lean towards 35 there, just as far as like matchups are going, especially like right now where Song Yudong just beat Ricky Simone, and like that was a tough fight for him, and he looks great. And I think it's deep. You know what I mean? 35 is very deep right now.
Yeah, I love 35 right now, and I think Henry coming back makes it even. I was talking about 35 being the best without Henry. Now Henry back, Olympic gold medalist, 2-division champ back. I mean, that is absolutely huge. So back to you. When do you decide if you're going to have this surgery or not?
So that's something it's kind of one of those things I got to decide pretty quick, because if I want to get the ball rolling, the recovery time and all that, like I want to get that going as soon as possible, especially if I'm going to fight again. And that's what I want to do. So it's looking like in this next week or two, I'm going to have to make an official decision. I'm going to go see the surgeon again and just kind of express all my options and see what he says and go from there.
I saw you posted a picture of your gloves, which had the tape on them, on a toilet, but if you made it to Wednesday, your gloves wouldn't have been inspected just yet. So what was that picture from?
Oh no, those were an old pair of gloves that I had. That was like a picture that I had that I was just kind of messing around saying like this is bullshit,
Got it. Okay. I
like
thought
the whole scenario was bullshit.
I thought that was like your symbolic way of putting the gloves down. That's the way I interpreted it.
Well, the thing is right now I'm hoping that the UFC is also on my side, with whenever I do recover, I feel like it's not a guarantee that they're still going to have me back. And that's the thing. That's kind of where I was headed with that, and I just hope that I can kind of get that last fight with them if that's how they're feeling.
Have you received any indication as to whether or not they feel that same way?
When I spoke to Hunter on the phone, it just seemed like he was so concerned, and he did mention my age, and he said there was a combination of things. And I just feel like it was kind of them saying, like, where you're at right now in your career, it's almost not worth it to like get this procedure and try to come back. But I don't agree with that. You know what I mean? Of course, I'm a fighter, and I believe I still have more to give. So I think I just have to get this done, prove to them that I'm back in the gym, sparring, looking good and everything. And I think that I can, get that next fight with them and then go from there and hopefully get a win, and then we'll deal with things. But I just don't know if that's something they're going to do.
Okay. Yeah, I can understand that. And so is there any concern that they won't pay for this? Like, will the insurance cover this?
Oh, no, yeah. The UFC is taking care of me. He was very kind with his words towards me, and he was very generous in being willing to take care of this and make sure I get the best, doctors and all that. So I was very thankful for that.
Okay. You want to, like, I don't know if you want to like freestyle about how you're feeling right now? Like, can you think of anything off the top of your head, or is it too hard on the spot? I don't know.
No, I think right now I got nothing. I'd probably look terrible if I tried to.
I'll give you a beat.
Right,
I'll give you a beat.
Well, I gotta write something. We'll see what's for next time.
I thought you could just drop the freestyle bars.
If there is ever a next time, I appreciate you making me feel relevant again. It's been quite some time.
Oh wow, that feels like a shot there, Brian. I don't know how I feel about that.
No.
I mean, I feel like
no. It's actually nice to be on your show again, because like it's been so long. It's honestly my own fault. It's like my career's kind of went up and down and stuff, and I feel like you kind of got to earn your stripes. I feel like I needed a couple wins in order to stay relevant in the game.
Well, I've always had love for you, and I was sorry to hear this, and I wasn't sure which way you were going, so I wanted to get some clarity, and you've given us clarity. So thank you for that. Good luck with your decision. And if you do decide to go under the knife, I hope that it works out and you're able to make a very speedy recovery and get that last fight. And who knows, maybe you come back and, Aljo had neck surgery. You come back, you knock that dude out, and then all of a sudden you get a new deal. This is a crazy, crazy game. You say you're old. I don't think you're that old. I mean, 36 is it's not too bad. It could be worse. You could be 40 like me. You could be washed up like me. So 36, not bad. So keep your head up. Enjoy the fights on Saturday, Brian. Great to have you back on, even under these circumstances, and I hope it all works out.
Thanks, Howard. I appreciate everything.
All right, there he is. Brian Kelleher joining us. Boom Kelleher. Been on the show quite a bit. Even back in the day was on the MMA Beat. That's pre-Frank and GC. Couldn't find any good water bottles today before I headed out, so I had to take my kid's soccer water bottle.
Wow.
Just sort of feel like
just drinking some water.
Mm-hmm. Do you hear that?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's annoying.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it's annoying.
Could be worse.
These things happen in MMA, Frank. All right.
Okay.
Well, thank you. Do you know what that reference is? You have so much to learn. Gus Johnson, circa 2010. Thank you to Boom Kelleher. Still to come in about an hour's time, Captain Eric Albarracin, the head coach for when Henry Cejudo and Patricio Pitbull has worked with Paulo Costa and many others. Also, we'll check when New York Rick, who was at Media Day, get his report from Media Day in exotic Newark, New Jersey. So that is still to come, plus our pick. So a lot more to come. But first, before we get to all of that, and the highlight of today's show, in my opinion, is today's in-studio guest. How about this? This is such a pleasure and an honor to be joined by the one and only Joe Pyfer. Yes, there he is. Big Joe in studio.
In the flesh.
Tremendous.
How you doing?
Great to be. Oh, look at this guy. Man, rock solid. Look at you. Unbelievable. Thanks for coming in.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Nice to meet you in person for the first time.
Yeah, man.
This is great.
Third occasion. I'm actually here.
We're rolling. We just spoke a couple weeks ago, and who would have thought? Thanks for doing this. I appreciate you coming in.
Yeah, thank you.
By the way, I saw your Instagram story today. I noticed you said you hate New York City.
I hate driving here.
Why?
Man, it has never been an easy way in or an easy way out.
How was it this time?
I mean, it took me like 25 minutes to find some parking, but it wasn't terrible. It was, it's just, they'll just walk. They don't even look. They just walk. But it's just me not being used to it. You know what I mean? It's very
how far is the drive from where you live? You live in Philly or outside?
So I live in Washington Township in New Jersey. So I'm like 20 minutes outside of Philly now. But I've already, it was more or less a convenience move. I used to live in Delco in PA.
Okay.
But it made sense with the 2 gyms that I have, a strength and conditioning coach, jiu-jitsu gym, and then I have my MMA gym.
So how long was this commute?
This was a 2-hour drive.
Damn, okay.
Not bad at all.
Not bad?
Nah, I mean, it's 2 hours, man, to come see the man. It's all good.
I appreciate it very much. Actually, before you came on, we were talking about Wawa. Are you a big Wawa guy?
I do like Wawa.
What is the thing? Because I was saying, like, what is the thing to get? And they said coffee. That's the thing?
For me, it's Wawa's mac and cheese.
They have mac and cheese at the gas station?
Mac and cheese. It's banging.
What's so good about it?
I don't know. It's really shitty.
It's shitty, but good.
Yeah, it's good, man.
It's like heavy, cheesy.
Yeah, it's not like the Kraft mac and cheese. It's it's good.
It's gourmet.
Yeah, sort of.
In a gas station kind of way.
Yeah, but it's not as cheap as it sounds.
Really?
Yeah, it's actually good. You ought to give it a try. It's not bad.
This is not something that you eat often, given your...
No, not unless I'm not in a camp, which right now I'm not in a camp. I have not had it, but I will. It kind of sparks the appetite, so I might.
By the way, how much you weigh outside of camp?
Currently, I'm a little bit lighter. I'm like 212, 214.
Okay.
But I usually am like 217 to 220.
Okay.
Yeah.
And is that hard to get to 85 for you?
Hell yeah. This last cut was the hardest it's been for me because I put on size, but you know.
Yeah, like you were thick, man.
Yeah. Well, I kept reminding everybody, like you got like my comeback starting with December. I fought Derek Brunson's wrestling coach, and that was my first fight back. I had no strength and conditioning. I was just killing the cardio, killing, the reps and just trying to, get my muscle endurance up. So I was never off long enough when I did accept a fight to really do any strength training. And then, it just so happened that, 2 short notice fights didn't come to fruition after my UFC debut. And I went on my strength and conditioning program finally and was able to eat, and I've gotten a lot better with my nutrition. And, I'm a big kid. Like I can fill out and I can bang with these guys. So
do you think you'll ever fight at 205?
I think so in the future. Yeah, I think in the future. Yeah, I mean, you gotta give me a couple of years. I'm still a nobody in the UFC, so I got to do some work before.
I disagree with that, man.
Yeah,
a lot of momentum right now.
Well, listen, I'm being humble to the public because the public chews people apart. In a lot of ways,
think you're a nobody.
What's that?
You don't think you're a nobody?
No, in my head, I've always known I was going to be here, so that's why it's like, you see some people that get in front of a camera and they don't know how to talk, they don't know how to act, or they're nervous, I even got asked today, like, are you nervous? I'm like, I have nothing to be nervous about. I'm me.
Right.
So, and I've always expected me to be here, so it's a little bit of arrogance, but hey, listen, I marched to the beat of my own drum, and I've always known I was going to be here, and here I am.
By the way, I don't know if it's because you're so tall. I feel a lot shorter than you. Look at you on the screen right here. You look like 15 sizes taller than me. Are you trying to make me look bad?
I got a wide back, but I'm not.
Gigantic. I need to lift my chair up or something.
Oh man, I'll put my hat backwards if that's okay.
Mountain man next to me. Golly, look at how big you look.
Yeah,
you look gigantic.
I look fat, man.
Look, that's fat. Holy shit! Look at your arms, bigger than my head.
Yeah, no, I'm definitely a little heavier right now, but I've been trying to go to the doctors and get looked at and make sure that my body's healthy and, figure out what's next. And so
this is a great transition, what we were just talking about, to part of the reason. And one of the big things that you're doing this week is tomorrow you're having a screening for this documentary that was made about you. It's actually at the American Dream Mall, not open to the public.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, I don't know if you've ever been to the American Dream Mall.
No, sir.
It's a fantastic time.
Right.
By the way, it's one of the biggest malls, if not the biggest in America. It's relatively new, and it has like an indoor wave pool, surfing. It's like one of those crazy ones, like the ones in Dubai.
Oh, wow.
A ski mountain in there, in the mall.
I haven't even looked this place up.
It's
I had
insane.
no idea.
Oh my God, you're going to be blown away. It's right next door to where the Giants and Jets play.
Yeah.
There's a ski mountain. There's an indoor thing. There's a whole amusement park and Nickelodeon. It's insane, this place.
Oh, man.
So if you have some time, go check it out. But I watched the documentary. It's called Road to the UFC, Joe Pyfer. You sent it to me, and I wanted to talk to you about it. That's why I didn't send you any thoughts. You asked me for my thoughts.
Yeah.
Because I knew that you were going to come on. Thank you to Lloyd and Marty Fish for hooking this up. It's just, so you have talked about your story a little bit, and we kind of know the story, but to watch it in a 68 or so minute package, continuously, it almost to a degree like doesn't feel real, your story. It's very intense, it's emotional, but you cannot walk away from that documentary, from viewing that, and not want to see you succeed and not want to see you win. And what I mean by win is like win in life, win the big one, win the belt, but just like win. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Not just like win your next fight. It's super it's super revealing.
It goes beyond fighting.
Oh my gosh, yes. Anyone, you don't have to be a fight fan to watch this. So full credit to you and to everyone involved. And so I'd love to ask a number amount of questions regarding it and not give away too much, but you are opening up like some massive wounds here, more so than like when you come on a show like this or anything like that. How difficult is that for you? Because this is not you talking about your career and your road. Like you're talking family stuff. You're talking about your father and your childhood. How difficult is that for you?
You know, at first it was difficult because, you know, I know it kind of puts my relationship, if there ever was one in the future, like in turmoil. But, you know, I've recognized who these people are, being my parents. And this isn't a bash them. You know, first of all, you've never heard, I will say this, like, I don't have any close connections with family whatsoever.
Not a single one?
Not a single one. I have four sisters and none of them talk to me.
Why is that?
And I mean, I just think it was such a broken home that everybody points the finger at each other, especially among that side of the family. They're never they're never all okay and loving enough with each other where if I'm talking to you and you're my brother, the other two say that, you know, you're pieces of shit. Why are you talking to each other? And this person did this and this person said that. So it was always like a divided family. It was teams, it was sides. It was never a family. It was separate individuals that thought that they had something over the other person. If you said anything about a weakness or being upset, it was thrown in your face. So I just think as far as where I'm at right now, they don't really agree with the way that I've gone about exposing what has happened. And it's not an issue between me and my sisters. It's an issue between me and my mother and me and my father, especially. Yeah, I mean, to answer your question, it was hard because, again, I knew that if this came out, if we did this, if we went this way, and this was not anything about marketing. You know, we did a documentary 4 years ago that was an $800 camera, and it was still stellar. And it was my friend who came to me saying, hey, you know, I think that you've been through a tough life and you should share this with your fans and people that want to connect with you along this journey. And as you get bigger, this is going to be something big one day. And I contemplated it. I didn't like the idea at first, and then I liked the idea. And, you know, I just kind of realized who my dad was as a person and that there is no scenario in this life, unfortunately, that me and him will coexist without butting heads. And it's a very dangerous place for me and him to be around each other because he will always have an agenda to belittle me or to put me underneath of him or to somehow make me somebody that was a bad child in his eyes, you know, so which is crazy to me. And my mother, you know, our last outing was basically over somebody that I had an issue with that was a boyfriend of one of my sisters and found out he was doing drugs and whatnot. And I beat his ass, and that was the last time that we have ever talked. And that was a couple of weeks before my contender fight the first time.
And why did that break your relationship with your mom up?
My mother decided to believe him over me.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so that was enough for me. I had reached out, Ariel, over the years, you know, trying to mend things, trying to show that I care, you know, because I will always love both my parents regardless, but they are people that live in the past and they'll never look to the future and they'll never reach that next level. Like, they'll never be happy. Let's just put it that way. They'll never find happiness. They hate the world. They hate everybody in it. I'm a hateful, judgmental person myself. I don't want to say hateful, but a very judgmental person myself, but I want to choose who's around me. I want to choose who I let in my life, and I don't want to keep regurgitating the past, and that's not what this documentary is about. This documentary is for the kids that have also had fucked up childhoods that, you know, didn't understand emotions such as myself, and had to figure it out along the way by asking for help and finding mentors and guidance and you know, so, but, you know, that long snippet right there is just, yeah, you know, it was hard at first, but it's not hard now because it just is what it is.
You know, what's crazy about it is, like, even right now, right? This is an appearance on my show and I'm asking you questions and it's like, it's fascinating, but this is your life. Like, you're talking about your mom and dad, right? Yeah. I hold my parents like on this, you know, I feel lucky that I have my parents and not everyone, but you've, like you said, mentors, and we'll get to all of that. But even like now, is there a part of you that's like, I don't really want to talk about this anymore? And unfortunately, that's going to come with this documentary. The more people see it, the more questions you're probably going to ask. But I can't imagine anything more sensitive than talking about your parents, especially the way they make you feel and have treated you. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't attach anger with them anymore.
Okay.
I used to attach anger. Actually, my first loss, my only true loss, in my opinion, and my professional career, I know to Dustin is a loss, but that is what it is. So my one loss, I lost to this guy, Jonathan Potty, who I still talk to, who he just won a fight, and I wish the best for him. But I was suicidal during that, like training camp, and depressed and all these things.
What year is this?
This was 2018, 2019, somewhere around there. I got choked unconscious. I was winning the fight, dominating the fight and whatnot, and then just kind of gassed out and really had no motivation. I remember that was the first time that I wasn't angry at my mom. I wasn't angry at my dad. I wasn't angry at life. And I was in a depressed phase, and I had to really learn about who I was and learn, what am I doing this for? Am I doing this to prove somebody wrong, and being my father, my mom, or anger? And then when I didn't have that, I had nothing to fight for. And I got choked unconscious, you know what I mean? So I've really let go of all the feelings attached to my past, because the further I get away from it, it's not something that's stopping me from moving forward today. I understand what it is. I didn't have the hardest life, but I had a rough road of constantly failing and feeling empty. And it's like, man, why? So I had to address those problems, and I addressed them even more after I lost my contender fight. And just, if you understood how much was missing for me to even get to that and be there, and how many people I've asked for help, and how many people I've been like, man, I don't like what I'm feeling. I don't like how angry I get. I don't like why I'm fighting out of this, and so on and so forth. But I mean, it does get annoying to talk about it. It's not annoying now, because I understand that the way I'm spinning it is, this is inspiring kids. This is changing kids. This is helping those athletes that want to quit, and they don't know why they're going to keep on pushing. Well, look at my scenario. When they watch this, there's no way that somebody can sit there and complain that they can't do the same thing. Doesn't matter if it's MMA. Doesn't matter if it's a job. Doesn't matter if it's a professional sport. I kept pushing, and there was no light at the end of the tunnel. But I had a light inside my chest, inside my heart, and I got to where I needed to be, where I always wanted to be, and I had no plan B. So yeah, I mean, it's annoying, but it's not annoying anymore, because I changed my perspective on how to approach this.
By the way, going into that fight in 2018, the first loss, why were you suicidal?
I just felt sorry for myself. I couldn't get over why my dad didn't want to be in my life. I couldn't get over what was wrong with me. I used to think there was something wrong with me. I used to think I had a learning disability. I used to ask, one of the biggest questions I used to ask was, why doesn't the guy love me? What did I do wrong? Is there something wrong with me? And everybody's looking at me with the side eye, because I used to get a lot of looks all the time. But, I didn't realize that my face wore my emotion. So I'd sit there and my face was almost fucking deformed. I had this upside down frown on my face, and I had no money, bro. I had no money. I was depressed. I had anxiety. It was I got my car repossessed. I was broke. And, and even though I was undefeated at the time, it's people don't give a shit about you in this game when you're fighting. When's the next fight? Oh, there's no, hey, how's Joey Pyfer doing? How's he as a person doing? And I had to realize that nobody gives a fuck, you know what I mean? And there are people, I'm not saying that, there are people, and those are the select few that you keep around you, you know what I mean? But as a whole, I burnt out trying to fight out of anger. It wears you mentally thin, and it's sooner or later, I don't care if you're 35-0, it's going to burn out. That's exhausting to carry around and use anger as a motivation. And I think that's what happened. It caught me early, and it caught me early enough that I could fix it, and I fixed it.
One of the very compelling things about the documentary is the footage. And I'll ask you about the footage later on, but footage of you as a youth, there's a lot of stuff. How did you get that? So do you own that stuff? Because
I own it.
You own it, okay?
Yeah.
And you kept all that?
So basically, we were a poor kid. My parents combined, poor family, not poor kid. My parents combined never made more than $30,000 between a household of 7.
Wow.
2 parents, 5 kids.
Okay.
And I grew up in the suburbs and grew up on basically sort of a farm, and loved it. I love it. I love that life, So, but the tapes, my dad had a video camera, and they had the mini VHS tapes, and they were going to throw them out. my mom was going to throw him out, or my dad. I don't remember which one. I think it was my mom was going to throw him out. She had him at the house. And I was like, nah, don't throw that out. Like, I'll get them converted. And she always wanted to convert them to DVDs anyway, but never knew how. So I got them from her, and then I gave them back to her. So she still has them too. But I got them converted to a USB drive. So I have 2 USB drives, and that's what I gave to Chandler. But it cost me $1,000 back when I had no money to do it. So I kept putting it off and putting it off. And I wanted it not for any of this, but I wanted it for my own, remembrance of my childhood, because I didn't have anything good from it. We had some good times, but as an overall, it's one of those things, like the further you get away from it, the more you forget it. And I feel like that was a piece of my childhood I could hold on to that would remind me, some of the good things, and when I say good things, like the peace in life.
Yeah.
And realizing I didn't have responsibilities. And, for the times that were good, you hold on to those, but you don't let it override what the reality is.
Was there any footage that was too personal that you didn't want to?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's certain shit I wouldn't put out there. There's always going to be stories, because I never want to. This isn't a bash my dad type thing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? This was, hey, this is what I went through, and this is how I overcame it. That's what this story is about, and this is how persistent and resilient I was to get here. Because nobody gave me shit. You know what I mean? And I'm not one of these guys that's going to sit here and say I hate the man. I don't hate the man. I despise him as a person. I don't think he's a good human being, and I think he has an illness. That's how I've looked at it. It's like it's nothing I can fix. There's nothing he doesn't want to change. So yeah. I mean, it's there's some things I'll never talk about publicly, because I think the man would get in trouble, and that's not what this is about. But it is what it is. I'm good with it.
How is he towards your sisters?
Physically abusive. That's why
really?
I've never mentioned my sisters. He's gripped them up by their neck, gripped them up by their hair. My parents used to beat us and literally tell us, like, we're not going to stop beating you until you cry, type thing. So, my mom was physically abusive. My father was especially physically abusive, especially to me. And he was also abusive, strangling my sisters before and things like that. It's like, I remember one scenario where it was like my sister also struggled with like depression. And picked her up from school after she had told them she wanted to hurt herself or whatnot. We come in the door, he wings her in the house and starts strangling her in between the couch. Like that's how he responded to us being upset. So, there's many situations, my man, many. And
how old are you, like in this particular story?
She was in high school, so I would have been like 13, 14. Yeah.
And would you try to stop it in those cases?
Yeah.
That would just lead to more problems for you.
I mean,
right?
I'd get beat up for it, but it is what it is. We'd all try to do something at that point. You can't be a full grown man that knows how to fight, that knows jiu-jitsu, and be strangling a 15-year-old defenseless girl.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So there's a lot of those kind of things bring back anger for him, but dude's a coward.
How was he towards your mom?
Physically abusive
as well.
Yeah, physically abusive. Cops were called many a times, and we were a religious family growing up, so I watched him drop my mom in front of us. We
What do you mean drop?
like body shot my mom. Yeah, they were physically abusive. My mom was physically abusive to him too, and verbally abusive. They were perfect for each other. Two people that basically had kids not to love their kids, but to fix their own problems, and that's the wrong reason.
Right.
And I understand that now. I didn't understand it then, and I feel bad for them. My mom grew up in like a cult-like religious home where she was browbeaten every day of her life, to a point that it's not about the religion, it's about control. And my dad was a Kensington rat in Philadelphia that had, from his words, I can't speak on it, but, had a very abusive, and, some people have testified to it, a much harder life than me. Ran away from home at 14, home hopped, and was going to kill himself and jump off the bridge at 19 years old. He got sent down to a church, and that's where he met my mom. So, they were almost married for 20 years.
And you left home, you were a teen, right?
16.
16.
Yeah, 16.
And now you're doing the same, right? Like you're jumping around.
No, I'm on my own.
You're at this point, are you sleeping on like a bench?
No. What, at 16?
Yeah.
Yeah. When I left, yes, absolutely.
You're in school at this time?
Yeah, I was in school. I joined wrestling so I could shower and things like that. And I was only for like a week, maybe a little bit more than that. But and then I found a kid that I wound up defending against a racial slur. And that's how I met this kid. And this kid had his brother who was in juvie, and I wound up moving into it. Bro, the house was like basically condemned. it was like the whole block wanted to get rid of this house because it was like cat piss infested. It was a hoarder's house. It was like everything was sticky from the walls to the carpet. Like the carpet that used to be like white was brown, like a brown sugar color. There was roaches. My wrestling coach used to help me like try and like clean it up a little bit so that way it was habitable. There was black mold, asbestos, all that. So that's where I lived throughout high school. But if you had seen it, like that's the only thing that I am a little bit bummed about, that I didn't actually get to have a picture of or footage of, or, but I really wanted to block that part of my life out. And that's where I lived until once I got like moved in with him. That's where I lived until I graduated high school.
And how many years were you there for?
A little over 2.
Wow, 2.
Yeah.
And you said you slept on the bench for like a week or so, which to me would feel like an eternity if I'm 16.
Yeah.
Was that terrifying?
Yeah, I mean it's traumatizing. It's you feel worthless. You feel like it's the end. You feel worthless. You feel like it's like, what did I do wrong to deserve it type thing. You feel sorry for yourself, and you feel sorry for yourself more than ever, especially because I didn't, I don't have money. I don't have a phone to fucking call anybody. I had a no contact order. I can't call my mom. I testified in court against her. So
it went that far.
Yeah. So when we split, my dad was cheating on my mom towards the end, and when we split, I came up with my dad because I never wanted to give up the MMA and the jiu-jitsu. My mom fucking hated me. My mom was threatening to put me in juvie and things like that because I told her I would swing on her if she ever put her hands on me again. And so she hated me for that reason, which that's fine. You know what I mean? It is what it is. But, my mom was into horses and farm life and things like that with my sisters. So they all hated me too, just as much. So I'm sorry.
No problem.
But when my dad left, I was like, I'm not staying with my mom. I knew I would get put in a home or something like that, or something worse, juvie, something. So I moved up to Media, PA from Jersey, and then that's how I wind up going up in PA. But
did the kids at school know this?
The kids know. I mean, they didn't know at the time, no.
No, like did they know what you were going through at home? Did your friends at school? Did you tell them?
No, I didn't really have friends like that, man.
You didn't have friends like that?
I didn't have friends like my best friend was my wrestling coach. Yeah, I hated kids.
Why?
I just didn't feel like I was mentally in the same level that they were. They talk about girls and all this shit, and I would sit there and play chess every day with my coach. That's what I cared about, and I was going through something traumatic in life that no kid would understand, and that's kind of how I looked at it. It was like, these kids aren't on my maturity level as far as like what I'm going through and dealing with in life. And I had truancy officers coming after me and all this shit, and then I found out somebody called like child services, and it was like, I didn't want to open up to anybody for that reason. It was like, I'm happy living in the shithole that I'm living in, knowing that I'm not around somebody that's going to beat my head in.
Right.
I mean, the things I would get beat up over, bro, were asinine.
Like,
it was stupid. Like a video game was one of the worst beatings that I got.
What do you mean?
Uncharted 3. Because I was stealing his kills in a cooperative fucking split screen. Swear to God. I'm laughing because it's...
You're playing with your dad?
Playing with my dad, yeah.
He's getting mad that you are beating him?
Yeah. His ego would get on the line because I was always better in video games. And it was like a challenge to him. And he would think I would do it to get a rise out of him. And it's like, bro, I'm playing the fucking game.
And how does he react?
Get up and wing the fucking controller at my head, and that's how it starts.
Jesus.
And then if I said anything smart mouth, like, what the fuck is wrong with you type thing, it would turn into a fist fight.
And how old are you?
15.
15?
15. And listen, this was not 15. This was something I started getting beat at a year old. I started getting beat at a year old. Both my parents blamed each other for it. Where child services was called because, or the cops were called, I'm sorry, not child services, but the cops were called because my mom would come home, and this is how my mom says it, that there was bruises all over my body. And she was like, oh, what's going on? He's like, basically they blamed it on that I was left unattended too long and I shit myself as an infant. So that's, I think that does something to you, whether I subconsciously don't know it or not, or know it or not. But I've been getting beat since I had memory. And I don't think I really had a memory until like 4.5, 5 years old.
I can't even I have 3 children. I know what it is to have a 1-year-old. I can't even imagine doing that to a 1-year-old. I mean, I don't.
But that's why you grow up sometimes. Like when you hear those things, it's like, what the fuck did I do wrong? You know what I mean? And this isn't again. I don't want the people that are viewing this to think that this is like a sob story. This is very common, believe it or not. You know what I mean? This is a very common thing. It's just for my own struggles and my own mental clarity. It's like, what the fuck did I do wrong? couldn't figure it out.
So when you meet this coach, that was like the first sort of like, I feel like, and the coach's name,
Will Harmon.
Will Harmon.
Yeah.
And he's the one whose wife used to make
sandwiches.
Two sandwiches, right? And he would give you one because you had no food.
Yeah.
Which is just seems like a saint of a human being, if I'm being honest.
I wouldn't be here without him.
Right. Where is he now?
He still lives at the same house that he took me in.
Okay. And this is not the like rat infested house, right?
No.
This was the next house that you lived in?
The kid I lived with was a kid that was on the wrestling team, a heavyweight kid, and he was adopted by a white man. So he was African American. He was adopted by a white Welsh man that was a teacher for a middle school. But then he had alcohol problems. So he had like kidney failure or liver failure or whatnot from drinking too much. Wound up losing his job and things like that, and just like got depressed because his son was in and out of juvie. I'm pretty sure his son, I don't want to like say too much, but his son was obviously a troubled kid, and then wound up getting shot for trying to rob somebody, and I believe there was a rape case against him. So there was like, this was going on while I was living there. You know, this kid would bring people from the hood with like guns and shit in the house, and you know, me and him obviously had issues about that, and yeah, I just needed to get out of the house. But you know, fortunately, the man and his son were nice enough to let me rent that room from him.
So Coach Will, is he the one that suggests bringing you to his house, or do you ask him?
No, he suggested it. When I told him I had nowhere to go, and I was like, basically I had moved out of that house, and I'd moved in with a best friend, and that was a whole fucked up situation in itself that wound up not working out, and I gave up my job to pursue fighting full time because I'd gotten out of a toxic relationship with a girl that I carried on with outside of high school, and then that supposed best friend was not that much of a best friend. Tell you that off the record. And yeah, I mean, I got my car taken away and everything. He gave me the money to get my car back. I had no insurance, my phone, everything went. I just gave up. Like, I just was like, fuck it, I'm quitting. I'm done. I'm going full time or nothing. And
what was the job?
I worked at LA Fitness.
Okay.
I worked at LA Fitness as sales.
Sales.
Yeah, and my fucking general manager was stealing my sales appointments and changing the last names.
Come on, man.
So when I found that out, I was like, all right, I'm quitting. And I gave it a finger. And I was like, fuck you, I quit. And I walked out.
Jeez.
So
at this point, are you thinking like, can I catch a break?
No, I wanted to hurt people, man. I wanted to hurt people. I was like, put me in a cage, I'm gonna smash people. And, you know, in some way, I was just like, I deserve this shit.
You deserve this shit.
I felt like it, you know what I mean? I felt like it because at the end of the day, I used to be so convinced and so trained to believe that anything good that was going to happen was going to get ripped away. So you get this toxic cycle and this toxic reoccurring situation of thinking things are too good to be true. And that's not true, you know what I mean? That's perspective. That's just changing the things that are around you that are convincing you of that. So yeah, I mean, I quit. I got everything taken away, and Harmon looked me in the face, gave me the money to get my car back because I was always into cars. It was a 2006 black Mustang GT, and it was like 12 grand when I bought it.
Wow.
I paid it off over like 5 years. The interest was fucking insane, but yeah, he gave me the money. I got it back, and the first fight I had back, I paid him back.
So what year was your first fight?
2017,
right here.
2016, I think.
What state here? The exact date is
it would have been December.
So your amateur debut was in 2016.
Yeah. Was that December or November?
November.
18th, 17th.
18th. Your pro debut was 2018.
Yeah.
Do
May.
you remember who the opponent was?
Steve Covington.
Promotion?
Fucking mounted. Yeah, that was Art of War.
Art of
I
War
mounted that motherfucker. That's one of my favorite knockouts.
Could you describe like what state you're in for your pro debut? Like mental state?
Yeah.
Where are you at in your life?
Fighting out of anger, man. Fighting out of anger.
That's your fuel.
Yeah.
That's your engine.
That was my fuel. That was my fuel because it was working. Like if you watch my early career, that's why I think it's funny because all these guys in the UFC that think I'm just like going out there and blowing my nut. I used to do that. You know what I mean? I used to do that. That's how I used to fight, you know, but I calmed down. I believe in my skills. You know, I used to go out there and just try to hurt people. And I knew I could knock people out. So I was like, I just need one. I'm going to hurt them. And we kind of just like pedal to the gas. There was no like breaks. It was just 100%. And you know, when you get to the top tier, I can still be better than I know I'm better than anybody I've ever fought, loss or not, hands down. So you know, but I usually was so intent on winning every second, and that just kind of catches up with you. You know what I mean? You got to learn to control. You got to learn to be calm. You got to learn to be patient. A lot of these things that I didn't apply, you know, because I didn't have the cage time and I wasn't mentally present. So I would just say that I was still a great athlete. I was still very powerful. I was still very skilled enough to go through with what I was doing. And, you know, I had a shit diet. I didn't have money for, like, you know, good foods. And I didn't have a strength and conditioning coach. I didn't have a nutrition coach. You know, all these things that you don't have and people don't understand. You don't get these things when you start out. And, you know, I still made it to the Contender Series with maybe 2 teammates, 3 times a week doing pads with a part-time coach who had a full-time job and a family. You know, no wrestling coach since high school. And I still made it. You know what I mean? So that's why it's like, give me all the tools that I've had in the past 2 years, and give me a strength program. It's why my body looks better. It's why I looked calmer. It's why I looked poised in there. That's one of the things I was pissed with this Gerald fight, like I told you. It was like all these fucking people that kept looking at me. It's like, dude, I've been doing it my whole life.
Yeah.
What am I scared of? A crowd?
Yeah.
For what? I already got beat by life, you know what I mean? In a lot of ways. Like, I have no pressure. I'm me now. This is me. This is what I see myself doing. I have nothing to be scared of. Obviously, I got the nerves and everything like that, but I'm not gonna choke under a fucking because people are screaming for me.
Right.
I'm gonna be more, you know. So, yeah. But
when you're climbing the ranks and having success, you're undefeated, all that. Is your dad trying to rekindle? Is he trying to like?
I never blocked him. You know, I never wanted to give him the satisfaction of blocking him because it was like.
You mean like his phone number?
Yeah. I never blocked him because it was like. Let him watch my success. You know, that's what's going to hurt him. And that's how I started making the change. It was like, I don't have to sit there and argue with him in a text message. You know, there were so many times that he would be like, come here now, pussy, we'll fucking fight, and da-da-da-da-da.
You're kidding.
Yeah, all the time. He was like, he would try to lure me because I would get emotional. And then he would try to lure me to come, oh yeah, da-da-da-da-da, and I'll fucking shoot you, like things like that. And it would be funny, you know? He threatened me out in front of my insurance guy's place before. And everybody saw it, you know, I'll come back and put a bullet in your fucking head type thing. And it was like, that's cool. You know what I mean? You hate me, but I'm not walking around hating you no more. I used to say, what are you so mad about? What are you so mad about? And then when you see him fucking like freak out and all this shit. So it is what it is, man. I let him text me and I didn't block him because a part of me like kind of didn't mind. Like, go ahead, keep watching. You're watching me, I'm not watching you. You plateaued in life, I'm climbing. Right. You know what I mean? So it was almost like that, you know, like, fuck you, keep watching. You're my biggest hater. So I'll keep you close. You'll never see me. You'll never see me. You'll never be able to get that close to me. I'll always keep you here.
Right.
But sure, you can text me. But now it's like.
Did he go to your fights?
No, never.
Never did?
Never. I left him tickets one time, gave him a fucking shout out even after I won because I thought he was in the crowd. He wasn't there.
When's the last time you had any conversation with him?
He texted me a couple times, but I wound up getting a different number because I was like, I'm done.
Not enough.
Yeah, I'm done. So
since you've been in the UFC?
The last like real conversation with him was when I broke my arm. He sent me a picture of Dustin Stoltzfus with my arm broken in half, and he said, "Just how you like it, face down, ass up." I told you this would happen when you fight a real motherfucker, and so.
Kidding.
Yeah.
How do you react to that when you see that?
It made me really angry. He got to me. I'll give it to him. You know, I'm sure he'll watch this too. I think he trolls me somewhere on Instagram with a fake account. You know, a bunch of people do. I get fake text messages from girls and all this crazy shit. It just comes with what we do, I guess. Right. But you know, he trolls me somehow. He sees what I'm doing. I have no idea.
I was just going to ask you that. Like, you speak very openly about him. Do you have any sort of idea if he hears all this stuff? Is he?
Oh, he hears. He watches everything. Oh yeah, he watches.
Where do you think he is now? Do you have any idea?
Yeah, he still lives in the same apartment. The same apartment that when we left my mom 10 years ago. He still lives in Media, PA. Wow.
And what does he do?
Nothing. Social SSD. Claimed to have had failed back surgery back in 2004. He got hit in an accident when he used to drive an oil truck. He wound up getting surgery, and you know, a part of him I think was just a lazy motherfucker, man. He got surgery and he said it failed, right? But you know, if he wanted to grapple all day long, he could do it. If he wanted to box all day long, he could do it. But he was always on narcotics. He was always on Vicodin or Percocets or things like that for his pain. You know, not that he didn't try to get other outs, and I don't know. He would try like taking things like Bromlin or kratom or all these other like natural things to like try and help with the pain. So I think the man lives in pain, and I think that's a part of his problem. But you know, I don't think the narcotics really helped, and I never really thought of that until I got surgery. And I never take pills. I've never done a drug. I've never smoked weed.
Nothing.
I've never smoked a cigarette. Yeah, I've done nothing.
Living on the street, all that, like being in this situation,
Fuck no, man.
never
I
intended.
care about my body. I knew I was gonna fight. You know what I mean? If I wasn't gonna fight, I wasn't gonna make it. I literally had, bro, I couldn't tell you. Now that I'm older, I would say, hey, in another life, I was supposed to be a race car driver. I love cars.
Okay.
I love cars. I love working with my hands. I love working on cars. That's what I found is like a passion, aside from fighting, because I think you have to have that if you want longevity, if you want mental clarity, you know. And, but yeah, no, I'm very open about it because it's the reality of what my life was, and I have nothing to be ashamed of. I have no reason to hide from that, you know, and he can see this shit. Say it to his face, but, you know, I won't ever let him get face-to-face with me. I'm past that, you know what I mean? I'm on to bigger, better things. I want to secure my future. You know, I want to help kids. I want to volunteer. I want to do things like that. And I'm not, and I always say, this is what I said on the last thing, I don't ever want to sit here and be like, I'm a role model. I am far from it.
But you are, though.
Nah, I don't want to be, though. I don't want that responsibility. It
Why
scares
not?
me. Because I say some off-the-wall shit. And this is a cancel culture world.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
But like for kids, man, like if there's a kid, I saw you say, what's the term that you use? You said throwaway kids. Is that
Throwaway kids.
throwaway
yeah.
kids matter? Like, as you said, there's a ton of them out there.
Ariel, I was convinced my whole life, you're a fucking loser. You're going to sweep floors. You're going to be this. I was never built up that I was going to be anything. I mean, literally, I was convinced that I was going to be a loser. You know, but maybe I shouldn't say convinced, but I believed, like, oh my God, like, this is the only thing I can see myself doing. If I don't really make this, I'm going to be a loser. And that scared the shit out of me, you know? I want things in life, you know? Not just materialistic things, but I want to go see the world. I think the beauty in life is going and traveling and seeing places that are breathtaking. And, you know, it scared the shit out of me. But I literally, if I wasn't doing this, bro, I wouldn't be here.
You think fighting was your only shot?
It was the only thing I had in my head.
There was no plan B?
No.
Like if I don't succeed
no
at this.
plan B. I would kill myself. 100%. Just is what it is. I would have.
If this didn't
I would
work
have been
out,
one of the selfish, weak people that killed himself.
that's a lot of freaking pressure. Some people are like, if I don't make it, I'm going to go be a whatever. You're saying you don't make it, you would have killed yourself.
100%.
You believe that?
Yeah.
Did you tell your coaches that?
Yeah, always.
And what would they say when you?
Will Harmon, particularly, you know, they would always just convince me that I was meant to do greater things, and if I ever wanted to, you know, venture outside of fighting, that I would be successful at anything because of how committed I am when I decide on something. But you know, the reason I knew fighting was it for me is because I'll get up at any hour to get better at it. There's nothing else. Like, I would get fucking fired doing anything else. Like, I couldn't fucking do ice cream. I couldn't work at a fucking Rita's. I couldn't work at Walmart. Like, I would get fired. I would be late. I wouldn't show up. I would sleep late. You know what I mean? Like, it's just fighting I take seriously, and I train hard, and I want to get better at it. And you know, that's what I desire to be the best at.
And by the way, for the record, you don't still feel that way, right?
No.
Like if this doesn't work out.
Yeah, no. It's already worked out.
It's already worked.
It's already worked out.
Why do you think so?
Because I showed myself, of all people, what my value was, what I always knew, what that little tiny fire was inside of my own brain where nobody else could enter, my own demons, my own problems, my own insecurities, my own motivations. I brought that to light. You know, that shit's burning hot right now. And don't get me wrong, like right now, like you go through this ups and lows, and like I'm a human being, I always fall sometimes. Sometimes I'm a negative asshole and fucking hate everybody type thing. But I got to bring myself away to come back sometimes. You know, I know other fighters don't do that. Train. And I will. I always train year round. But, you know, I know how I am emotionally. I got to take a step back and reset and then come back. You know what I mean? So that's kind of where I'm at right now. I got some injuries I got to take care of. And I'm, you know, I wasn't shocked at what happened with Gerald. And I think that's kind of like depressing sometimes. So depression, bro, it's a fucking fight every day. I don't know how to explain it. It's, you know what I mean? I have to choose to be happy every day. You know what I mean? I have to choose that. I have to choose to be appreciative and things like that. Like people that just say they wake up like that, I'm not like that.
Right.
You know, it may be true for them, but I have to constantly remotivate myself every day.
You talk to someone?
I haven't talked to somebody for a while. I mean, I have a lot of close friends that I talk to, but you know, I was talking to Eddie Alvarez the second I got back. Eddie Alvarez is very close in my life, and I think I'm gonna start working with his mental coach. I need it. You know what I mean? I need it. And not that I'm in a bad spot, but I always want to be in a better spot. So I think I'm a fool if I'm in this position and I'm getting this attention, or I'm going to keep climbing. And, you know, bro, look, there's going to be fucking people in these comments that are going to find error in this and talk shit and all. You know how that goes. You know what I mean? There's people like that. So, you know, I don't get offended by it. You know, I used to get really upset if everybody said something negative. It's like, I don't give a shit now. So it's like, I just think it's good to constantly find new ways to, whether it's meditation or, you know, reading and things like that. So I watched an interview, the first Black American sniper, Nicholas Irving, and that was motivation for me, you know, like going and listening to things like that. Like, that guy has been through fucking hell in life and can't even get the VA to help him type thing.
Wow.
You know, so I'm over here crying about my life.
No,
like,
man.
you know what I mean? So it's like someone's always got it harder type thing, and I take motivation from that. So I just think it's good to have a mental coach.
By the way, side note, what about Eddie Alvarez? You see that fight on Saturday?
I did. That fight scared me, man.
Yeah.
That fight scared me.
Back and forth. That was. Would you ever do that?
Yeah, absolutely.
You would?
I beat Lorenzo Hunt.
You did?
He's a 2-weight world champion. I choked him unconscious in MMA, my 4th professional fight.
Yeah, he's their light heavyweight and middleweight, I think,
Light
champion.
heavyweight and middleweight, yeah.
But not in bare knuckle. Would you do bare knuckle, really?
Yeah. Yeah.
I believe you, to be honest.
I would.
It's a crazy thing.
I mean, man, you like, you know what they get paid?
I know, they're doing pretty well.
I would do it. Listen, I'm not there yet, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I would do it. I believe in my power. And it might be wrong, but I believe that I can sleep any of these dudes, So
I don't want to get into the whole elbow injury thing. We talked about that already. But the thing about the documentary, which again was illuminating for me, was you have the footage of all like the surgeries and everything. That like, how did you? Was it just because you?
I told them when I was going in, I was like, "You guys are allowed to take video," and they were like, "Well, yeah, we can, but we don't usually." And I was like, "Listen, this is different." I was like, "I'm coming back. Take fucking video of it."
So that's next level for me, because at that point you're not even a UFC fighter yet. You're not, you know, Conor McGregor, John Jones, Daniel Cormier, who's at the top, or like Weidman, who's now, you know, who had ESPN following him for the past 2 years coming off. You're the guy on Contender Series who didn't, and you had the presence of mind. Like, let me tell the audience out there, like, this is gruesome, but very graphic, but speaks to just what you went through. Footage, it's the whole thing, you know? And you had the presence of mind to tell someone to film that because you knew that you were going to bounce back from this potentially career-altering, life-altering injury, and that someday that this would be valuable. Like, I wouldn't have the presence of mind to do that. I would be utterly depressed.
Yeah.
How did you have the presence?
I was utterly depressed.
But you still had the presence of mind.
Yeah, because it goes back to what I told you. There was no plan B. This is either going to work or it's not, or I'm done. And that's just, I was that mentally fragile. So fighting didn't work for me, bro. I wouldn't be here. You know what I mean? And more so than anything, and I always try to say it because I don't get to see him all the time anymore, but if it wasn't for Will Harmon, I would have never made my professional debut. I lived rent-free for the first 3 years, you know what I mean? And the food and things like that, you know, people don't understand that it is so hard to become successful in MMA as a sport in particular compared to the rest, because it's so physically demanding. And someone like me who's so emotionally invested, it's even more demanding. You know what I mean? I drain my body per camp. You know, this is why it's hard. I can't take the short notice fights yet because I put everything into it mentally and physically. And it's just, it drains the fuck out of me. You know what I mean? I become mind numbed. You know, after doing all that, dude, I trained so fucking hard for the Gerald fight, and I almost broke my ribs, and I was beat up, man. Like physically, I was beat up. And I had some things that a lot of people were pulled out with, you know, and I still was like, I'm gonna kill this motherfucker. Like, that's just how my mentality was, and then, you know, it's over. So it's like, that's where people don't understand. You know, it's all good and all, and I feel great and everything, but it's so emotional for me. That's why I cry like a bitch every time I fucking win.
Not like a bitch.
It's my whole life, bro. You know what? That's why
anyone watches this documentary, they'll understand why. I mean, if I were you, I'd be crying even more after all of this. It's unbelievable. Can I see how does?
Yeah. So
there it is.
That's the first surgery, and then they cut all the way on the end, so they opened it back up. So I basically was stuck here. Now this is it. So. I have an injury in my shoulder right now.
Okay.
With a rotator cuff. So,
oh no.
Yeah. But,
surgery?
No, it's a partial tear.
Okay.
I do need something for my left elbow. I don't know what I can and can't say yet, but
Okay.
but yeah, this I'm down for 4 to 5 weeks or whatever. But yeah, I mean my shoulder, every time I punch it, it's just gonna over rotate my shoulder all the time.
Wow.
This is my range. So this is why I had to learn.
Yeah.
In my first fight, I almost broke my finger yesterday grappling.
Oh,
That's
no.
why my finger's like fat.
Oh, yes.
But I had to learn to get my range and snapping and dealing with that all the time.
Does it feel weird every time you throw it?
Yeah, it sucks.
Still?
It sucks. Yeah, I'm gonna have arthritis the rest of. I'm gonna be a pain the rest of my life. I'm gonna be an old crippled motherfucker when I'm like 40.
Are you at peace with that?
Yeah. I did it, man.
Yeah.
I did it. I fucking did something I said I was gonna do that nobody else believed in. I mean, not my coaches or anything, man. Nothing. Like these coaches now, they believe in me. You know what I mean? And they're amazing, and I love them. But I'm talking like from a child. You know what I mean? Nobody believed. And I would get laughed at. Why the fuck do you want to do that? Get punched in your face. I'm an ugly motherfucker as it is. I got it. So this is what I'm gonna do. You know what I mean? So it's like I used to look at myself in the mirror and be like, well, you ain't fucking like. And I'm not asking for pity, but I used to be like, well, you ain't fucking a 10. You ain't doing modeling. You ain't doing shit. Like, what are you gonna do? I was like, I'm not smart. Like when it comes to books because I don't like it. I don't want to sit in a classroom. Everybody forgets that this shit is not natural.
Right.
Yeah. We live in a man-made world, and you're told that you have special needs or some learning disability because you can't sit in a classroom.
Right.
Or you're supposed to be out there in nature, you know what I mean? But this is built, and this is the game you have to play. So it's like I refused to sit in a classroom. I couldn't do it. And I had no motivation for it. I wouldn't do it. I fucking sucked at school. Let alone, I think I sucked at school because of what I had going on in my home life. I was so distracted mentally and so heartbroken all the time. But yeah, I mean, I'm here, man. You know what I mean? So yeah, no, I made it. In my mind, I made it, and I'm not content with just making.
Sure.
So.
And I also learned that you broke your hand upon right before your comeback fight.
Broke it right in half here.
And you still fought.
Still fought.
And you won.
Not
at that point, you're like, God. Again, it's like how many things can go wrong?
Bro, I was scared.
That one?
Scared. I was fucking scared because I was like, you know how it goes, man. Like. I don't care if you fought or not. You know how it goes. When you get a contender series and you lost the way I lost, everybody's like, he's probably not coming back the same. Or, he's going to have to fight 3, 4 more fights. And it only took me one fight. And I called out, how I called out and got my shot back. And then it was like, you want to talk about being even more scared, let alone what I was dealing with in that situation leading up, which you watched. It's like, it never stopped. It was like, I get over it. But here's what I've also had to learn mentally. Problems don't go away. There's always new ones. It's just about how you roll with the new ones. Because it's a world filled with problems. You're never going to get rid of your problem. It's just how well do you deal with the next problem.
But at any point, did you feel like it's just too many problems?
Yeah.
A lot. And what did you do?
Fucking cried. Say a little prayer. Call somebody.
Were you ever close to quitting?
Yeah, a bunch.
When was the closest?
When I broke my arm. Yeah, when I broke my arm, I felt useless. I was sitting out back on the patio, particularly. I remember just like looking up. It was a nice sunny day. It was good weather, and I just remember looking up like, what the fuck am I living for? What if I chose the wrong thing? What if I just wasted 18 years of my life? It's gone. How many fights do I have to come back? What if I don't get on a winning streak? What if I'm not good enough? Like, what the fuck? Like, you start questioning everything because you don't understand. You don't know how to accept what went down. Like, how would anybody accept that? Especially when it's everything that you've ever dreamed of. And this past fight that I had, everything I ever dreamed of when I would, an actual dream, not just thoughts, what I would actually dream was about walking out to a crowd, and I got to do that. And I got to do that with the Rocky song and shit. I was pissed they didn't air it, but that to me was a dream come true. Fuck the fight. It was the walkout.
How did you turn the corner there? Like from that sunny day, how does someone like yourself get out of that funk?
Yeah. I mean, I had a really good girlfriend at the time that was, constantly reminding me, like, I think you can do it. I think you can do it. I think you can do it. My coach, he was like, hey, listen, we just got to get through this, but it wasn't really anybody in particular that could pull me out of that depression or that self-pity. It was me having to make the decision that, hey, either you're going to give up or you're going to sit here and you're going to feel sorry for yourself. Or you're going to fucking sack up and, do what you got to do and start this, take this therapy serious and this rehabilitation and figure out the next moves. I knew I had to make a change leading up to the Contender. So I think that was the hope too. It was like, I was in a gym that was a jiu-jitsu gym. And it wasn't an MMA gym. There was no MMA classes. There was no MMA cage. There was no MMA boxing coach. There was no kickboxing coach. I had Sam Orpiza, who was a full-time worker with a fiance and a family, who I could get 2-3 sessions in like 40 minutes at a time at 5 a.m. You know what I mean? And then COVID hit. So like, I knew I had like, I had 8 pieces missing from a 10-piece puzzle. Right. And I still made it. So I was like, in my head, I was like, man, I fix these things, I'm going to smash these motherfuckers. I fix these things, I'm going to get better. And so I reached out to Sean Brady. I'd known Sean Brady for a long time. You know, he's getting married on Friday.
I feel bad for Sean. You know, he texted me as a quick, like, I remember first saying that the UFC was coming to Jersey, and this was months ago. And he's like, bro, do you have any info? Like, that's the one I want to be on. He's like, just please tell me it's not May 6th. That's the one weekend. Yeah. And I was like, I'm sorry, man. It's May 6th. I felt so bad for him because that would be perfect for him as a Philly guy. You going to that wedding?
Yeah, I am going to that.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to that. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't miss it. You know what I mean? He means a lot to me. But, you know, I reached out to him, and we had been talking over the years. I'd come in there before and just did like a sparring session. Like, I used to train with Corey Anderson a lot. And, you know, he'll tell you the evolution of my game in itself. You know, I used to be a kid that would get fucked up by him and beat the shit out of him, and then I started doing really well, you know, and grew. But yeah, you know, I talked to him. I went in there, I seen Coach John and them, and I made that change. You know, that's the long story short, is that I reached out to somebody and I made that change before I was even allowed to train.
Okay.
And then I had to get another surgery. But I said, hey, I'm joining this gym. And then I went and trained a couple sessions. I hit pads with John. I was like, man, like, I feel like I'm breaking my elbow every time I punch, because I was basically like snapping against its own bone. I had to go get another surgery, came back and jumped right in there, man. And I jumped right in with Sean. Sean beat the shit out of me because I was training I was a southpaw who had never trained southpaw for his Michael Chiesa fight. And I got beat the fuck out of him. I was skinny as shit too. You know, imagine coming back. Like my arm, I could put my fingers around my arm. And you can imagine that. I could put my fingers around my arm. It was literally just a bone.
So obviously you're banged up, this and that. These things are going to happen. But it seems like for the past year or so, it's been a pretty great run for you.
Yeah.
Because of everything you've been through, are you the kind of person that's always like, okay, when's the other shoe going to fall? Or do you feel like, you know, that's done, that part of your life is done, meaning the bad luck?
Like, do I think there's going to be another like bad? Nah, I don't think like that. Bro, I've had so many great things and people help me now, especially, you know, but you know, like leading up, like I stopped thinking that way because it was a condition thing. I had to break that chain of thought, you know. I had to stop thinking that way. When you think so negative, like, yeah, sure. What was I doing that for? So that way when something negative happens, see, man, I told you, like, me, you know, I had to break that, especially if I wanted to break out of that depression phase and that feel sorry for yourself phase. You have to stop thinking so negatively. And I still do it. Dude, I'm fucking terrible. I always think negative. I always judge people. I'm always like, man, fuck that guy. Fuck this person. Like, it's just, I think it's just something that's ingrained in me because, I mean, dude, like there's some fucking freaks out there. I mean, there's freaks out there, and I'm not filtered about it. Like, there's some fucking weirdos, and I don't like that shit. You know what I mean? Don't bring it near me. Do what you want to do, but don't bring it near me. So I'm very negative when, like, I'm very old school, very traditional. Like, I'm not with the times of these fucking kids, man. So, you know, but yeah, no, I don't sit there and think like that anymore because, you know, look at how many great things have happened. Look how many bad things happened, but then look at the comeback. You know, I didn't do anything special when I won my Contender Series fight. All I did was knock him out and scream at Dana White because I was pissed at him because he said that Dustin Stoltzfus was beating the shit out of me before I lost. So go back and watch the fucking fight. You know what I mean? I was pissed about that. And then all these people that were like, oh, at least you got tweeted by Dana White. And I was like, bro, go fuck yourself. You know what I mean? I was broken. Yeah. You think, you know, as the ambulance doors are closing, I'm getting carted out. I didn't even get to shake his hand, say nothing. 18 years is gone. So I get pissed off about that shit because, you know, everybody counted me out. I fought Ozzy Diaz, and 94% of these fucking nerds thought I was going to get knocked out. And I was like, bro, what?
Tapology, bro. Yeah. I was like, shit. People, you know, I have Tapology open right now. They're the best. But, like, you never think that the fighters are looking at that about themselves. Yeah. You even talking about being in the back, and they're replaying the arm break. I can't even imagine what's going on. You're in the back getting ready to...
I was heated. I had to keep it so under control, but I was heated. I was like, these motherfuckers. Like, you know, at that point, I was so strong, like, and believing in myself, and I fought like shit. I fought like shit. Go back and watch that fight, Ariel, and then go watch the fight with Gerald. I mean, obviously they're two different fighters, and I don't hold Gerald in a very high regard as far as striking, but
veteran. But
veteran. He beat tough guy. He beat Bruno Silva, who just looked pretty good, right? He beat Makhmud Muradov, who I thought was really good, and he is really good. But like there was a difference between me physically then and now, and the way I fought then and now. It's just the more I free up here, it's like clearing out iCloud space, man. I got a lot of fucking room to grow. So I'm not even.
When do you think you're like in the discussion at 85? What do you predict?
Where do I think I'm at?
No. When do you think you get into that discussion? You know the discussion, like the top dogs. When do you think that happens? How far away are we from that?
Could have happened already.
Could have. What do you mean by?
I said no. It could have. It could have happened. I could have jumped into the top tier.
That you were offered something on short notice against who?
I don't know if I can say.
Man. You just opened your soul to us.
Can I say? I don't know if I can say it. I don't have anybody here that can tell me.
Who do we got? Who's that? Mike over there? What's
can
up,
I say
Mike?
what I was offered? For a fight? Yeah, I don't give a fuck. So I got offered Nasruddin Imavov.
Oh, yeah.
And I like him. I think he's tough.
Is that the one that Strickland took?
Yeah.
In December?
Yeah, the one that Strickland beat, yeah. So I got offered him. I respect the guy, but it was too soon. You know what I mean? It was too soon. And what do I need to rush for? I don't need to rush. You know what I mean? Call me a bitch, call me a pussy, call me whatever. I respect the man. Yeah, listen, first of all, the main reason I said no is because I had an injury that I have to get fixed, and then I would die. There's no way. I got too big. Like, there's no way.
Yeah.
I need a camp, and I'm not.
You think like this time next year, you're in that discussion?
I think before that.
Oh, really? Okay.
Before that.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Bro, I mean, listen, I'm very happy. Dana White treats me good. I don't know the man personally, but as far as business, it's been good. I'm not making buku dollars, so that's why I don't want anybody in the top 15.
Yeah.
You know what I mean, I'm not stupid. I'm not going to fight the toughest guys in my career without that part of it matching. Yeah. I'm not dumb.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I've been in the game a long time. And that's where it's Eddie Alvarez and people that mentor me and guide me.
Oh, Eddie's the best.
And Vayner Sports with Lloyd.
Yep.
And DSG with Disruptive Sports Group. Like I have a lot of really good people around me that are just
You've got a team, man.
I got a team. I got a fucking unit.
Yeah.
That's why I say I'm an absolute fucking unit. You know what I mean? That's not just me by myself. That's with my team that cares about me. And I've really been able to develop a team that I think is going to be better than anybody that's done this so far. And why, what do you see that I can't possess? I already got something. I'm not as big as them, but I got something that can be a Jorge Masvidal, that could be an Izzy, that could be a John Jones. You know what I mean? I got something there. And why, everybody says this cliche shit, but why can't it be me?
No, for sure. I believe it 100%. By the way, you mentioned girlfriend, this and that. Like, just curious, like your experiences as a kid, has that affected?
100%. Yeah. I don't really know how to accept love that well.
Right.
Even though I'm a loving person, like I am loving, but there's a certain part where it's like you get too deep and I'm just like stuck.
Yeah.
I don't know. So I think that comes from just not knowing how to be the killer and be the lover. You know what I mean? That's why I've really struggled and failed in my relationships. And it's just tough. I'm just not there yet. You know what I mean? I'm not there where I'm like, I got to figure out those emotions still.
Sure.
I mean, I didn't have a great example with a father and a mother. They were not very affectionate and loving to each other. So it's like, I just feel like I do a really good job at trying with what I know how, but I fucking suck at it.
Well, man, you are an open book, and it's very refreshing and inspiring to see someone speak about really difficult topics and sensitive topics with such ease and passion. And that's why the documentary is so great. So it's called The Road to the UFC, Joe Pyfer. There's a screening tomorrow, but it's not out yet, right?
Yeah, no.
Because I know people are going to ask, but hopefully soon it will be on some sort of platform stream. You guys are working on that, correct?
We do this premiere.
Feels inevitable.
We do this screening, and the Journey to the UFC.
There it is. Yeah.
We do that. We go there. We kill it. Just really like present what we are. Let some big names and people see it, and then figure out who wants to bid on it and take it to that next level.
Love it.
And
for whatever it's worth, I loved it. Connor in the back watched it. He loved it. It's like the whole thing felt like it was 10 minutes long, to be honest, because it's just so compelling.
I can't watch it. It makes me too upset.
I can't even imagine, man.
We did watch it before my last fight, though, and we got hyped.
Oh, jeez. I mean, yeah, it's one thing for me to watch about someone else. It's your story, and the footage, again, is just amazing that you guys have all that stuff. I really appreciate you stopping by. When people stop by, you know, I can't really look at you. You're a unit, as you said. I can't beat you in anything athletic, but we do like to play darts before, and this is my way of trying to, you know, be cool in front of the athletes.
Oh, yeah.
I'm a big darts guy. I don't know if you know this. I love darts.
I did not.
And we do 3 versus 3. So you shoot 3 and I shoot 3. The guy with the higher number wins. We've had a long list of people stop by. In fact, we do have the leaderboard here. Sky Nicholson, the Olympian, is the only one to actually beat me in studio. Jack Shore was here virtually, and he cheated, so I don't really count him as a winner for number 2. But look at Chael P. I beat Chael P. He got a 40. I beat him with a 75.
Damn.
And you're up next. We've got some other people here. Mike, you will not do worse than Michael Rappaport, the great actor, who got a 0.
Yeah,
he
nah,
missed
I'm
the
not
board
that bad.
3 times.
What?
Which is insane to me. I thought he was joking.
That guy's dookie. Oh, my gosh.
It's really crazy. Anyway, are you down?
I am down.
Let's
I'll
go.
take this bent arm and try to whoop your ass.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. You've got the bum arm, so I apologize. What's up, Mike? How are you? So I'll let you choose the darts, whichever ones you
I'm gonna
want.
take these.
You want those?
Yeah, I
Okay, I'm
want
going to
these.
take these. Now, here's the thing. I'm very kind as a host. I let you take a practice shot. Now, this is the board right over here. I do want to point out, how tall are you?
6'2".
Yeah, 6'2". So you got the light here. Just, you know, you got the camera. This obviously is the board. You've thrown a dart before.
Yeah.
By the way, it's our first time using this brand new dart given to us by Madison Square Garden, because there's going to be the North American Championships at MSG on June 2nd and 3rd. So you're the first one to christen this.
All right.
I just want to let you know.
Fair
you get
enough.
1 practice shot, okay?
All right.
Here it is, Joe Pyfer. Okay, it's not bad. Nice and smooth.
Shitty 4.
It's a 4, but you know, it could be worse. We had a lot of people miss the board. Okay, so here we go.
I'm not going to miss.
3 versus 3, me versus you.
You're 3 first?
Oh, no, you go first.
Oh, I go first.
Please,
All right, fair enough.
guests always go first. The only athletic thing that I could beat Joe Pyfer at, here's number 1. Okay, what is that, a 10?
A 10.
Nice.
A fucking 1.
A 1, okay, not bad.
That
And a 12, right?
That is a 12, yeah.
Okay, so what do we got there? A 23. How do you feel about that? I see you moving the arm a little bit.
I feel like it's all right. Nah,
Is
it's
it
just like,
hurting?
no,
Okay.
it doesn't hurt. It's just
I don't wanna
fucking
be,
getting
blamed
used
for
to it,
anything.
you know? Because I
All right, so 23. You feel good about that?
I feel all right.
All right, here we go.
I mean, not
I've
with
never
the 1.
played on this board before, so I could be a little bit.
Could have hit everything but fucking 1.
There's a 16, right?
This fucking guy.
Oh, there's another 16.
16, 32, all right.
Them's the breaks, Joe. I mean, I hate to beat a guest. And that was
17?
That was a 2. So 16, 16, 32, 34.
Okay.
So I
Damn.
beat you, Joe. Sorry about that, man.
I appreciate it.
Sorry, you know, I hate to be a rude
There should be a
host.
double or nothing just because I am handicapped. But
Yeah, you know,
but
those
I
the breaks.
understand.
You know
You
what?
gotta take the
Next time
wins.
you come on, you go back to the drawing board, you go to the local pub, and you practice, and we'll
Fair
have
enough.
a rematch.
Fair enough.
His name is Joe Pyfer. The documentary is Journey to the UFC, Joe Pyfer. It's going to come out soon, and wherever it comes out, whenever it comes out, you have to watch it. It will give you probably have infinite appreciation for this man. It'll give you exponential appreciation for this man. Thank you for coming in.
Thank you, brother.
And I hope this
Appreciate
will
it.
maybe make you like New York a little bit more.
I did.
is-
This was a great opportunity. I've been watching you I told you this before, I've been watching you for years and years.
Thanks,
so,
man.
You're doing your own thing too, and this was cool to actually see the setup because I've watched that backdrop for years.
Thank you. Platinum Perry, during the break, we'll be back with Captain Eric. Don't go anywhere.
My man.
Let's talk to the face of bare knuckle fighting, the one and only Platinum Perry. Look at you, Mike. I mean, this is just unbelievable. You got your own bobblehead too? Where'd you get that?
I found it.
You found it?
Yeah, I had this sent to me years ago, and it had all the tattoos on it, and I had it in a storage unit. I even told you I was going to send it to you, but I hadn't found it for like 2 years. I found it, all the tattoos washed off, and I was looking at your bobbleheads, and they all got gloves on, and I had this made for me way back, right? No gloves.
Wow.
No gloves. It's like the world knew, man.
Unbelievable. The world.
And I need a setup like Eddie, man. He's got a nice little office. He's got his belts up there and that.
Yeah.
You know, I got this ghetto setup, you know, but you see,
I kind of, but be honest, I like the setup. Where are you at home right now? This is a different look than your usual setup.
Yeah, this is my son's room, man. Got his pirate ship, got the ocean waves in the background, man.
I love it.
I love my son, and he inspires me so much. So I guess I just started doing it in here.
How can we explain this, Mike? We were talking about this earlier. You know, towards the end of your UFC deal or run in the UFC, like it felt like you were a little bit all over. Wasn't. What has happened to you in the last 2 years, like the glow up, as they say, how you have, you're like a polished gem. You've matured. You're so good at selling these fights. Like what you and Luke did on Wednesday on the show was the amount of feedback I got from that. People were like, I know nothing about bare knuckle, but I'm watching it just because of how entertaining they were, how comfortable you see them out there. We'll get to the Conor stuff in a minute, but like you are the face of this sport. How the hell did all this happen?
Man, it's some type of destiny. I've always loved boxing. That's where I get my grip from. You know, I like to bite down on my mouthpiece, tuck my chin, and throw hands. And I was more, to be honest, I feel like I was more of a boxer in the sport of MMA, and I had a lot of success knocking guys out because I gave them the hands. And then when I got to the highest level, you know, I started facing better kickboxers, guys who could really mix it up better. And of all the jiu-jitsu training I've done, and I'm very skilled in other arts, but no matter what, when I got in the ring, in the cage, the octagon, whatever you want to call it, I have one thing on my mind, and I just want to punch you in the face or in the body. I know how to land significant blows with my fists. And that's always been a passion of mine. I love boxing. I don't mind getting hit, and I use it to my advantage.
And so you have this dynamic with Luke. Like, could you tell you guys were just the face-offs were fun. The way, like there was just something between you guys. Can you describe what it was? Because I could tell there was animosity, but there also seemed to be some love between you guys.
You know, I think a lot of fighters that have been fighting, that have been in the ray of light, that you know, people have been paying attention to us fighting for years. We've come a long way. Things have, you know, I've really learned more how to be myself. You know, and that's kind of how it is in the gym, right? Like I go to a gym and I'll get to spar these great guys, these names that people know all over the world. I work with tons of the greatest fighters. I mean, I've worked with John Jones. I mean, that's the best there is. So I've gotten to work with the greatest, and behind closed doors. And it's like, you know, these guys, they're not sure about me, but I'm sure about me. I know that I'm talented. I know that I have skills in professionalism and in technique. I know that sometimes I may look a little, what cowboys say, unconventional. But Lyoto Machida said it about me. He said, Mike loves to brawl, but he's so technical at the same time that I'm tough to deal with. And this sport definitely suits me. I love the bare knuckle thing. It's boxing, but it's like, it's meaner than boxing, because look what happens. I mean, I can just bust your teeth out of your mouth. You remember, you know, back when people's dads would argue, that's some shit like guys from the 60s, 50s, 70s, 80s would say, I'll bust your teeth out of your mouth. And look at that, man. I did it. When's the last time? I was saying, it's like it goes down in sports history, you know. It's unfortunate to use this as an example because that fight didn't go my way. But when my nose shifted across my face, that was like sports history. The elbow, that was sports history. And then there's always these knockouts or these shots that people get hit with that kind of goes down in the next setup for the next year of sports history. And busting somebody's teeth out of their mouth was definitely one. You know, now, I may say that, and it sounds kind of hot.
All right, we are back on the program. That was incredible stuff with Joe Pyfer. Appreciate him very much, and definitely go check out the documentary whenever it comes out. The documentary is entitled Road to the UFC, Joe Pyfer. It's going to come out, and it's going to be great. and I highly suggest you check it out. All right, last guest of the day is the head coach for Henry Cejudo, who is coming back after a 3-year layoff. He is coming back to fight Aljamain Sterling. He is coming back to reclaim the title that he vacated when he beat Dominic Cruz back in May of 2020. It's been a long road back for Henry, and we weren't sure if he was coming back or not. Even Aljo said that on Monday, but perhaps our next guest knew for sure all along. He is his head coach, Captain Eric Albarracin, who it was tougher to book on this program than it was to book Conor McGregor, believe it or not. Do we have Captain Eric?
I'm right here.
Where is he? Where is Captain? There he is, my guy, Captain. It was so hard to book you, Captain Eric. I mean, it was unbelievable how many. Are you that busy over there?
Listen, when the greatest combat athlete is coming back after 3 years, he's 3 times better. Everybody wants a piece of Triple C. And some of that, when they can't get a piece, it kind of rolls off to me. We got a hot month. Also, Patricia Pitbull's going for his 3rd world title. Right. So I'm getting hit in all kinds of directions. But we're here. You saved the best for last.
That's right.
I would have went in there too. I would have went into your.
I invited you. But I understand it's a bit of a trek from New Jersey. I appreciate you coming, nonetheless. So can I ask you about that? Did you always believe he would come back, or was there a point where you truly believed that he was done?
I will say this. When he retired, I shed a tear because I wasn't sure if he was going to be coming back. And it was like you're, I remember when I became a captain in the Army, my dad cried in that moment. I'd never seen him cry or be that proud. And that's kind of what I felt. It wasn't that I was proud of the career he had that he accomplished. When I first met him in 2004, he had that list that he put up on it in his dorm rooms at the Olympic Training Center. And it had 3 things: to be Olympic champion, to be UFC champion, world's best father and husband. And when he accomplished that second goal, I knew it was time for him to take that time off and relax and start on with the next chapter in his life.
And when he told you that he wanted to come back, seriously, when it was all coming together, did you have any doubts? Did you feel like maybe it was going to be too long of a layoff, too big of a hill to climb? Like, what were you thinking initially when it seemed like this was going to be a reality?
I said exactly how I planned it. Let me introduce him to some Brazilian girl.
Yeah.
Have him fall in love, get married, have a baby, and then when that baby comes around, he'll find that extra motivation that he would fight for something different. Now, however, I don't actually believe that's the case.
Oh,
Henry tried to, he wanted to relax. He had a target on his back since he was 12 years old because he's been #1 since he was that age. And he wanted to relax. He wanted comfort. But now I realize Henry wasn't made for relaxation or comfort. Henry was made for greatness. And that is why he's back. He sees Aljamain. When they're talking about people coming back, you guys are worried whether Henry Cejudo is coming back. We're worried about Aljamain not coming back. He was talking about the bicep injury, and guess what? Aljamain, Ali Quinta, Ray Longo, Matt Serra, they need to thank me because I made a phone call to BioAccelerator about Aljamain. They said, you know what? We weren't thinking about him because he's Henry's competition, and Henry is one of the OGs of BioAccelerator and stem cells. So they know never to help out the competition. And they never do. I've had Patricio go there, Patricky, Paulo Costa, everybody. Henry twice right before this camp. But I said, you know what? We need Aljamain healthy. Otherwise, he's going to push it off. And Henry wants Aljamain to be on his as his accomplishment. So we gave BioAccelerator a call and said, hey, we want you to treat his injury. And we got him back to 100%.
Wow.
And so, you're welcome.
Wow. This is in Colombia. This is that spot in Colombia that everyone goes to, right?
Spot, yeah, BioXceller in Medellin. BioX man. Patricio Pitbull was the first BioX man, spelled MMAN. And I think then it was Paulo Costa, and then Henry, then Patricky. We sent some of the best fighters in the world. The
Okay.
BioX man.
What did you make of their interaction on Sunday? I saw you sitting there. What did you make of it?
Yeah, I did not like that. I did not like that at all.
Why? Why? What didn't you like about it?
Well, if you saw their ESPN interview, they're at each other's throats.
Yeah.
And now they see each other. It reminded me a little bit about with Paulo and Izzy. They're at each other's throats in the interviews. And then when they saw each other for the first time in Abu Dhabi, they're all shaking hands and hugging. And everybody's like, that killed the hype for it. So then Paulo raised it and threw that belt at him. So I feel Henry's going to have to raise the game now and make sure that rivalry is heated, because this is going to be a fight for the ages. UFC 288. Aljamain, if he could win, he would become the greatest bantamweight of all time.
You really believe that? Someone asked me that earlier. I still put Dominic. I just don't think he's had I think he's en route. I think if he beats Henry, he's definitely in the conversation. But is that on the line for this? Has he had enough title defenses?
I'm going off what they were saying. Someone posted that.
All
so
right.
I'm going off what
Who's the greatest
saying.
bantamweight champion of all time, in your opinion? You're a historian.
Yeah, you know what? I had TJ Dillashaw up there.
Okay, that's a fair one.
I had TJ Dillashaw, and that's why it was so important for Henry to save the flyweight division by beating TJ Dillashaw. And when you talk about, New York, if you can make it in New York, you can make it anywhere. Well, you know what we did in New York? Henry took out DJ in 32 seconds. So we're back in New York again. We're back in the hometown or the home area of Aljamain Sterling. And we're going to make history again.
What would you say is the biggest difference between this Henry and the one that we saw 3 years ago?
Wow. You know what? Henry's just 3 years off. I've never seen him. Here's a funny story. I don't tell it to everybody, but I'll tell it to you because you're my boy.
Thank you.
So Henry was not the king of cringe years ago. It was like, I couldn't even get him to do a tweet. And now it's like the complete opposite. He's like Logan Paul. He's a YouTuber. And matter of fact, I got his YouTube producer right here with me, one of your fellow Jewish tribe members.
Who, Wantsover?
Michael Wantsover.
Come on, Michael. There he is. My old friend, Michael Wantsover of ESPN fame. How are you, Mike? Long time no see.
Good. How are you, Ariel?
I didn't realize this was a multi-camp shoot here.
Now you got to document everything. Team Cejudo. Look how much of a sellout I am right here.
Wow, that's a nice looking hat, by the way. That's who designed that? Did you design that?
I helped design it. HenryCejudo.com. Yeah, if you're interested.
Wow, you are fully in. And by the way, don't think I saw Kelvin Gaslam's recap of the fight. I was like, oh, this has Michael Wantsover's fingerprints all over it.
I'm working with Kelvin, helping him out as well. He just got back from Mexico, going 170. Got to help promote him as well.
I love it.
Out everyone at Fight Ready.
For the audience, Michael Wantsover is one of the great producers that I met at ESPN. I'm happy to see him on Team Cejudo. Is Henry going to jump out of the other side of the room over there? Are there more surprises? Who's next?
I think Henry's with your boy DC.
Oh man, talk about from the penthouse you to the outhouse him, huh?
Man, now both of you guys are doing good.
I'm kidding. I'm joking.
I was saying that
yes, go ahead.
3 years, when now I couldn't. Now he's a YouTuber, but now that means he's analyzing. He's analyzing fights every day. He's coaching, and when you become a coach, you become a leader. And when you're a leader, it's not how long you stay at the top; it's how many people you bring with you to the top. And that's Henry always says, legends take care of legends. So him and John Jones, Yuri Prohaska, Figueiredo. you know, we were even talking just today to somebody when we heard about Aldana maybe fighting for the title, and she is fighting for the title. And I was remembering the 3 Mexican champions. Henry also mentored. They lived at his house before.
Wow.
From Moreno to Grasso and Yair did a camp there at Fight Ready. So, you know, Henry's had a piece in coaching all these people and mentoring, and he's taken 3 years off, but his mind never stopped working. His mind evolved, and he let his body rest, you know, drank some secret juice. Now he's stronger than ever, mentally, physically.
Are you surprised that he has turned into such a great coach, or did you always know that he would be this kind of coach?
Yes and no. More so, I would say because he used to hate school. He hated high school. So, you know, you would think he wouldn't like to coach and study. But that's quite the opposite. You know, when I see he's got his red book, his Art of War, it's amazing to me. I just remember having trouble trying to get him to study and try to pass the SATs when he was in high school. It wasn't happening. And now he does it on his own. You should see him at his book. He's got some of the best knowledge, and it's like the Art of War written by Musashi.
Well, I mean, he's turned into a great fighter. Coach, and I love the fact that he is coming back. And honestly, I was trying to tell people when Dariush Oliveira fell through, I was like, man, this fight is elite. Like, I love this fight. Don't worry. And now the card is just fine, and they got Bilal and Gilbert, and it's great. But this fight to me is so great. And I was just talking about it earlier in the day because it feels like the ultimate chess match. You know, sometimes when it's wrestler versus wrestler, they stay standing. But this is a bit like wrestler versus grappler. And then if it gets to the ground, who will win out? And then if it doesn't go to the ground, who's the better striker? And does it go, you know, into the championship rounds? And what does Henry look like? And what does Aljo look like? He wasn't really tested against TJ. Could you give us any insight as to where you think this fight is played out? Is it played out on the mat? Is it one of those fights where the grappling cancels each other out and it becomes a kickboxing match or a boxing match? What are you expecting?
You know, I would say, you know, they're expecting Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, yet they don't speak Portuguese. Ali Quinta, Ray Longo, Matt Serra. And
what does the Portuguese have anything to do with it? What?
Wait.
Sorry.
Because they want to say wrestling. The fact that you say wrestling cancels out wrestling, Division III cancels out Olympic champion wrestling. Okay. Are you guys out of your mind? I think you remember back in 2019 when Dwayne Bedledwood said that on your show. Go back and watch it and watch how heated I get when you guys bring that up. No, they're wrestling. We're going to show you why Long Island is called Strong Island, because I was born on Long Island. And we're going to show you why world-class wrestling is king on Saturday night. You know, Ali Quinta, Home Smart, bet some of those smart homes that you're selling. Put it on the line. Bet the house if you're so confident in what's going to happen, that his grappling. How's he going to take him? How's he going to take his back? You know, this is going to be played out where Henry decides. And you're going to see, you might even see a submission from Henry.
So you think it actually does go to the ground? Because I think there's a scenario where it remains standing throughout.
Oh, if it remains standing throughout, Aljamain's getting knocked out by Triple C.
Dang.
If he tries to keep it on the feet, but you know, how can he stop Henry's wrestling? Tell me that.
Any concern of ring rust?
No, because in my experience, I've been with Henry when he came back. in 2011 after he took off 3 years after the Olympics, and he fought a Russian right here in Times Square.
Yeah.
And one of the number one Russians in the world. And he beat him after 3 years off. So, I think him training with Mighty Mouse really helped him. The advice that Mighty Mouse gave him, the training that he did him, that also definitely, takes away the ring rust, hearing confirmation, discussing, exchanging ideas with Mighty Mouse, one of the highest fight IQs I've ever seen. And I've been around guys like John Jones and Wei Lee and Figueiredo, Moreno, the Pitbull brothers. And of course, Triple C and Mighty Mouse, man. Mighty Mouse is he's right up there, the top two of fight IQs. And Henry was training with him and a few times. So I'm excited for Mighty Mouse's trilogy fight on one.
Yeah.
The greatest combat athlete of all time, the flyweight GOAT, one of the probably the MMA GOAT with 11 world title defenses. He's back on one just the day before. So those two guys that trained together, it was me. I felt like I was looking at Michael Jordan and Kobe Bryant, or Michael Jordan and LeBron James training together. And
must be amazing.
It was an honor, man. I felt like I was Phil Jackson, just being able to, run the practice and able to watch these two guys exchange ideas and play spar.
Is there any chance that Henry wins and walks away again, or do you think he's back for several fights?
Oh, no. We talked about that list, didn't we, in the very beginning?
Yeah.
We got a new list out.
What is it?
On May 6th, the Funk Master is about to get scratched right off that list and on to the next one. So,
the next one Sean O'Malley?
I would like that. Yeah, Henry would like that. Yes.
Man,
Sean O'Malley.
Got to do that in Arizona, right?
That would be great. Phoenix, Arizona, for sure. Or Chicago. Chicago's always that's where Henry won his champ status.
Yeah, I just feel like two Arizona guys. I mean, it feels like a big deal. When does 45 come into play?
I believe probably right after that. It depends how Henry wants to move fast this year. He knows he's 36 years young, but he'd like to move fast. There's a possibility he becomes C4, and gets that third title in the UFC, first ever. Patricio Pitbull on June 16th is fighting for the first time ever for a third world title. So I could have two triple champs.
Damn.
Back in 2019 when there was only just a couple of champs. We had Patricio and Henry become champs, and now in 2023 there's a possibility that we do it this year. Between this year and 2024 is to have two triple champs.
And I want to. Yes.
Then you cannot deny me, Ariel.
Stop it.
You cannot deny me.
I would not deny you.
Still don't forget.
Oh, I know you don't forget. But I was gonna make a joke. Then for sure you got it, and you deserved it. Don't listen to me, all right? I want to ask you about Patricio Pitbull in a moment, but if it was up to Henry, would this return fight have been at 45?
For Henry, yes. As his coach, I like this path though better.
You do? Why?
Because you got to get your feet wet. I mean,
yeah.
So Alexander, pound for pound, this guy's been competing. I'd like to see Henry really build up to this fight. Not only physically, but more getting into a rhythm, but even more so, as Henry gets into his YouTube career, you have to always think twice as he becomes a businessman. I could see him beating Volkanovski, and then what's left? You don't go back down. So this kind of builds it up. So now everything builds from his YouTube channel, from his mental mindset, from his physical mindset. He gets into his rhythm. He gets the crowd. He's getting pay-per-views everybody wants to see. Now he's made a name for himself again. Now they can't deny him. Now let's make the pound for pound versus the greatest combat athlete of all time. Can Henry become C4, or can Alexander Volkanovski take out the greatest combat athlete of all time?
By the way, they're calling Brock Lesnar on WWE TV that exact title. Do you take umbrage with that?
Excuse me?
That's what they're calling him. And I actually said, by the way, I said this at the beginning of the show, Henry has a greater claim to that title than Brock does. And you could even make the case that he's the most successful combat. I off the top of my head, I don't know how many medalists there are in UFC history who have won belts, let alone gold medalists. It's a very exclusive club. And I think, and please let him know that I said this, I think he doesn't get the respect that he deserves and the love and admiration that he deserves for everything that he has accomplished in combat sports, obviously wrestling and mixed martial arts. And so it's a phenomenal career, and we're lucky that he's back, and the division is lucky that he's back. Every rising tide lifts all boats, right? But I just wanted to know how you felt about them saying that Brock Lesnar was number one. Never made it to the Olympics.
Brock Lesnar, I'm offended. Are you serious? Come on.
Yeah.
He knows better than that. He knows you can't compare Division I to Olympic champion, much like you can't compare Division III to Olympic and world-class wrestling. We called that when Henry's back in 2016, when he first fought Demetrius Johnson, yet he lost. I was saying it's on Flow Wrestling. Yo to go. Youngest of all time to greatest of all time. And that was even just for one belt because of the person he was fighting in Mighty Mouse, the greatest of all time. For him to beat him was unimaginable at the time, as he got knocked out in the first fight with him. So I was saying we win this fight, yo to go.
What's the official prediction?
We've been calling Henry that for a while. So Brock, he's got to change it, or I'm making the jump into WWE myself.
By the way, you would be a great pro wrestling manager.
Bobby the Brain Heenan.
You could be that
Jimmy
guy.
Hall.
Yeah, with the glasses. Look at the jacket. Where do you get those glasses, by the way?
James Elliott glasses. One Monarchy Las Vegas right here. Burn Factory. You saw they flew us out on the private jet. That was awesome.
Yeah.
From Arizona to Newark. So that really helped Henry's mindset to be able to relax so his daughter can run around. So that was really cool. Well, did you ask me what was my prediction?
Well, before I get to that, I'm just curious, where do you get those glasses? And it feels like the skull is getting bigger and bigger every time.
Because the goal keeps getting bigger and bigger every time. So James Elliott, custom made. I have a new pair on the way for this special edition for UFC 288. I think this is going to be one of the greatest fights cards. So this year.
What is the prediction?
Oh, Henry Cejudo, Triple C takes him in 3.
In 3. Sub
In 3.
Or TKO? Or KO?
I think it's going to be a submission.
Dang.
Henry might be saying something else.
Okay.
But I think it's going to be a submission.
Why is Pitbull going down to 35?
To do something nobody's ever done. To become the 3-division world champion. And he's another special one. When I think about high fight IQs, you got to put Pitbull right up there. And, he doesn't get the recognition even when he became champ. He beat Michael Chandler in under a minute. But you cannot deny him. You cannot deny him of how great he is on June 16th, Bellator, when he becomes the first 3-time world champion in history and makes history and makes history remember his name. And that's what I think it is. It's for him to cement himself as a legend amongst legends. And for somebody that if you watch the press conference today, it was even brought up, and Henry talked about it. But I kind of, people ask me, out of everybody you coach, who's the best? I mean, and you're talking about the who's who with Patricio Pitbull, Patricky, Henry Cejudo, Figueiredo, John Jones, Yuri Prochazka, Wei Lee, some of all these world champions. And I really just say they all have their own, like, if I think about Yuri Prochazka, I consider him fearless. John Jones, the most gifted. Wei Lee, Wei Lee is so freaking good. It's hard to just give her one, but I would say she learns the fastest. But man, is she an athlete. And, Figueiredo, powerful. Henry Cejudo, greatest competitor I've ever seen. He will find a way to win. Patricky Pitbull, the king of knockouts. Patricio Pitbull, high fight IQ at the highest level, along with Demetrius Johnson.
It's an amazing roster. By the way, how is the cut going?
Oh my God. I think we got to stop him from getting too low. It's never been.
Oh, wow.
In the beginning, he was, you were thinking, man, Henry, you're looking like you weigh 170, 180 pounds. But we're calling out all these bantamweights. And, he got him on the right diet, the vertical line. And, wow, it's amazing. He's less than 10 over.
Okay.
He's ripped. I got a picture right here of him.
Dang. Look at that. Wow. Yeah, that is tremendous. He looks great. By the way, are you still working with Borrachinha?
Secret juice, baby. Yeah, you know what? For sure, man. Borrachinha is the type of guy, like, he's hard to work with, but not the way you think. He's hard to work with because you can't get him out of the gym. Literally, he'll be there till 3, 4 in the morning, and you stay with him. I do, and it's like, man, we're getting home. We're eating dinner at 5 a.m. So it's like, that's what makes it hard, because he's so dedicated when he trains. He trains hard. He trains long. But the great thing about Borrachinha is, man, I'm always trying to help my Brazilians, and I speak Portuguese for them, and we're always help promoting fights. Borrachinha does everything I ask. Usually, if I say something, hey, let's use this nickname. Boom, let's go. The Eraser. What do you think of this idea? He's like, boom, let's do it. Boom, what do you think of this idea? He goes to Contenders with the digital writing, and I can't believe some of the stuff he would write on there. This guy's got.
He's incredible. I remember when you guys came in studio and he couldn't speak English when you came in studio when GSP was here, and to see how far he's come with his personality and how entertaining he is and how likable he's become. It's really an evolution. So I know your fingerprints are all over that, because you've always been good at the promotion side of things.
You know what? He's calling out Hamzat. He's calling out Strickland. I don't know what's happening with it. I think it's supposed to be in Abu Dhabi. So
yeah,
I wouldn't like him to wait that long. That means he only fights once this year.
Right.
Hopefully wait all the way to Abu Dhabi, and I'd like to keep him active. And active. Man, Paulo can seriously be the face of the UFC if he could be more active.
Right.
I see it. I have all these super athletes, all those world champions that I even mentioned. But I'll tell you what, when Paulo fights, man, that vibe carries for. To me, it's still that vibe is still carrying from when he beat Luke Rockhold.
Right.
I still feel that vibe that he created, and it's still it's a ripple effect with him. And he's one of the only people that can do that in this game of MMA in the UFC. So, man, this guy deserves whatever he's asking for. I don't know what.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's money or not. He deserves it. This guy can be the face of the UFC for sure.
Last one. Are you still gonna? I know John like popped in, he popped out. It seems like he's gonna fight in New York in November. You guys still gonna work with him?
Man, John's the man. He came out to us three or four times. You know, Henry and I went out to him the week before the fight. Wish we could have went earlier. I think we were in the middle of camp, Henry's camp, as a matter of fact. And for sure, you know, Stipe, he's going against the greatest heavyweight of all time. You know, we got that art of war for him. So for sure, I think we'll be working together for that his retirement fight. I hope it's not a retirement fight.
I don't buy that.
I hope not. I hope he stays, you know.
You know what's going to happen, right? He's going to fight Stipe. He looks good. Francis is going to get a couple of them out of the way, and then they're going to revisit that next year.
That would be awesome. Or even, you know, Izzy says he can go up to 205.
Oh, my gosh. That would be crazy, too.
That would be one. I want that one.
That would be nuts.
We want that one back. So I don't care who it is. But if John Jones versus Israel Adesanya, if you want to lose that weight again.
With you in the corner? Man. Well, you'll be in the corner on Saturday for the return of your guy, Henry Cejudo. Good luck to you, Captain. Thank you so much for coming on. I really appreciate it. I'm glad we figured this out. We had to move mountains, but I'm glad we figured it out. Captain asked me to do the interview in the morning. I mean, Captain, you asked me to do the interview in the morning. You know it's a live show. Since when do we do interviews in the morning? But we figured it out.
We make special exceptions.
We do.
I would have been there because I could have came in studio if it was definitely in the morning. You know, I haven't been there. I haven't been there for years. I haven't seen you since the last time I was on there. And that was literally, I think, a year ago. When I was on last, when I was in Brazil, and we were talking about.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Well, we're back now.
Starting a charity, helping out Ukrainian fighters.
Yes.
And getting them into MMA. So we're still working on that one.
Okay.
That was something. And I hadn't seen you in a couple of years since we did that last show.
That's right. But we're good now. We're all good now. Thank you, Coach. Good luck. Appreciate it. And keep up the great work over there. And all the best to Henry. All right.
Thank you. We'll see you soon. We'll see you. Are you going to be here on Saturday? Are you going to?
I will not be there. No.
You watch the pay-per-view though? No illegal streaming.
Nah, come on. I'll tell you what. If Henry wins, I'll be happy to have him on the show on Monday. Okay, you tell him that. I'll make an exception. Last time I talked to Henry, 2019. Could you believe that? June of 2019, after the Marlon Moraes win.
No, come on.
Isn't that amazing?
Now, come on. You guys got to make up. Henry loves you. He always talks to Mark Ramondi about you.
I love Henry. I always and by the way, when I was working with Henry, he was hobnobbing with the Bella twins. Never forget. All right, that's the work I was doing. You know, and then we started. Then we took a left turn, but you know,
back to WWE.
That's right.
WWE and MMA, it's connected.
It's a beautiful thing. Thank you, Coach. All the best. Good luck and great work, Michael. All the best to you as well.
Yeah, thanks. Great to see you, Ariel.
Yes, sir.
Thanks, Eric.
All right, guys. There he is, the great Captain Eric Albarracin, head coach for Henry Cejudo and so many others, as we just discussed. What a great character he is, and what a great fight this is on Saturday in beautiful Newark, New Jersey. And so let us make our picks for this busy weekend. What a great weekend. What a great time for Mexican combat sports, right? You got Irene Aldana. You've got Henry Cejudo. You've got Canelo fighting. You've got Brandon Moreno, July 8th. You've got Yair Rodriguez, July 8th. You've got Alexa Grasso at it's just unbelievable. And by the way, Frank, we have some breaking news. The great Erling Haaland has scored his 35th goal, breaking Alan Shearer's and Andy Cole's record for goals in an EPL season. How about that? The all-time leader, the great Erling Haaland. Isn't that amazing?
It's incredible.
I mean, the one and only. 35 goals in just 33 games. 22 years old, Erling Haaland. My son just got an Erling Haaland jersey for his birthday. What an amazing thing that if you're a young kid like that, you get to watch. Like, this is like the equivalent of me being a kid and watching Jordan, I feel like. When it's all said and done, does he go down as the greatest ever?
I don't know. Long way to go, man.
Way to go out on a limb on that one.
I mean, what are you going out on a limb by saying,
I think so.
The guy that just broke the Premier League scoring record is going to be the greatest of all time?
I think so, yeah. I think he goes down as...
All right, let me go out on my limb.
Here it is.
And say, he's got a long way to go.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to see. I mean, the greats, Pele, Messi, Ronaldo. It's got a while to go.
To be honest, when I say one of the greats, I say in Premier League history.
Oh, well then, yeah, he's already there.
Well, I mean, it's a great single season.
He just broke the record.
It's his rookie season, right?
Which makes it all the more impressive. Magic Johnson-esque,
if they win,
a basketball fan would say.
What if they win the treble?
Wow, now we're really talking. Trebles?
Do you know what the treble is?
What is that, FA Cup, Premier League, and Champions League?
Wow, there it is.
There it is.
There it is.
Gotta love it.
Gotta love it. All right, shall we make some picks? Is New York Rick here?
Yeah, man.
Oh, he's here. I didn't get.
Say hi, Rick.
Oh, there he is.
Hello, guys. I'm here.
Oh, wow.
I'm here.
Not via Zoom?
Nah, we're in the car. We're moving around, moving and shaking. We're doing things.
Do we have like a correspondent? I feel like we need a jingle for that. Our own New York Rick was sent by this program. I hope if you asked any questions, you said, Henry, Eric Jackman, the MMA Hour. Listen, Henry, talk about your, I love when people start questions like that. But you were on the scene, right? You are our correspondent on the scene at Media Day 288. It has wrapped up?
It has wrapped up, yes.
Okay.
Just finished.
Any highlights, any lowlights, anything to report back? What did we miss?
Henry Cejudo held court for quite a while.
Okay.
Did very well. He seemed in good spirits and seemed focused. Aljamain Sterling, cool, calm, collected. Yeah, it was a great media day. I feel hopeful for this card.
You feel hopeful in what way? That it will deliver as far as being an entertaining card?
Yeah, that it'll entertain, that the fighters are ready. Bilal Muhammad and Gilbert Burns as well both look locked in, sounded like they're ready to scrap. So, yeah, I'm hopeful about the prospects of we're going to get some good action on Saturday.
Was Henry, like, calm, sort of calculated Henry? Was he character Henry? What was he like?
He seemed very loose. He wasn't quite fully, like, in character. He was, doing some of his lines and things like that. But he seemed very at ease, relaxed, is how I'd say. Okay.
And any sign of the great Ally Quinta over there?
I did not see Ally Quinta. I saw Marab came with Aljamain, but I did not run into my real estate agent.
And what about the great Michael Wansover of HenryCejudo.com? Did you happen to catch a glimpse of him?
I did catch a glimpse of him. He got a little bit of a shout out in the meeting, but he looked focused, and I didn't have a chance to say hello to our former.
You did say hello to our colleague, our former colleague. Wow, that's a little surprising.
He's manning the camera. He's doing 6 different jobs for Henry. I hope he's getting paid well.
What about Crone Gracie? Did he have a lot to say?
Is that? Do you know the answer to that, and you're being sarcastic?
No, I just feel like he's like this. I've tried to get him on the show. He's like Sasquatch. You know, like I don't even know what he looks like anymore.
That would be an understatement. He was there for 3 minutes total. He answered 10 rapid fire questions with yes or no answers, and then immediately left. He was not in the mood to talk today.
Wow, like he was mad.
It wasn't mad. It was more like standoffish. Like he wasn't being a dick, for lack of a better word. He wasn't being that way. But it was clear that he didn't want to be there. So everybody was like, okay, if you don't want to be here, we're going to let you not be here.
Man, I like that fight. What are the odds in that fight, GC? Do you know who's the favorite, Crone or Charles Jourdain? Charles.
Big,
wow,
yeah.
Big.
Like a -180.
All right.
By sub. H-Down.
Crone by sub, H-Down. Yeah.
Is it? Wow.
Listen.
Lock it in.
We all know I don't go against the Quebecois.
Yeah, no,
so it's a tough one for me.
Rick, what's the setup like? We driving the Tesla around Jersey
right
now?
Yeah, we're going through Jersey. Might stop off for some food and then head back home.
Oh yeah, where are you going?
Wawa.
Where are you going, Wawa?
Yeah.
No, I'm not going to Wawa. Was that a topic of conversation?
Yes, a big topic. Andy says you need to get the coffee. Joe Pyfer says you need to get the mac and cheese. And
why not get both?
Now,
And
San
Frank says,
Francisco, why you go to Wawa.
Is Wawa a tri-state area thing? Because I thought it was a Philadelphia thing. I thought it was.
Enough with that.
gosh,
Enough
thank
with
you.
that. It's
Thank
associated
you,
with
Frank.
Jersey. We're leaving in a Jersey. Don't ask this question.
All right, so Frank keeps pushing on me. He's like, we got to get Wawa on Saturday. It's the theme for the New Jersey card. And I'm like, well, it's in more states than just New Jersey. The first time I had it, I was in Philadelphia. He's like, no, it's not. It's
My
not a Philadelphia
disappointment is in
thing.
more states than Jersey.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
Jersey
thought it was a
Mike's
Philly
on
thing.
Saturday.
I have to confess.
Joe Pyfer said the mac and cheese. Frank, by the way, said the jalapeno poppers were the things to get.
That's literally not what I said.
You've never been to Wawa, Ariel?
No, I mean maybe I got gas from there, but actually
wow,
had cuisine from there.
I drove out to your neckish of the woods yesterday, and I passed like 6 Wawas on the way.
I'm not, I'm this. By the way,
Sorry, they don't serve caviar.
By the way, I'm a hybrid guy. Okay, like.
Oh yeah, you don't gotta hit the pump.
Nah, 30 miles, gotta fill it up again, but it's still.
Classic.
It still does the trick. All right. Well, it sounds like a very riveting media day. It sounds like one for the scrapbook. Should we make some picks while we have you, New York Rick?
I would love to. I thought this was going to happen before I came on, but now I'm excited.
No. It was a very busy day. Joe Pyfer in studio, all kinds of
Ariel
things.
wanted to, but I was like, we have to wait.
That is true. That is
Parlay
actually
boys, not.
That is accurate. All right, so hit the generator.
Let's do it.
Time to get back on track. It's the Parlay Boys.
Oh. Uh-oh.
What happened?
I lost internet connection on my laptop.
Oh my God!
Should we just go with what it was last time?
No. We can't let Rick be last of that. We're back up, and here we go. Took a second to get going there, but we're good to. There it is, finally.
Eric won.
Eric gets his redemption. He'll go first, then Ariel. Frank, I will bring up the rear.
I love it.
So here we are. New York Rick, it's on you.
There it is. There's the music. Oh man, I'm of two minds about this. I have two different options. You know what? We're gonna go for the gusto. I'm confident. I'm feeling very confident.
Wow.
We're gonna go to Aljamain Sterling in the main event. I'm very confident that I'm gonna get this done.
Remember that whole thing that I was like, just get the W, go with the easy pick. Remember that whole speech on
If you're on
Monday?
the bus, be committed.
Yeah.
I remember that speech, and you know what? Aljamain Sterling is going to make it look easy. Aljamain is going to get us that W, and we're going to rewrite it up into the profitability on the back of the Funk Master himself, Aljamain Sterling.
All right. I mean, listen, I love the pick. Is he the favorite right now, or is he the dog?
I mean, it's basically a coin flip, but he is minus 105.
Wow.
I guess Rick didn't listen to Captain Eric at all.
No. But you made that pick before.
I did not hear Captain Eric. I did. There was a brief cameo by Captain Eric at Media Day. Henry brought him up, and he got to do a little bit of the end of Media Day, at which point he said that Henry Cejudo had crossed everything off his life list, and now he's added beating Aljamain Sterling onto there. So Saturday he gets to cross something off his list if he can beat Aljamain Sterling.
It's crazy finishing your bucket list at 35.
I mean, I think he's got some more. He's got maybe 40, maybe he goes to 55. Who knows with Henry? He could get,
maybe 170.
So this is big. All right. So Aljamain Sterling is Eric's pick, minus 120 right now, plus 100 Henry Cejudo. Do they not do one championship? What? I'm looking for.
No.
Still with this?
Unfortunately.
They're in America and we can't get one championship odds.
Not in our jurisdiction.
Is Demetrius the favorite, though, in other jurisdictions?
He is a slight favorite, yes.
Okay. And what about game bred, bare knuckle fighting? We've got the big country debut. What about that?
Yeah, we don't.
By the way, remember I said I was forgetting something? I forgot that. What about Bad Bunny and Damian Priest in the Puerto Rican street fight on Saturday night? Do we have anything on that?
Nothing on DraftKings, but...
This is crazy. By the way, DraftKings sponsors WWE stuff, and yet I don't see any WWE stuff.
Yeah, I think it's tricky. I think they're still working on that. They always do the pools.
Yeah. All right. Well, I guess it's either.
Are you on the bus?
Listen, I'm just trying to see what, the card. There's so much going on this weekend. I'm trying to see what cards I get to play with here. So it's either UFC or Canelo.
Bad Bunny on minus 2,000 against Damian Priest.
I mean, two Puerto Rican guys going toe-to-toe. So I don't know why they would favor Bad Bunny so much. They call Bad Bunny the most famous recording artist in the world. Is that I can't name a single Bad Bunny song.
He's pretty famous, man.
He is famous.
Pretty famous. And
Can you name a single song? Can you name a single one?
The intro.
Moscow Mule.
Is that a real song?
That's a good one. Yeah.
That's a real song?
Yeah.
All right. Back to the drawing board we go. I'm going to go. Again, we're just trying to get W's here. We're trying to keep it simple. All right?
What you got to do, man?
Canelo Alvarez over 4.5 rounds. Currently see that. What?
I
don't know if he actually
I only
committed
see
to that.
over 7.5.
Oh, the site I'm looking at here, it says over 4.5.
Yeah, no, that's site.
Is that not? Can I not go with this?
I'm on the site right now.
And what does 7.5 say?
7.5 is minus 165.
I don't feel good about that. That's not the sure thing that I'm looking for. Are you kidding me? Can't even get that? I feel like I'm being bullied into this.
Do you want me to pick? And then
No.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to tell you my two things that I'm weighing right now because I thought I was going to go with the Canelo Alvarez pick. I saw it. I loved it. Chaos Williams or Bilal Gilbert goes the distance. Any thoughts?
Sounds like a good pick.
Yeah, I think either of those could hit.
Can I get
you wanted the over 4.5 in
Can I get
Canelo.
Can I get a Bilal Gilbert fight starts round 2?
We can do an over 1.5.
Yeah, and what is it?
Minus 550.
No, I like that. I'll take that.
I was gonna say not big enough for you.
That was it. That was exactly it. All right, I'll take that.
There we go. Bilal Muhammad, Gilbert Burns over 1.5. That brings us to Frank.
All right. Let's check out the Brazilian straw weight fighters. And let's say that Marina and Verna are going to go over 1.5.
I like that pick too. That's a great pick, Frank. See, I like where your head is at there. Should have thought of that myself.
We're up to plus 182.
Oh, they're going to be so happy with us.
I am on the bus.
Well, we've got one more. I'll head to the fight props page. I will take Joseph Holmes. Claudio Ribeiro does not go to a decision. Minus 450. 100% finish rate for both guys. I think that continues here. That gets us to plus 244. Shout out to Rick for the minus 105.
Wow.
Gets us to plus 244. If we lost Aljamain Sterling, we would be at minus 132. So shout out to Rick there for carrying the odds.
Thank you, Rick.
You're welcome, boys.
Oh, I thought he hung up.
What was that?
I said I'm still here.
Still
here? Boys.
We're not gonna get the signature Zoom sign off from Rick today.
Yeah.
How much longer?
Pretend.
How much longer in the drive?
I'm pulling over for some food in 10 minutes.
Oh, what are we getting?
Oh, where are you going?
Yeah,
Wawa?
What's up?
Not Wawa. What the? What is going on with this Wawa?
We're just giving out free plugs. Jersey Mike's? What are you getting?
It's a local place.
I'm getting sushi in Newark, which could be dicey, but
What?
Wait, of all things, wait.
The struggle
How
must
far-
be real
if
at
you-
Media Center.
If you were just at the Prudential Center, how long does it take to get to sushi in Newark?
Yeah, seriously.
Close.
You're already in Newark.
We're in downtown Newark right now.
Who are you with?
With the great Oscar Willis from the Mac Life.
Ah, you know yourself. Yeah, I didn't know we were in the presence of greatness. The 1-0 fighter.
Maybe more to come. Who knows?
Wow. What do we have to do? Are we on speakerphone now, or?
I think we've been on speakerphone this entire time.
Wow, Oscar.
We're on speaker.
By the way, very shady move. It's one of my biggest pet peeves to be on speakerphone in the car and not tell the other people outside of the car that there's other people in the car. Do you guys not agree? Like, what if we would have come on here and started talking shit about Oscar?
No. In Oscar's defense, like we are live streaming here.
Curb Your Enthusiasm.
Like, he could just, He could just have.
We're
the,
live on a show.
No, but someone
Yeah,
could be
exactly.
like, listen, like if you're going to say anything about Oscar or the Mac Life or, British people, like just keep it,
As one does from time to time. Yeah.
By the way, that would have made my day. That would have been hilarious.
It would have been awkward.
Sushi in Newark sounds like that could be like a band name or something.
Yeah, you guys are in Jersey. Just go a little bit out. With all due respect to Newark, not known for its sushi, but there are neighboring towns who have pretty good sushi.
Maybe fish
And
and
how do
chips.
we know that sushi in Newark is not good?
Feel pretty.
I'm looking at some places. It looks like some decent spots, over 4 stars.
Yeah, we're gonna do it, and I'll report back next week.
Any
Knock
truth?
on wood. Hopefully you can.
Any truth to the rumor that? Any truth to the rumor that the highly anticipated bout between Oscar Willis and Casey Leydon is in the works? Oscar, what do you have to say about this?
Oh wow.
Oh, me directly?
Yes.
No, Casey would whip my ass. I sparred with Casey. I know how that goes.
You know what?
There's plenty of media members I don't like that I'd rather fight than the ones I do. So,
Okay, let's do it. Can we do a list right now? What's the list of media members you don't like? Can we go through that?
Well, Ariel, I know your show is quite long, but even that list would be too long to keep on.
Wow, that is tremendous. I love what you're doing, though. Someone just did this on our show. Who just did this on our show where they said they were going to like pretend to be humble? Oh, a Salt Poppy. You just did the Salt Poppy move. You're going to tell Casey that he could beat you just to lure him in and take the fight. This is the Salt Poppy 101 move that you just did.
As much of obviously a huge follower of Salt Pappy that I am, I can't say that was what my intentions were. Casey and I sparred. He did significantly better than I did, and that was when I was in shape. Since my fight, I've done very little other than eat pizza and chicken nuggets. So we're not quite in fighting fit shape right now.
Okay. Well, I do think it would be an interesting matchup, and it sounds like Casey's if we're to steal a page from Luke Rockhold and Michael Bisping, sounds like Casey's the unofficial Mac Life champion for what happened in the. No, of course not. The old school fans.
I haven't started making my own trophies and dishing them out yet. So until I do that, there won't really be any champions,
All right. Well, this is nice. A nice little cameo here from our good friend Oscar. Well, you guys enjoy the sushi. Let us know. Anytime I'm faced with questionable sushi, I always try to go simple. I go California roll, keep it simple, or even veggie roll.
I don't even think those count as sushi.
Yeah, I just try to keep it simple. You get the flavor, you get the rice, you get the sesame seed, but you don't go too off the beaten path.
Double down.
I
And
appreciate
get the
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna be avoiding all of that advice and get the most fishy tasting stuff on the menu.
That's the right spirit, Rick.
Thank you, guys.
And then maybe we'll go to Wawa.
Yes.
Get some uni with some quail eggs.
Yeah. Maybe
Wash it down with a Wawa coffee.
A coffee.
Yeah,
there
Wawa
it is.
coffee.
Mhm.
That's what I wanted to say.
Sounds good to me.
Thanks for stopping by, guys. Talk to you soon.
Bye.
All right, there he is, the great New York Rick and the great Oscar Willis, who does a tremendous job for the Mac Life. By the way, some breaking news. June 3rd just announced that Amir Albazi will fight Kaikar France in the Vegas, or Apex, I said Vegas, 74 main event. Kaikar France
You're doing so well.
Kaikar France has to fly all the way from New Zealand to fight at the Apex.
No worries. He's cool with it.
Yeah, he's cool with it.
Built tough. I mean, we're getting a flyweight main event. I can't remember the last time that happened.
That's true. It's been a while.
It's big time. Big time for our division.
Yeah. I do remember the last time, but I can't remember. Well, I remember there was a last. What was it? Was it a Moreno fight? Gosh, off the top of my head.
I feel like a lot of people are going to be riding with Amir there. He's hot.
Yeah, it's a big fight for Kaikar France. All right, what are the rest of the picks? And do we have any Kentucky Derby plays?
I don't have any Kentucky Derby. I honestly don't even know who's racing, but I do have a few UFC 288 picks. We'll start Daniel Santos, shootbox. Unfortunate Charles Oliveira is not on this card. I mean, the dude brings the chaos. Like, he brings the pressure. I think in this fight, he's obviously going to do the same thing, and I don't think Johnny Munoz is going to take too well to it. He's obviously going to try to get the fight to the ground. I don't know if he's going to be able to have a ton of success there, but I just think as the fight wears on, Santos, tough, always in your face, big power, can just melt you over the course of the 15 minutes, and I think that's what's going to happen. I think he's going to get his second straight victory in the UFC here. Next up, speaking of flyweights, I'm actually going to take a side in this one. Rafael Estevan taking on Zhalgas Sumagulov. I mean, we just saw him retire back in November. Now he's back. 34 years old, fighting at flyweight. He's 1-5 in the promotion. I know some of those decisions were dicey, but still, he's 1-5. One win over Jerome Rivera, who went 0-4 in the promotion. He's getting a beast in Estevan. I mean, he is just relentless with the wrestling. He's got the age advantage. He's going to have a 4-inch height advantage, 4-inch reach advantage. I just think all the advantages are there for him to win this matchup. And I'm not sure where Zhalgas goes from here if he can't pick up the win. Next up, I mean, this is, you talk about the people's main event. This right here is the people's main event. Braxton Smith, the return of Parker Porter coming off a knockout. How is he going to bounce back? We're going to find out. Braxton Smith on the other side of Parker Porter here, absolutely legendary career. Starts it off in 2014, gets finished in the first round by Chase Sherman, takes 8 years off before re-entering the cage. That was last year. He has now fought 5 times in the last 10 months en route to becoming a heavyweight champion on the regional scene. Peak Fighting heavyweight champion. That's the promotion that he was in. Over those 5 fights, he fought Ja'Cory Savage twice, finished him in the first round both times. But when you get to their fighting styles, Braxton Smith, you can go watch his entire career in all of 5 minutes. I mean, he comes out and he just starts throwing him. The better fighter, like the better mixed martial artist in this matchup is very likely Parker Porter. I mean, he has a much more complete game. But Braxton Smith is just going to come in here, throw him, and we just saw Parker Porter get knocked out by Tafa just 3 months ago. He could absolutely get a knockout in this one. Braxton Smith, he's never left the first round. I think like the total time of his entire career is like 6 minutes. I think he's going to come in here. He is going to try to find that knockout on the big stage. If he doesn't get it, I think Parker Porter is going to finish him. We've never seen Braxton Smith on the ground. Parker Porter can't get takedowns. But I also think he could knock him out if he gets him to the ground and TKOs him. Either way, it's going to be a hilarious fight. It's going to be incredibly entertaining. And yeah, I think it will go under 1.5. So that's what I took here. Next up, I'm going against the wall again. This is my second time doing it. I'm taking Marina. I mean, you can make a valid point for Virna Jandiroba because she has to use the wrestling. Marina Rodriguez, a lot of people have been saying it. She's been taken down in her last 7 fights. I understand that, but she was also 4-2-1 in those 7 fights that she got taken down. It's not like she's just getting dominated on the ground when she gets taken down there. We saw how well she handled against Mackenzie Dern. Obviously, she's not the greatest wrestler, but she was able to fight off all the submissions during that one. And Virna, I mean, if you're going to back her, one of the concerns you have to deal with is, you know, the cardio. She came out, she had one of the best rounds you can have against Amanda Ribas, dropped her, got a takedown, landed like 80 strikes over the course of the 5 minutes, and then got walloped on for the last 2 rounds. We know that Marina has 5 rounds of cardio. I think standing, she has a major advantage, and I think that's what's going to happen here. Yes, Virna might land a takedown or 2, but I think all in all of the 15 minutes, the striking of Marina Rodriguez will shine over that, and she will get a close decision victory. Next up, Chaos Williams, another shoot box fighter. He's going up against Rolando Bedoya here. These shoot box fighters are aggressive, man. They have that same style as Charles Oliveira. They bring the pace, they bring the pressure. They're looking for finishes. They're exciting. They're chaotic. Rolando, if you go back and watch some of his tape, man, like he gets hit a lot. He leaves openings. We've seen him get rocked before on the regional scene. He's getting a tough debut here against Chaos Williams. I mean, this is a guy that is not just a power puncher. He is a put your lights out puncher if he catches you. And I think that's what's going to happen here with the way that Rolando fights. I think Chaos Williams, over the course of the 15 minutes, will find the chin at some point, and he will finish him. For that reason, I'm taking Chaos Williams by KO TKO. Next up, backing a dog in the third fight from the main event. I'm going to go with Yan Xiaonan.
Wow.
Cashed on her as a dog just a few months ago against Mackenzie Dern. Am I saying for certain that she's going to win this fight? No. But Jessica Andrade, obviously moving back down to strawweight after fighting at flyweight. If she doesn't take this to the ground and it's just a standing matchup, I know she's got the power and the pressure. I think Yan Jianan has some great boxing. I think she can make this incredibly close. I won't be surprised if this is going to the scorecards and you're kind of you're scratching your head figuring out who's going to win. I really think she's obviously doesn't have the power advantage. I think she can have the speed advantage, and I think she can get the best of Jessica Andrade on the feet, outpointing her to a decision. Just felt like the price. I thought it was worth a stab. Like, it's not like a -110 line here. So, yeah, a shot on the dog. And that takes us to the co-main event of the evening. Never thought I'd see the day. But after yesterday's episode of No Bets Barred, I am remembering the name, Bilal Muhammad.
Wow. First time ever?
First time I have ever backed Bilal Muhammad, so that means he's
Kiss
going to
of
lose.
death, yeah.
I mean, I'm the kiss of death when it comes to the Bilal Muhammad fights. I think I've bet against him like 4 times. Now I'm going to back him. I think the 5 rounds favors him in this situation. He's obviously, a very complete fighter. I think, if he doesn't get the wrestling off, it could look even on the feet. I think over the course of the 5 rounds, his game plan and his cardio will show. It's going to be a super close fight. I don't really expect a finish in this one. I can't just keep betting against him at chalk odds while he continues to just cash time and time again as an underdog. So the kiss of death has officially been planted on Bilal Muhammad for the co-main event. And then lastly, just a parlay that actually goes 2 weeks. Chaos Williams, as I mentioned earlier, and then my guy, Jailton Almeida. I always talk about not getting overexposed. I will be overexposed on Jailton Almeida. I can promise you that come next week. And that is UFC 288. Oh, thank you. Thank you, man. Oh, I appreciate it.
I mean,
let's just get a winning week.
So for the record, we're not doing one.
Oh, yes. Demetrius Johnson, when the odds become available, I will be backing Demetrius Johnson.
Potential Kentucky Derby. No, just
I like to
live vicariously through your.
Should we all just pick a horse and just back them?
I thought that's what you do.
Yeah.
No, I'm saying like as a crew here together.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Let's do it.
And like
Let's
we
hear
all
the horse
back them.
names.
Like, I'm pretty sure I bet on the Kentucky Derby every year for like the last 7 years, and I've never won. So there's really no science to it. All right, so it looks like Forte is the favorite at 3-1.
Mm-hmm.
Tappet Trice. You guys just let me know when.
Keep going.
Keep going.
Angel of Empire.
I think I found my pick.
Derma Sotagake.
Ooh.
Practical Move.
I like it.
Kings Barnes.
That's a toughie.
2 Phils. Mage,
like
M-A-J?
M-A-G-E.
Oh, I like Mage though. That's cool.
Verifying.
Sure.
Terrifying.
Verifying.
Verifying.
Confidence game.
All right.
None of
Skinner?
these. I have to say, none of these are speaking to me. What about you guys?
We're only halfway through.
What kind of breed?
Yeah, but like now we're getting into like the super big underdogs, right?
Skinner, Disarm, Hit Show, Lord Miles, Rocket Can, Continue R.
Who's
Jace's
speaking?
Road.
Who's speaking to you?
I think Mage was speaking to him.
Man, Sun Thunder's kind of a cool name. But yeah, they're 50 to 1.
I'll go with whatever you guys want.
What do you think? Did you say Angel of Empire,
I
Frank?
said Mage.
Okay, so you say Mage?
But initially you said Angel of Empire.
I did. So if we're gonna go with what I said initially, that would be Angel.
Well, what are the odds for Angel of Empire?
8-1. 8-1 on
How do you guys feel about that?
I really don't care. It feels like I'm just throwing it in the dumpster anyway.
I'm trying to
get on the bus.
I'm trying to envision who I can see like on the front page of a website saying so and so wins the Kentucky Derby. I could see Angel of Empire.
Done and done.
All right, Angel of Empire is the MMA Hour's horse.
All right.
For the Kentucky Derby.
Triple Crown?
Okay, now we're talking. I mean, we would have to go out to Belmont if they won.
So some dude, Paul, on the YouTube chat says Practical Move is easy money.
Practical Move, easy money, plus 1,000. All right. What was his name? Paul?
Paul McCauley.
Paul McCauley. I'll throw a little flyer on Practical Move. All right, Angel of Empire and Practical Move. Plus 800 and plus 1,000.
There it is. Trying to see if anyone else weighed in. No, that was it. All right. So just to recap, we've got one championship on Friday. We've got bare knuckle from one Game Bread. And by the way, bare knuckle has just become legal in the great state of Georgia.
Yeah, I
News
saw
just
that.
came out
Can't
today.
wait to get BKFC in Atlanta. I'll be there.
It's freaking spreading like wildfire. F1 in Miami this weekend. Also Knicks Heat, of course, and all kinds of playoff action.
Devils Hurricanes, game 1 tonight.
Absolutely. Canelo Ryder, WWE Backlash, UFC 288. Still feel like I'm forgetting one. But it's a lot of stuff. It's a lot of stuff this weekend, right?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Invicta tonight? Any action on that?
Yeah, I mean, we'll be cheering on Jillian DeCourcy trying to defend her belt.
Wow, look at you.
I mean, you thought I wasn't going to know? Come on, dude.
Ryzen. That's the one.
Yes.
I forgot Ryzen on Saturday morning.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I'll be up in my pajamas like
Kaya
Saturday morning.
Sakara?
Yeah, like Saturday morning cartoons. A little cereal, a little Ryzen.
Wow. Naoki Inoue. Spike Carlisle. He looks gigantic in this picture. Oh, John Dotson on the car. I mean, this is legit stuff. All right. So this is all very exciting. Great weekend coming up. And I look forward to talking about it all on Monday. Can we go home now? Are we done? I think so.
I don't know, man. That's up to you.
Let's
go get some sushi in Newark.
Yeah, let's do it. Thank you very much, gentlemen and lady. Thank you to all of you. Thank you to everyone who joined us. I'm excited. I'm excited about this weekend.
Yeah?
Yeah. I was going to say also it's Mother's Day, but it's not Mother's Day. That's next weekend. So hold your horses.
Or don't hold your horses because we won.
Yeah, we want Angel of Empire.
Angel of Empire? Empire of...
Angel of Empire and Practical Moves.
Is Angel of Empire a New York-based horse?
Let's see.
I feel like that. I mean,
tonight's favorite host, Angel of Empire.
If we ever have a horse, we can name it Sushi in Newark.
Oh my God, that would be a great one. Tap it, tries.
Let's see. A horse.
The move
profile.
is two. Now someone else is saying the move is 2 fills.
No, come on, please. We've already made our move.
Paul says he's been watching Ariel in the UFC since I was a damn child, and he gets the horse shout out. I mean, that's the way it goes. Great interview today with Joe. Thanks for the show, guys and gal. Who wins in a boxing match, GC or Ariel? Oh, we'll never find out.
Who wins in a dart match? Maybe we will find out.
We should ask
one
the
day.
coin. Joe, does Ariel best GC? We're gonna hold on.
Angel of Empire from Pennsylvania.
Oh, okay. Well, that seems weird. I was really leaning towards
The
whole
coin says
Empire.
no.
The coin says no for what?
That you would not best GC in a box match.
Okay, thanks. Anyway, thanks to all our guests today. Thank you to Drew Dober. Thank you to Joe Pyfer, Captain Eric. Thank you to everyone who stopped by. I'm forgetting one. Can you tell me who the fourth one was?
Drew Dober, Brian Kelleher.
Brian Kelleher, back on Monday. Peace. I'm out of here.